A certain man, widely regarded as the useless eldest son of Count Perdium, bore a reputation that overshadowed him. He was uncontrollable, a reclusive sword master confined to his room, and often labeled as a madman. This man's name was Ghislain Perdium. Amidst the chaos, a knight clad in armor trembled in pain as he struggled to comprehend the reality of his defeat. He had fallen to Ghislain, whom he considered nothing more than human garbage. It seemed inconceivable to him that, as the finest knight in the north, he had been bested by someone so despised. Surrounding the knight lay the lifeless bodies of several others who had shared his fate. As the injured knight quivered, another figure approached. The new arrival, a man adorned in fine armor and wielding a massive axe, questioned whether the surroundings were to the knight's liking. The man spoke of the substantial expense he had incurred in creating the traps, his tone cold and detached. His icy gaze bored into the injured knight as he inquired whether the place suited him. Enraged, the knight struggled to accept that someone like Ghislain, whom he deemed a worthless bastard, could orchestrate such a scheme. Through clenched teeth, he demanded to know if Ghislain had foreseen his plan. Ghislain moved closer, his expression unyielding, and revealed that he had anticipated every detail. He spoke of knowing the enemy's numbers, the identities of their spies, and even the source of their reinforcements. With a chilling calm, he told the knight that every move had played into his hands. Overwhelmed by the revelation, the knight struggled to grasp the truth. Raising his voice, he declared himself always to have a hidden ace and demanded to know how someone as insignificant as Ghislain could have orchestrated such a victory. Before the knight could finish speaking, Ghislain silenced him with a kick to the face. He commanded him to stop talking. Removing his helmet, Ghislain declared his intention to win not only this war, but every conflict to come. He then asked the knight if he understood why victory was assured. Smiling, Ghislain confidently stated that he held all the plans necessary for triumph. The narrative shifted to a year earlier, taking place in a soldier's camp within the Lithania kingdom near Perdium estate. Within one of the tents, Ghislain awoke abruptly, stunned to find himself alive. He instinctively placed a hand on his neck, verifying his survival. His mind raced as he recalled events from what's in his mind was mere moment earlier. A knight had disarmed him, knocking his sword away. As he fell to his knees, blood dripping from his mouth, the knight, distinguished by red hair and golden armor, proclaimed Ghislain's end. This knight, known as the noble knight Idun, was one of the continent's 7 strongest men. Idun had declared the war over, his voice laced with finality. Pointing his sword at Ghislain, he asked if the defeated man had any last words. Struggling for breath, Ghislain admitted his regret at being unable to fulfill his vengeance. He added, with defiant resolve, that he hoped Idun would meet his end. Idun had smiled at the remark, dismissing it with derision and labeling Ghislain an arrogant fool. Idun informed Ghislain that he had not anticipated him being the eldest son of the fallen Perdium household. He reminded Ghislain of how he had abandoned his family after the death of his sister. The revelation caught Ghislain off guard, prompting him to question how Idun, a man from a different kingdom, could possess such knowledge. The noble knight dismissed Ghislain's surprise, explaining that he had worked tirelessly to track him down. With a malevolent smile, Idun revealed that he and his allies had conspired with the Delphine household to orchestrate the downfall of the Perdium family. Ghislain was stunned by this confession, shocked to learn that Duke Delphine's household had not acted alone. Moving his sword closer to Ghislain's neck, Idun declared that there was no need to divulge further details, as Ghislain was fated to die. He demanded that Ghislain accept his end, but Ghislain, filled with fury, vowed never to forgive him. Unmoved by Ghislain's defiance, Idun struck a decisive blow, severing his head with a single stroke. The scene shifted to the present, where Ghislain stumbled toward a barrel of water. He gazed into its reflective surface, confirming that his head was still intact. Confusion gripped him as he struggled to reconcile the events, wondering if he was hallucinating. Glancing around, Ghislain noticed that he appeared much younger than he remembered. Suspicion gnawed at him as he speculated whether he had been captured and used as an experiment by mages. Resolving to exact revenge if that were the case, he scanned the area and noticed a sword lying beside the barrel. While deep in thought, he heard a voice call out to him, addressing him as young master. The figure entered the tent and urged him to come outside, stating that he knew Ghislain was awake. The man, A soldier named Ricardo who served the Perdium household took another step closer. Before he could react, Ghislain moved behind him and pressed the sword to his neck. Startled, Ricardo froze as Ghislain, in a serious tone, warned him that his life would depend on how accurately he answered the questions. Ricardo, addressing Ghislain as young master, retorted that he was crossing a line. Ghislain, taken aback by Ricardo's casual demeanor despite the threat, demanded an explanation. With surprising nonchalance, Ricardo pushed Ghislain back and revealed that he had worn himself out earlier with a tantrum before falling asleep. Ricardo reminded him of his earlier tirade about wanting to command the army on a raid against the orcs. Ghislain, still unable to process the situation, accused Ricardo of spouting nonsense. Unfazed, Ricardo picked up a bag and instructed Ghislain to pack, explaining that others were waiting. With growing unease, Ghislain asked where they were headed. Ricardo, walking past him, informed him that their destination was the Perdium estate. Stunned by this revelation, Ghislain grabbed Ricardo and demanded clarification, asking if he truly meant the fallen Perdium estate. The scene shifted once more. Ghislain stood atop a cliff, gazing at the estate in the distance. The sight confirmed that it was indeed the Perdium estate. However, confusion clouded his thoughts as he tried to comprehend why it appeared untouched. He vividly remembered the estate being reduced to ashes the last time he saw it, yet now it stood in pristine condition. Ricardo stepped closer to Ghislain and questioned whether he had been having a nightmare. He expressed disbelief that Ghislain would refer to the Perdium household as a fallen one and warned that the Count would expel him for uttering such words. Despite Ricardo's statements, Ghislain remained unconvinced of the reality surrounding him. Believing he was trapped in a dream, he pinched his cheek to test the sensation. Feeling the sharp sting of pain, Ghislain came to the startling realization that everything was real. Observing his youthful face in the reflection and the unscathed state of his estate, Ghislain deduced that he had somehow returned to the past. Memories of his younger self surfaced, filled with resentment toward his household. His immaturity, born of feelings of inferiority, had caused trouble, alienating him from the family. Over time, criticism became unbearable, and he ultimately fled from home. Years later, he survived countless battles as a mercenary, honing his skills and earning renowned title. With his reputation solidified, Ghislain returned to his county, intent on making amends for past mistakes. But by then, his household had been reduced to ashes. Now, standing before his family's flag on top of a camp, Ghislain felt a flood of relief. Everything he had lost, his estate, the people he cherished, was still intact. Overcome with emotion, he laughed uncontrollably, teetering on the edge of madness, and fought the urge to burst into song. Yet, the moment of joy was fleeting. Ghislain recalled Ricardo's earlier mention of their mission, a raid on the orcs. His memory immediately turned to the disastrous raid in his past life, the day most of the squad perished. In his previous life, Ghislain had joined the raid to make a name for himself. Reports had claimed there were only 3 orcs, leading him to underestimate the danger. Lacking experience in command, he had insisted on leading the squad. When the group encountered over 20 orcs instead, the outcome was catastrophic, and nearly everyone lost their lives. Determined not to repeat his mistake, Ghislain resolved to handle the monsters strategically. Though orcs lacked cunning, their brute strength made them formidable. His primary concern was earning the trust of soldiers who viewed him as a useless failure. Lost in thought, Ghislain was jolted back to reality by a loud crash. A wooden guard post flew through the air, landing heavily in front of him. A soldier screamed, alerting the others to the orcs' arrival. Chaos erupted as the men scrambled to take defensive stances. Ghislain's heart sank. The orcs had come earlier than in his past life. He watched in horror as the beasts tore through the soldiers, their massive weapons and hulking forms overwhelming the defenders. Amid the chaos, a man in blue armor shouted for the soldiers to form ranks. The commander of the raid squad, Scoven, called for calm and ordered a defensive formation. As Scoven moved to confront an orc, the creature swung its massive weapon at him. The commander narrowly blocked the attack with his sword, but the situation grew direr. Scoven realized that the squad had been ambushed and caught unprepared, and the number of orcs far exceeded their expectations. While Scoven reeled from the situation, a voice called out, warning him of danger. An orc loomed behind him, preparing to strike. Before the blow could land, someone pushed Skovin out of harm's way. It was Ghislain, who stepped between the commander and the orc. Skovin was stunned to see his young master standing there. As the orc's axe descended, Ghislain acted swiftly. He stabbed the creature's hand and severed its fingers with his sword. Without hesitation, he followed up with a precise slash to its thigh, wounding the beast and halting its advance. The soldiers, along with Skovin, stood frozen in disbelief as the orc screamed in agony and collapsed. Ghislain, however, was dissatisfied with the cut he had inflicted. He quickly realized his limitations. His inability to use mana yet was a glaring disadvantage. Frustration bubbled within him as he lamented not returning to the past sooner. Turning to Skovin, Ghislain demanded something unexpected. The commander, confused, asked for clarification. With unwavering confidence, Ghislain requested command of the squad. Skovin was stunned. He had always considered Ghislain reckless, but to demand command in the middle of a battlefield where soldiers' lives were at stake was beyond anything Skovin had anticipated. Standing tall, Skovin refused Ghislain's request. He explained firmly that the authority granted by the Lord was not something to be relinquished lightly. Annoyed but understanding, Ghislain reflected that he might have reacted the same way if an inexperienced fool had approached him with such a demand. As his thoughts wandered, an orc charged toward him. Skovin shouted for Ghislain to retreat, insisting he was too inexperienced to lead the squad. Faced with no alternative, Ghislain took his stance. What followed left everyone astonished. He hurled his sword. Skovin instinctively dodged the weapon and spun around, grabbing Ghislain to demand an explanation. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, a sound behind him drew his attention. He turned to find Ghislain's sword embedded in the orc's skull. The creature collapsed silently to the ground, its weak spot struck with precision. Skovin, astonished, questioned how Ghislain had managed such accuracy. Ghislain, unfazed, addressed the commander, stating that the key to victory on the battlefield was morale. He pointed out that soldiers paralyzed by fear could not hope to win. Skovin glanced at the trembling men, their resolve shaken by the orc's intimidating cries. With a confident smile, Ghislain declared that they needed to seize momentum. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, retrieving his sword from the fallen orc's head before leaping into the midst of the enemy. Ghislain landed squarely on another orc, driving his blade deep into its skull. The soldiers gasped, watching as he stood atop the creature, shouting at the top of his lungs. He taunted the remaining orcs, daring them to face him and vowing to kill them all. The orcs turned their attention to Ghislain, their anger stirred. Undeterred, Ghislain cut into the stomachs of two approaching orcs and severed the arm of a third. Heads rolled and blood sprayed as Ghislain moved through the battlefield. From a distance, Skovin watched in disbelief. Despite being a skilled mana user, even he found it challenging to confront orcs with such efficiency. Yet, here was Ghislain, a seemingly frail young man, tearing through the monsters with unmatched precision. As the fight progressed, Skovin noted Ghislain's exhaustion. His movements grew smaller and more deliberate, conserving energy while evading attacks. Each strike targeted the orc's weak points with surgical accuracy. Skovin realized that Ghislain was fighting like a sword master who had mastered combat without the use of mana, relying solely on refined technique and instinct. Ghislain taunted the orcs as he darted away, mocking their reputation as a warrior species and claiming he wasn't even warmed up yet. Despite his confident words, the sight of all the orcs charging at him left Ricardo in shock. A soldier standing beside Ricardo pointed out that Ghislain was running away even as he continued his trash talk. Concerned, Ricardo called out to Skovin. Skovin struggled to understand what Ghislain was attempting. He acknowledged the strategic brilliance of drawing the orcs' attention, but the direction in which Ghislain ran perplexed him. The path led directly to the edge of a cliff. As the realization hit, Skovin suddenly understood Ghislain's plan. Wasting no time, he ordered his troops to form a shield wall and prepare to follow their young master. Reaching the cliff's edge, Ghislain braced himself against the orcs' relentless attacks, silently hoping that Skovin, as a skilled commander, would discern his intent. Though he would have preferred to eliminate the orcs himself, his limited stamina made it impossible. With a faint smile, Ghislain assured himself that he had done enough. As if on cue, the orcs turned at the sound of soldiers advancing behind them. The sight of Skovin and his men spears at the ready and forming a solid shield wall, caused the orcs to hesitate. Ghislain, seeing this, grinned and declared the timing perfect. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff. The moment Ghislain disappeared from view, Scoven ordered the soldiers to push the orcs over the edge. The troops advanced, shouting as they drove their spears into the monsters. The orcs, overwhelmed, were pushed off the cliff one by one, their massive bodies tumbling to the ground below and painting the area in blood. The soldiers stood stunned, marveling at what they had achieved. They could hardly believe they had managed to defeat all the orcs. With the battle over, Scoven rushed to the cliff's edge and called out for Ghislain. To his relief, he spotted his young master clinging to the cliffside, his sword embedded into the rock. Ghislain, breathing heavily, smiled weakly at the commander. Scoven, relieved, stretched out his hand to help him up. Unfortunately, Ghislain's depleted stamina caused his grip to weaken. Before he could reach Scoven's hand, he slipped, releasing the sword and plummeting into the abyss. Scoven and the soldiers looked on in horror. The scene shifted to a hazy memory. Ghislain heard a familiar voice calling to him. He recognized it instantly. It belonged to Elena. Images of his sister flooded his mind. Her tears when their mother passed, her gratitude for his care, and the bitter words she once spoke, telling him she hated him. As these memories replayed, Ghislain felt a tug and saw Elena as a little girl, asking to go with him. Awakened by this vision, Ghislain opened his eyes. He was in a room with a cloth draped across his forehead. He realized the soldiers had managed to save him, and a wave of relief washed over him. Yet he couldn't shake the strangeness of the dream. Attempting to sit up, he was overcome by pain, his body trembling from the toll of his exertion. As he lay there, the door opened, and a maid with white hair entered. Her name was Belinda, and she beamed with happiness upon seeing Ghislain awake. Setting a bucket on the table, she expressed her worry and reminded him that she had advised him to leave the battle to the soldiers. To her astonishment, Ghislain suddenly rushed forward and embraced her tightly. Belinda stood in shock at her master's sudden embrace. She asked if she had offended him somehow, but Ghislain reassured her, saying he was simply happy to see her. Since his childhood, Belinda had served as Ghislain's personal tutor and remained by his side despite his immature antics. However, after the Perdium family fell to ruin in his previous life, Belinda had vanished, and he never saw her again. Belinda, confused by his unusual behavior, asked why he would be so happy when they saw each other every day. Ghislain felt the need to share the truth. He urged her to listen carefully and revealed that a catastrophe would soon strike their family. Uncertain what he meant, Belinda pressed him for an explanation. With a serious expression, Ghislain told her that he had died and come back to life. Belinda laughed, assuming he was exaggerating because of his near-death experience with the orcs. Ghislain clarified that he wasn't referring to the recent battle, but Belinda dismissed his words, instead warning him that he should focus on his own safety. Realizing she didn't believe him, Ghislain grew frustrated. Belinda shifted the subject and asked what he would have done if he were too injured to attend the upcoming festival. Her question caught Ghislain off guard. Belinda reminded him that Elena, his sister, had been eagerly waiting for this day to go to the festival with him. She emphasized that it was a perfect opportunity for the siblings to mend their strained relationship. Ghislain glanced at a picture of himself and his sister, recalling the annual festival held at this time. In his previous life, his trauma had kept him from enjoying it. He asked Belinda when the festival would begin. She replied that it was scheduled for next week, a date etched into Ghislain's memory. A week from now was the day that his life changed forever. While lost in thought, someone entered the room. Ghislain was shocked to see Elena, who had come to visit him. Without hesitation, Ghislain ran to embrace his little sister. Belinda and Elena both stared in surprise. Elena, startled by her brother's unusual display of affection, asked him what he was doing. Ghislain told her he had missed her, but Elena pushed him back, remarking that his behavior was creepy. Ghislain was further taken aback by her strength, having never realized how strong she was. Elena, dusting off her clothes, explained that she had come because Belinda had asked her to visit. She demanded to know what game he was playing and questioned whether he thought this would fix everything. Ghislain, confused, asked what she was talking about. Elena reminded him of his past behavior, recounting how he had once told her to leave him alone because she was annoying and that he felt disgusted by her very breath. Hearing this, Ghislain was horrified by the memory. In his previous life, he had not been close to Elena, and he admitted to himself that he had been a terrible brother. Overwhelmed with guilt, Ghislain apologized to his sister for his past actions. Belinda was stunned. She had never seen her master apologize first. Elena, skeptical, asked if he had hit his head. She mentioned hearing that an orc had struck him during the raid. Ghislain, irritated, wondered why both Belinda and Elena kept bringing this up. He corrected them, insisting he was the one who defeated the orcs. But as soon as he spoke, a sharp pain shot through his body, and he collapsed. With a smug smile, Elena teased him, remarking that he had returned unconscious after battling the orcs. Belinda and Elena laughed at the sight of him trembling, leaving Ghislain surprised by their laughter. Yet deep down, he was happy to see them acting just as he remembered. Reflecting on his past, Ghislain regretted how much time he had wasted on meaningless pursuits. He remembered the festival that would occur next week. In his previous life, he had rejected Elena's offer to go together, claiming the events of the raid had upset him. That decision marked the last time he ever saw his sister. Elena's shredded body had been discovered along with her bodyguards in Ghislain's previous life. He couldn't shake the regret of not accompanying her that day. As these thoughts consumed him, a knock on the door interrupted his brooding. Two armored men entered the room, Jamal and Philip, Elena's bodyguards. Jamal informed Elena that they were waiting for her. Elena, slightly annoyed, reminded the men that she had asked them to wait outside. Apologizing, Jamal explained that the servants had requested her assistance in overseeing their work on the festival supplies. This revelation surprised Ghislain, who questioned why the maids would assign such a task to Elena. Belinda, ever blunt, remarked that Ghislain was clueless because he spent his days lazing about. She explained that Perdium was suffering from a worker shortage, forcing even the young lady to contribute. The news shocked Ghislain. He couldn't believe such a shortage existed, though it made sense. His past self had never paid attention to the estate's affairs. Elena announced that she needed to leave, but as she turned to go, Ghislain unexpectedly volunteered to help. Both Elena and Belinda were taken aback. Elena, skeptical, wondered aloud if her brother had truly been hit on the head during the raid. Later, in the town, servants busily prepared for the festival. Elena could be heard scolding Ghislain, who had followed her despite her protests. She argued that his presence would frighten the workers. Ghislain countered, questioning whether this was how she treated someone offering assistance. With a sharp reply, Elena told him that the best way he could help was by staying out of their way. As his sister tried to push him away, Ghislain's mind wandered to the grim discovery of her body in his previous life. Her remains had been found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. He deduced that someone must have lured or forced her there. Determined to prevent this outcome, he resolved to familiarize himself with every corner of the castle to uncover potential threats. Amid the commotion, a soldier ran toward them, addressing Ghislain as his lord. The voice instantly triggered recognition, and Ghislain identified the man as old Fergus. Breathing heavily, Fergus wiped his sweat, relieved to see his master alive and well. Grabbing Ghislain, Fergus humbly referred to himself as a lowly servant and explained that he had come immediately upon hearing news of the orcs. Ghislain, irritated by the constant reminders of the raid, dismissed the topic brusquely. Elena approached Fergus, commending his timely arrival. With a sly smile, she explained that her brother had been acting strangely since waking up and begged Fergus to escort him back to his room. The old soldier readily agreed, much to Ghislain's annoyance. His infamous hooligan reputation was becoming an obstacle, even in situations like this. Resigned, Ghislain decided to delay his investigation of the castle until the following week. Turning to Fergus, he requested to be taken to an abandoned training field within the estate. Fergus was taken aback and asked why Ghislain wanted to go there. With a resolute expression, Ghislain declared his intent to train. The old man was astonished, but complied with the request. Arriving at the training ground, Ghislain was surprised by its pristine condition. The area was well maintained, the weapons in excellent shape, and the grounds ready for use. It was far better than anything he had encountered as a mercenary. Fergus explained that the facility had been kept in readiness in case Ghislain ever wished to use it. The old soldier admitted that he had always believed Ghislain's recklessness was a phase he would outgrow. Ghislain, moved by the man's faith in him, tapped Fergus's armor and declared that he intended to live a long life. With a somber expression, He added that dying was a terrible experience, one he never wished to repeat. The old man was startled by Ghislain's words and asked why his young master spoke as though he had already experienced life and death. Ghislain, wearing a confident smile, commended Fergus for his sharpness. He explained that he had indeed died and been resurrected. Fergus dismissed the comment, insisting he had no time for jokes. Ghislain then instructed Fergus to leave, stating his intent to begin training. Bowing his head, Fergus complied and left the room. Left alone, Ghislain reflected on how he had treated everyone around him in his previous life, often regarding them as enemies. He realized his short-sightedness had alienated those who could have stood by his side. Memories of the past returned to him. Elena's death had been orchestrated by a neighboring territory, which used her demise to provoke Perdium into a war. The conflict eventually led to the household's downfall. Elena's tragic death had been the catalyst for it all. Determined to rewrite his family's fate, Ghislain resolved to set things right in this life. To achieve his goals, he needed to strengthen his physique and refine his abilities. Although time was limited, Ghislain was confident in his capacity to master mana control. Sitting in a lotus position, he began to meditate. Mana, a supernatural force enabling humans to surpass their limits, was said to be challenging to detect and harness. For Ghislain, however, it was second nature. Even amidst the chaos of battle, he had easily connected with the mana particles floating in the air, bundling them together as if spinning thread on a spool. With his battle-hardened experience, creating a mana core was a straightforward task. But Ghislain knew that a single core wasn't sufficient. His success as one of the 7 strongest men had come from mastering an advanced technique. Using knowledge from a half-burned magic book he had found in his previous life, he developed a method to create additional cores. By forming a connected network of 2 or even 3 cores, he could generate explosive power. As he pushed mana through his body, Ghislain screamed in pain. Blood poured from his nose and mouth, and he was disheartened to realize he could only create 3 cores. In his past life, he had managed 5. The technique, while powerful, demanded an immense amount of mana, and Ghislain knew its limitations well. It was this very method that had left him vulnerable during his fight with Idun. The noble knight had brought an entire knight order to the battle, overwhelming Ghislain when he had run out of mana. He was convinced that he would have won if the fight had been fair. Though unstable, Ghislain was undeterred. He had youth and time on his side now, and vowed to refine the technique further. Anger flared within him as he promised to take vengeance on Idun and the traitorous allies of House Delphine who had conspired to destroy Perdium. He swore that this time, he would be the one to deliver the final blow. The scene shifted to the day of the festival. Ghislain donned his gear and made his way to the festival grounds. Elena, spotting her brother, was visibly shocked. She approached him, asking if something was wrong and reminding him that he had never shown interest in such events before. Ghislain calmly replied that, as a member of the Perdium household, it was necessary for him to attend these gatherings occasionally. Elena looked at him suspiciously, remarking that he had been acting strangely lately. She went on to say that she had heard rumors about his week-long training regimen, a stark departure from his usual indolence. With a nervous expression, Ghislain explained to his sister that there was nothing unusual about the heir of a knightly family engaging in training. Elena reminded her brother that he had never cared about such matters before. She also recalled that he had once declared their father to be annoying and expressed eagerness to assume the role of lord. Ghislain was shocked to hear his own words repeated back to him. Smiling brightly, Elena remarked that she liked the changes she observed in him, adding that it felt as though he had returned to his former self. Ghislain reflected on the past week, realizing that his recent actions had begun to reshape both his reception by others and his future prospects. While Ghislain was deep in thought, he noticed Belinda giving instructions to Elena's bodyguards. She directed them to resolve any issues caused by Ghislain independently, emphasizing the importance of avoiding problems, especially with so many visitors around. The 2 men assured her that she could rely on them. Despite the overall consistency in events, Ghislain found it challenging to measure the impact of his actions on smaller occurrences. Utilizing the information available to him effectively became a priority for Ghislain, who knew he needed to respond appropriately to each situation. Ghislain accompanied his sister throughout the festival, carefully observing their surroundings for any suspicious behavior. After some time, Elena sat down and commented that she had enjoyed the festival a little, though she found it repetitive and wondered if there was anything new this year. Ghislain found it peculiar that nothing untoward had occurred, speculating that his presence might have deterred any incidents. While pondering this, a soldier approached Elena and suggested visiting other areas where new events were reportedly taking place. The soldier explained that his friend had mentioned these events, inviting Elena to join him. Surprised, Elena grasped the soldier's hand, expressing excitement about the possibility of fun activities. As Ghislain observed, he realized that the two soldiers accompanying them, Jamal and Philip, were traitors. He struggled to comprehend how these men, once the most trusted knights of their household and known for protecting Elena since her childhood, could betray them. It was common knowledge that they had sacrificed their lives to defend her in the past. With a smile, Jamal welcomed Elena to the supposed event. To her astonishment, the area was desolate and unkempt. She questioned Jamal about the likelihood of an event being held in such a place, to which he nervously replied that preparations were likely delayed, but that attendees would arrive soon. Elena assumed he was joking and teased him about performing in such a shabby location. While the conversation continued, Ghislain surveyed the surroundings. Despite its appearance as an abandoned street, he noticed that escape routes had been carefully blocked, indicating premeditated preparations. Elena, tugging at his arm, suggested leaving. Jamal, however, urged her to stay and watch the performance, but Elena refused, stating that she had no interest in remaining in such a place. Ghislain asked his sister if she worked out, playfully commenting on her strength. Before she could respond, Philip appeared with a menacing expression, asking Elena to wait. Alarmed, Elena accused the two men of acting strangely and questioned whether something was wrong. Jamal apologized for frightening her and, with an unsettling demeanor, mentioned a request that had been received. As Jamal spoke, three men entered the area. Two were dressed in black, while the leader wore a blue coat and matching hat. This man, named Frank, commended the traders on their efficiency. Jamal approached Frank, announcing that they had delivered their mistress as promised and stating that their deal was now concluded. Frank noticed Ghislain's presence and expressed dissatisfaction, noting that he had not asked for him to be brought along. With a nervous grip on her brother, Elena held on tightly as Jamal, smiling, declared that Ghislain had foolishly followed them, unaware that he was walking into his graveyard. Ghislain questioned Jamal, asking if he truly believed he could escape after betraying them. With a smug expression, Jamal dismissed the concern, suggesting that Ghislain should worry about himself. He explained that he and his ally could simply flee to a distant land. Jamal elaborated that they had grown tired of the impoverished county, plagued by barbarian raids, and noted that many others were leaving as well. As he spoke, Ghislain closed the distance and struck, slicing through Jamal's armor in a single blow. The sight stunned everyone present as Jamal's body fell apart. Ghislain coldly remarked that those who left before never tried to sell out their own people. Turning to Philip, Ghislain demanded to know if he was wrong. Philip quickly seized Elena, cursing Jamal and calling him an idiot. He expressed disbelief that a knight could fall to an amateur. Before Philip could draw his sword, Ghislain hurled his blade, striking Philip's forehead and killing him instantly. Elena rushed to her brother's side. One of the men in black, still processing the scene, asked Frank if the young man before them was truly Ghislain. Another commented that Ghislain had no prior combat experience or formal training. Frank confirmed their observations, though he admitted he found it difficult to believe. The sight of Ghislain eliminating two knights so swiftly, using mana-infused strikes, was unexpected. Trembling, Elena asked Ghislain to explain what was happening. Instead of responding, he struck her neck, rendering her unconscious. Gently placing her on the ground, he told her to rest for a while. Frank, watching this, thanked Ghislain for simplifying their task. He noted that Ghislain was far more formidable than expected and revealed that they had intended to deal with Jamal and Philip themselves. Lighting a pipe, Frank inquired whether Ghislain had been concealing his true abilities all along. Ghislain retrieved his sword from Philip's head and, with a measured tone, asked why Frank was so interested in his skills. As he examined the group, Ghislain dismissed the men in black as insignificant threats. Frank, however, was different. The sheer mana he exuded was on a completely different level. Recognizing the danger, Ghislain resolved to finish the battle quickly. Releasing his mana, he prepared a set of strings. Before engaging, he demanded to know who had issued the order. Frank mockingly replied that it was pointless for a dead man to know such details. Realizing they would not give up the information willingly, Ghislain readied himself, stating that the truth would soon come out regardless. One of Frank's subordinates asked if they should decapitate Ghislain. Frank ordered them instead to capture him alive and break all his bones, ensuring he would lose his sanity. With a sinister smile, Frank added that Ghislain's screams of agony would make for a perfect masterpiece. At Frank's command, the two men charged at Ghislain. Ghislain reached into his pocket and hurled a firecracker at one of the attackers. The sudden distraction caused the man to falter, and in that moment, Ghislain closed in and delivered a fatal stab to his head. The remaining subordinate scoffed, calling it a cheap trick before launching his own attack. Ghislain swiftly maneuvered his sword behind him to block the strike. As the two locked weapons, Ghislain gripped his blade tightly, using it to strike the man's hand. Before the man could recover, Ghislain executed a swift strike, severing his head. As Frank launched a sudden attack, Ghislain deflected it with a second sword. Frank was stunned, unable to comprehend how Ghislain managed to block from such an awkward position. Believing his ambush to have been flawless, Frank was caught off guard. Ghislain quickly shoved Frank's sword downward and rose to his feet, delivering a clean slash across Frank's neck, causing his pipe to fall to the ground. To Ghislain's astonishment, Frank retaliated almost immediately, using mana to reinforce his neck. Frank admitted his surprise and stated that he would have lost his neck if not for his concentrated mana. Ghislain realized that the man had minimized the attack's damage by directing his mana to the critical area. Frank adopted a combat stance and questioned the origin of Ghislain's unusual swordsmanship. With a menacing smile, he promised that Ghislain would meet his end here. Shoving Ghislain backward, Frank mocked his meager mana, confidently assuring him of defeat. However, Ghislain's smile, in response, unsettled Frank. Puzzled, Frank hesitated, giving Ghislain the opportunity to parry his sword and disrupt his balance. Ghislain followed up with a swift kick to Frank's face, forcing him to retreat. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Frank smirked and reminded Ghislain that such attacks were futile against his reinforced mana. Yet moments later, Frank coughed violently and collapsed to his knees, bewildered by the unexpected potency of Ghislain's attack. Frank struggled to process how Ghislain's seemingly low mana could bypass his enhancements. Ghislain slowly approached, revealing that he had suspected someone of orchestrating his sister's demise, but never imagined the true culprit. With a piercing gaze, Ghislain unleashed his third core, dramatically amplifying his mana. Frank, visibly shaken, was unable to react before Ghislain appeared directly in front of him, moving at a speed his eyes could hardly track. Ghislain's attacks came fiercely and relentlessly, each strike heavier than the last. Despite his best efforts, Frank's arms grew numb under the barrage, and his sword was nearing its breaking point. Frank tried to regain his footing, reminding himself that excessive mana bursts typically had limited effects. However, Ghislain's surge defied his understanding. It was as if the young man had transformed entirely. Ghislain, noticing Frank's faltering defense, shattered the assassin's weapon with a decisive strike. Without hesitation, he followed through with a heavy blow to Frank's body, driving his sword deep into the assassin's torso. Frank cried out in agony, but Ghislain silenced him by gripping his throat and pinning him against the wall. Keeping his blade embedded, Ghislain demanded answers, insisting that Frank reveal who had ordered the assassination. Refusing to cooperate, Frank produced a hidden blade and vowed to take Elena with him, unwilling to go down without inflicting further harm. Before he could act, strings wrapped tightly around his wrist, halting his movement. Ghislain, controlling the strings, warned Frank against making any rash decisions. With a cold, unwavering stare, Ghislain proposed a deal, promising to sheath his sword if Frank complied and refrained from further resistance. Frank was stunned to realize that the threads binding him were made with mana. He could not fathom when Ghislain had managed to create such a tool. With calculated precision, Ghislain drove his sword deeper into Frank's body, remarking that someone of Frank's caliber should be able to patch up the injury. His voice carried a chilling tone as he warned that no amount of skill would matter once Frank's mana core was destroyed. Panic flickered in Frank's eyes as he glanced down to see Ghislain's sword glowing ominously. The assassin screamed as he felt his mana core cracking uncontrollably, shouting at Ghislain and accusing him of madness. He warned that the backflow could cause a catastrophic explosion, obliterating the entire area, and questioned whether Ghislain intended to self-destruct. With an unflinching gaze, Ghislain coldly replied that only the unskilled made such mistakes and assured Frank he had complete control. Frank was unnerved by Ghislain's expression and realized he wasn't bluffing. Accepting his impending death, Frank screamed and revealed that Count Desmond had orchestrated the assassination. The Count, he explained, sought a pretext to ignite a war against the Perdium and Degard families. Ghislain was taken aback by this revelation. In his previous life, such schemes were typically carried out by families allied with Duke Delphine. It infuriated him to see the Duke pulling strings from behind the scenes while remaining uninvolved. Ghislain demanded to know if this was why Frank had targeted his sister. Frank confirmed it with a grim smile. Without hesitation, Ghislain drove his sword through the assassin's body. Coughing up blood, Frank reminded him of his earlier promise to put the sword away. Ghislain smirked and asked why Frank, who had taken so many lives, was now afraid of death. Frank began to laugh, catching Ghislain off guard. Moving closer, Frank declared that his death would change nothing. The Degard family's mission was already accomplished, and Perdium was destined to fall into ruin. He sneered, questioning whether anyone would listen to someone like Ghislain. As Frank taunted him, Ghislain grabbed the assassin's head and slammed it against the wall. With a sinister smile, Ghislain declared that his rebirth after death meant everything would be different this time. His sword began to glow brighter, and Frank's screams echoed through the air. A burst of energy erupted from Frank's mouth and exploded in the sky like fireworks. Moments later, the assassin's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Ghislain, breathing heavily, surveyed the scene. The bodies scattered around, and his unconscious sister's sleep peacefully confirmed the carnage. Satisfied that no one else was nearby, he discarded his sword, took a deep breath, and collapsed to his knees, coughing up blood. Wiping his mouth, Ghislain muttered that detonating 3 mana cores had once been effortless for him as the Mercenary King. Steeling himself, he rose and vowed not to fall here. Heading to a nearby building, he kicked the door open and found 2 bodies inside. In his previous life, a 3rd body had been discovered here alongside Elena's. This time, based on Frank's earlier words, Ghislain identified one of the deceased as a son of the Degard family. The boy had been murdered alongside his escort knight, their deaths staged to frame Elena as the killer. Ghislain moved the bodies, aware that revealing them would almost certainly spark a war. Deciding to eliminate all evidence, he took out a firecracker and set the building ablaze. With the flames consuming the damning proof, Ghislain carried his sister and began walking away. Determined, he promised himself that his enemies would never succeed in their plans. Unbeknownst to Ghislain, a figure hidden in the trees observed his every move. After watching for a moment, the person disappeared into the shadows. The scene shifted to a round table, where the observer reported the assassination's failure to a group of superiors. The members of the council were visibly shaken, unable to comprehend how Frank and the 2 knights had failed their mission. The council members questioned the spy, accusing him of underestimating the mission because he assumed it would be easy. Nervously, the spy admitted their failure was due to Ghislain. The revelation shocked the men at the table, as they found it hard to believe that the so-called useless bastard of the North could accomplish anything significant. One member dismissed the claim, branding Ghislain as a worthless excuse for failure and demanding the spy stop using him as a scapegoat. The spy, however, insisted that Ghislain was nothing like the reports and rumors suggested. Recalling how Ghislain had dealt with their men, he explained that Ghislain seemed like an entirely different person. The spy reassured his superiors that their plans to eliminate the Degard family were still intact, and that starting a territorial war would not be difficult. Pleading for another opportunity, he promised to rectify his failure. The council members, unimpressed, silenced him, berating him for his inability to gather adequate intelligence on a single individual. They condemned him for delaying their plans and were outraged that he dared request another chance after his failure. The group ultimately decided to eliminate the spy. However, before the order was carried out, a man seated on a throne intervened, his voice cutting through the noise. He dismissed the commotion as tiresome and asked the spy to explain the kind of chance he was requesting. The spy confidently assured the man that he could eliminate Ghislain. When asked how he planned to do so, the spy proposed orchestrating a duel. He explained that he had someone in mind for the task. The council demanded to know the identity of this individual, and the spy revealed that his choice was Kane Loges. Kane, famous for his strength-based swordsmanship despite his young age, was regarded as a paragon of raw power. The spy argued that no one in the north could rival Kane's strength and assured the council that arranging a duel would be easy since Kane was Ghislain's cousin. The man on the throne, fixing the spy with a cold gaze, warned that there would be no further chances if he failed again. The spy vowed not to disappoint. The scene shifted to the training hall of the Perdium household. Fergus entered the room, announcing to his master that it was time for a meal. As soon as he spoke, something flew toward him. Ghislain, practicing with his mana thread, had wrapped the thread around the sword near the entrance and pulled it toward himself. Observing his own movements carefully, Ghislain tested the thread's handling, swinging the sword as he fine-tuned his control. Fergus approached, apologizing for interrupting the training session, and asked his master how he had managed to pull the sword. Ghislain showed him the mana thread, explaining that it was a technique for manipulating mana as a string. He recounted that in his past life, he had relied on this method extensively. However, in his current state, his limited mana reserves required him to implode his core to use the technique effectively. Ghislain noted that his lack of mana now restricted him to creating fewer threads. Fergus, visibly impressed, admitted that he had never seen such a technique before, despite believing himself to be well-trained in mana manipulation. He was puzzled by how Ghislain, whom he had considered unskilled and untrained, could master such an advanced method. Ghislain, noticing Fergus's lingering presence, asked if there was something he needed. Fergus replied that he had stopped by to deliver some news. Fergus bowed his head and expressed gratitude to Ghislain for protecting his younger sister. Ghislain, surprised by the old man's gesture, replied that he had simply done what was necessary and invited Fergus to join him for a meal. A day later, the festival was temporarily halted, as expected after the incident involving a knight's attempt to traffic the young lady. Inside the castle, Elena voiced her frustration to her brother, lamenting that no one believed her when she said he had saved her. She urged Ghislain to speak up and set the record straight. Ghislain assured her it wasn't necessary, adding that no one would believe him either. Belinda, overhearing the conversation, was visibly irritated. She expressed her disgust at Jamal and Philip, declaring that she always suspected the two knights were perverts and accusing them of trying to take Elena for their own gain. Ghislain, meanwhile, found relief in knowing that his sister had survived the ordeal. While he had managed to prevent a war from breaking out, he was acutely aware that their enemies would not give up so easily. Realizing he couldn't face these threats alone indefinitely, Ghislain concluded that he needed to establish his own military force. As he pondered his next steps, a maid entered the room, pushing a cart laden with food. She set a plate in front of him, and when Ghislain uncovered it, he found only a single slice of bread. Startled, Ghislain turned to Belinda and asked when they would be having dessert. The maid, astonished by his question, asked if he was truly unaware of their dire circumstances. Before Ghislain could respond, shouting from outside the castle caught his attention. He froze momentarily, startled by the commotion. At the castle gates, a portly, bearded man was demanding compensation from the Perdium household for the losses incurred by the abrupt cancellation of the festival. He was not alone. Other men had joined him, brandishing pitchforks and voicing similar demands. They called for Ghislain and Elena to come out, accusing them of wasting the county's money. The guards pleaded with the crowd to remain calm. Ghislain peered out the window to assess the situation, but struggled to understand the root of the unrest. Belinda, standing nearby, explained the context. She informed him that the county's economy heavily depended on merchants who thrived on the profits generated by the annual festival. While last year's festival had been profitable, this year's premature cancellation left many merchants struggling, and their anger was understandable. Ghislain was taken aback by the revelation, having not realized the county's financial state was so precarious. Recognizing the potential danger if the merchants' frustrations escalated, he resolved to intervene. He turned to Fergus and inquired about the soldiers' current actions, instructing him to deploy them to calm the crowd. Fergus, however, revealed that there were no soldiers available. Ghislain was stunned by this news, prompting Fergus to explain that most of their forces had been dispatched to the Forest of Monsters for reconstruction efforts following an orc raid. Frustration etched on his face, Ghislain absorbed the reality of their situation. Perdium was caught in an unending struggle, sandwiched between barbarian incursions from the north and the looming threat of monsters from the forest on the county's other side. The challenges of governing the region became increasingly apparent, and Ghislain realized the need for a swift and strategic response to address the growing unrest. Ghislain struggled to grasp the reality of their dire situation. No money and no soldiers. He pulled Belinda aside and reminded her that she was responsible for managing his finances. He asked her to use whatever funds he had left to calm the merchants. Belinda, visibly surprised, informed him that he had no money remaining. Stunned, Ghislain demanded an explanation. Belinda reminded him that the Count had cut off his allowance due to his past extravagance, spending money recklessly. Realizing he was broke, Ghislain pleaded with Belinda to lend him some funds, but she admitted she had no cash either. The scene shifted to Ghislain staring out the window at the town below, his thoughts racing. He couldn't believe his family was in such a precarious state. Without money, even his knowledge of the future seemed useless. Ghislain began to consider whether anything on the estate could change their fortunes. As he pondered, Ricardo burst into the room, breathing heavily. Startled, Ghislain asked him why he was in such a hurry. Ricardo, visibly distressed, informed him that there was a problem. Kane wanted to see him. The mention of Kane shocked Ghislain. The scene shifted again to Scoven, who was struggling to remain standing. His face was bruised, and his opponent struck him once more, landing a blow so forceful it pierced his chest plate and left him sprawled on the ground. At the entrance to the tavern, Ghislain arrived just in time to witness the commander's collapse. Scoven, noticing his young master, called out weakly. Ghislain, irritated by the sight, turned his attention to Kane, who greeted him with a wide smile. Standing before Ghislain was a massive young man, Kane Loges, heir to the Loges County. Ghislain recognized his cousin immediately, recalling that Kane had always been both his friend and rival. As Kane descended the stairs, Ghislain asked Ricardo for an explanation. Ricardo revealed that he and Scoven had come to the tavern to investigate reports of a disturbance. Upon arrival, they encountered Kane and his escort knight. Recognizing them, Kane questioned the rumors he had heard about Ghislain. Scoven had attempted to explain the details, but Kane had silenced him by grabbing his jaw. With a sinister smile, Kane accused Scoven of lying to the heir of Loges County before proceeding to beat him. Kane then asked Ricardo to recount the story properly. According to him, the rumors suggested that Ghislain, despite never training, had taken down an orc with his bare hands and single-handedly dealt with traitorous knights. Kane, mocking the tale, claimed he was merely giving the commander a wake-up call to knock some sense into him. Kane turned his attention to Ghislain, accusing him of being the root of the situation. He sneered, claiming that none of this would have happened if Ghislain hadn't lied. Ghislain immediately remembered Kane's behavior, recalling how his arrogant cousin had always treated him like a subordinate. Every time Kane visited Perdium, he caused trouble, yet no one dared confront him because of his high status. Kane's bold demeanor and confidence were celebrated as qualities befitting an heir, while Ghislain's insecurities and perceived weakness drew criticism. Unexpectedly, Ghislain smiled at the memory. Kane, startled, hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Normally, Ghislain would have charged at him after such blatant provocation. A few hours earlier in Loges County, the spy approached Kane with a request to kill Ghislain. Kane was initially shocked, but listened as the spy assured him that the esteemed one would support his family if he succeeded. Kane admitted that dealing with Ghislain wouldn't be difficult, but killing the heir of a county was another matter entirely. He asked how such an act could be executed without causing scandal. The spy explained that they could lure Ghislain into a duel and stage his death as an unfortunate accident. The spy assured Kane that the duel could be made to look like a trivial dispute between heirs. Disguised as an escort knight, he promised to orchestrate the situation perfectly. With a smile, he reminded Kane that this was a rare opportunity, even for someone like him. Kane, grinning, expressed disbelief that he now had a chance to kill his own cousin. With growing enthusiasm, he urged the spy to leave with him immediately. Right at this moment, Kane pondered why the mysterious organization might want to eliminate Ghislain. He suspected that something about his cousin had changed. Smiling at the thought, Kane asked Ghislain why he was simply standing there. Sitting casually on the stairs, he demanded Ghislain bring whatever he had prepared for him. Ghislain, puzzled, asked Kane what he meant. Kane explained that he had heard about the festival's interruption and insisted they liven things up and enjoy themselves. He reminded Ghislain that they always worked well together on such things, and with a menacing expression, asked if he was wrong. Ghislain, unbothered by Kane's intimidating demeanor, took a moment to reflect. Then understanding dawned on him. Kane was talking about alcohol and women, things Ghislain had been forced to arrange for him during his past visits. Back then, Ghislain had complied to avoid being beaten up by his larger, stronger cousin. Those demands had drained Ghislain's funds, and he now understood Belinda's reminder that his father had cut him off for spending recklessly. As these memories resurfaced, Ghislain smiled, realizing the solution to his current financial problem had been in front of him all along. Snapping back to reality as Kane called out again, Ghislain assured his cousin he would bring what was needed soon. However, with a sharp look in his eyes, he informed Kane that there was a debt to settle first. The spy, observing from the side, was startled by the shift in Ghislain's demeanor. Confused, Kane asked what Ghislain was talking about. Ghislain explained with a calm smile that all the extravagant arrangements Kane had enjoyed were paid for out of his own pocket. Now he demanded repayment, 1,000 gold to be precise. Kane, taken aback, protested that the expenses couldn't have exceeded 100 gold. He claimed that the money was merely a friendship fee, given out of appreciation for Kane's companionship. Ghislain scoffed and called Kane an idiot, stating that he had always been treated as a doormat. With a smirk, Ghislain warned Kane to repay him immediately or face a beating. The tavern fell silent as onlookers gawked at Ghislain's boldness. Kane sighed, stood, and accused Ghislain of acting out because he had been lenient with him. He dismissed the idea that Ghislain had grown stronger and accused him of spreading false rumors about defeating knights. Kane labeled Ghislain a parasite who leached off the land and claimed that everyone in the north regarded him as a worthless scoundrel. With those words, Kane clenched his fist and demanded Ghislain pull himself together. Without further warning, Kane launched an attack. Ghislain easily sidestepped, dodging the blow. Both Kane and the bystanders, including Ricardo and the spy, were visibly stunned. Kane, growing more agitated, swung again, this time aiming for Ghislain's head. Ghislain ducked, moved low, and delivered a swift punch to Kane's ribs. Kane recoiled in pain, shocked to feel the force of the blow. Ghislain swung a punch toward Kane's head, but Kane managed to block it with his hand. Though he smiled at successfully blocking the attack, Kane immediately fell to his knees, screaming in pain. The spy rushed to his side, asking if Kane was all right. Ghislain, unimpressed, told Kane to stop whining, pointing out that he had blocked the attack. The spy quickly turned on Ghislain, demanding that he stay away from Kane. The tavern fell silent, the crowd stunned by the sight of Kane, the seemingly unbeatable air, brought low by Ghislain. Ghislain observed the situation, quickly deducing Kane's intentions. Whispering to the spy, Kane asked if his acting had been convincing. With a sly smile, the spy assured him it was perfect, explaining that the stage was now set to paint Ghislain as the aggressor. Kane, determined to leave a lasting impression, pulled a blue glove from his pocket. He raised it high and declared that Ghislain had disgraced the nobility with lies, accusing him of attacking without provocation. Before Kane could finish his speech, Ghislain hurled his glove at him, cutting off his words. Ghislain challenged his cousin to a duel, leaving Kane momentarily shocked. Ghislain pointed out that Kane had insulted him as an heir and assaulted his knight, accusing him of tarnishing the dignity of the nobility. With a calm smile, Ghislain asked if Kane intended to deny the allegations. Kane, regaining his composure, smirked. He had always believed Ghislain to be foolish, but he hadn't expected him to dig his own grave so thoroughly. Drawing his sword, Kane accepted the challenge, vowing that Ghislain would regret it, even if it cost him his life. Ghislain called out to Ricardo, who promptly responded. Ghislain instructed him to bring the merchants protesting outside the castle. Ricardo, taken aback, hesitated, but Ghislain, now smiling with a hint of madness, assured him it would help them make a great deal of money. While the cancellation of the festival had left merchants and tourists alike frustrated, Ghislain believed an event like this would be enough to rekindle their excitement and soothe tensions. The scene shifted to a stage surrounded by an eager crowd. Ghislain and Kane stood ready to duel, their confrontation attracting a throng of spectators. Many were thrilled at the prospect of Ghislain getting humiliated. The excitement reinvigorated the town, with merchants reopening their stalls to sell goods to tourists. Among the crowd, a chubby merchant shouted for bets to be placed, certain Kane's victory was inevitable. The merchants, confident of Kane's dominance, bet heavily in his favor. Kane rested his massive sword on the ground and questioned why Ghislain had turned a sacred duel into a marketplace spectacle. With a sinister grin, he warned that his sword wouldn't stop, even if Ghislain surrendered. Ghislain, unfazed, replied that enough people had gathered, signaling the start of the duel. Just as the fight was about to commence, the spy interjected, claiming that a proper bet couldn't proceed. The chubby merchant revealed to the crowd that no one had bet on Ghislain, a fact that surprised no one. Many believed that betting on him would be foolish, given the apparent outcome. Kane mocked Ghislain, laughing that even his own people didn't trust him. The chubby merchant suggested altering the bet to predict how long Ghislain would last against Kane. At that moment, Scovin, supported by Ricardo, stepped forward and placed a bag of gold on the table. He declared his bet on Ghislain, shocking the crowd. Following him, Elena approached and dropped an even larger bag of gold. She announced her intention to bet on her brother, surprising even Ghislain. When asked if the amount was sufficient, the merchant confirmed it was. Belinda, standing nearby, reminded Elena that she had advised against such a move. Kane, irritated by the delay, demanded the duel begin. The referee signaled the start of the fight. Ghislain reminded Kane that, as his elder cousin, it would look strange for him to make the first move. This statement confused Kane, who responded that it was far too late for Ghislain to act like an older brother. As the referee gave the command, Kane leapt forward, using his momentum to swing his heavy sword at Ghislain. He managed to block the attack, but was surprised by the sheer weight of the blade. Kane, smiling arrogantly, taunted Ghislain, saying he had stooped too low to act like an elder sibling. Using the hilt of his sword, Kane shoved Ghislain back and immediately followed up by swinging the hilt toward Ghislain's head. Ghislain dodged Kane's attack by ducking low, but Kane immediately followed up with a powerful kick. Although Ghislain evaded the strike, the force of Kane's legs shattered the ground beneath them. The crowd gasped, awestruck by Kane's raw strength. It was clear that Kane wasn't giving Ghislain even a moment to counterattack. With a cocky grin, Kane reveled in his own power. Ghislain noted his cousin's pride, but the sight did not intimidate him. Belinda, however, began to panic after witnessing Kane's display. She clutched Elena's arm and urged her to stop the fight. Nearby, the spy smiled knowingly, confident that it was already too late. He understood Kane's strategy well. His overwhelming strength and relentless attacks would force any opponent to focus solely on evasion. Exhaustion would eventually leave them vulnerable, and Kane would seize that moment to end the fight. It was a strategy Kane had perfected, and he had always emerged victorious this way. As Kane's attacks became more aggressive, Ghislain continued to dodge, displaying surprising agility. Kane, noticing this, remarked that his cousin was as slippery as ever. He acknowledged that Ghislain's skills had improved since their last encounter. Switching tactics, Kane grabbed his sword by the blade and swung the hilt at Ghislain. He mocked his cousin, claiming that Ghislain had always been good at running away since they were children. Ghislain managed to block the attack with his sword, but Kane used the hilt to grab and toss him into the air. The crowd watched in stunned silence, assuming this was the end for Ghislain. The spy smirked, convinced of Kane's victory. As Ghislain descended, he calmly muttered that he had wanted to go easy on Kane. Unfortunately, Kane had crossed the line. Gathering mana into his legs, Ghislain controlled his landing and immediately charged at his cousin. Kane was caught off guard by Ghislain's sudden burst of speed and gasped in pain as Ghislain's blade struck his stomach. The spy, stunned, realized that Ghislain had condensed mana into his legs to regain stability and move swiftly. Ghislain chastised Kane, calling his swordsmanship ignorant. He accused Kane of believing he was invincible simply because his opponents cowered at his displays of strength. Taking a stance, Ghislain declared that he would open Kane's eyes. Enraged, Kane rushed forward with his sword. Ghislain countered by kicking the blade to push Kane back. Before Kane could recover, Ghislain leaped to the side, avoiding the weapon, and delivered a precise strike down Kane's shoulder to his hand. As Kane thrust his sword forward in retaliation, Ghislain sidestepped and pressed the blade down with his foot. Capitalizing on the moment, Ghislain landed a near-fatal cut close to Kane's neck. Blood trickled from the shallow wounds Ghislain had inflicted earlier, shocking the audience into silence before cheers erupted. No one had expected Ghislain to display such skill. Many in the crowd began regretting their bets on Kane, while Elena gleefully pointed out the turn of events to Belinda. Scovin smiled as he watched, while Kane, noticing his wounds, realized they were shallow. He deduced that Ghislain could have inflicted far greater harm, but had deliberately held back. Confusion clouded Kane's mind as he failed to comprehend how his cousin had attained such a level of swordsmanship. Ghislain glared at his cousin and tossed his sword aside. To the astonishment of everyone present, he declared that the gap in their skill was too great to entertain the crowd. Turning to Kane, Ghislain stated that he would fight him barehanded. Kane, now visibly irritated, demanded an explanation. With a calm demeanor, Ghislain explained that he intended to use this duel as an opportunity to educate his cousin. Rolling up his sleeves, he declared that the lesson would be delivered with his bare knuckles. Kane was taken aback when his cousin announced that he intended to educate him. Ghislain clarified to Kane that his skills in swordsmanship were superior and suggested providing a handicap. He proposed that they engage in a barehanded fight, an area where Kane excelled. With a serious expression, Ghislain declared his intention to double the original bet by adding 1,000 gold, asserting that he was confident in his victory. The crowd reacted with shock at the unexpected escalation, unable to fathom Ghislain's boldness in increasing the stakes. Among them, the spy was the most astonished. He struggled to believe that Ghislain had the audacity to challenge Kane to a barehanded fight. Nonetheless, the man felt elated, convinced that Ghislain's recklessness had handed him an advantage. As preparations for the fight commenced, the chubby merchant invited spectators to place their additional bets, announcing the switch to a barehanded contest between Ghislain and Kane. Opinions were divided. Some considered Ghislain foolish for challenging Kane to a test of sheer strength, while others believed he had a strategy and chose to bet on him. Kane was incredulous at his cousin's decision to face him barehanded. After a moment of hesitation, he instructed Ghislain to proceed as he wished, discarding his coat and readying his weapon. Lifting his sword, Kane proclaimed his intention to use it, charging at Ghislain immediately after. Belinda, observing this, expressed her frustration and urged her master to retrieve his weapon and defeat Kane. As these words left her lips, Kane swung his sword at Ghislain with lethal intent. However, Ghislain evaded the attack, smiling as he determined that his cousin required a lesson. Dodging Kane's strike, Ghislain dropped to the ground, avoiding the blade. Kane attempted to redirect his sword, but Ghislain maneuvered to his side and delivered a punch to Kane's thigh. Before Kane could react, a heavy blow landed on his jaw, causing him to lose his balance and collapse. Kane was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how Ghislain, whom he had always regarded as inferior, could execute such precise movements. The crowd erupted in astonishment as they began to perceive the possibility of Ghislain emerging victorious. With a calm but stern demeanor, Ghislain demanded that Kane rise, declaring that he had barely begun. Infuriated by his cousin's words, Kane lunged again, wielding his sword with ferocity. He swung the blade wildly as he closed the distance between them, but Ghislain skillfully evaded each strike. Seizing an opening, Ghislain grabbed Kane's arm, twisted it, and locked him down. Before Kane could retaliate, Ghislain delivered a knee strike to his rib, causing him to spit blood. Disoriented and unable to reconcile the situation, Kane struggled to process how someone he had always regarded as subservient could dominate him so thoroughly. Memories of Ghislain bowing in submission replayed in his mind, heightening his disbelief. Despite his injuries, Kane clung to the belief that defeating Ghislain should have been a simple matter, one that would secure his family's future. However, Ghislain offered no respite. He pressed his advantage relentlessly, raining blows on Kane without pause, leaving no room for recovery. By the time Ghislain ceased his relentless assault, Kane's face and entire body were swollen. The boy trembled before Ghislain, who grabbed him by the hair and expressed pity for his father. Ghislain explained that Count Loges had once supported Perdium tirelessly, even to the brink of ruin, simply out of loyalty and friendship with Ghislain's father. However, Kane, unlike his father, had chosen a different path. As these words sank in, Kane recalled a moment from a few years prior. In that memory, Kane had argued with his father, frustrated by the Count's decision to continue aiding Perdium. Kane could not comprehend why his father wanted to send more support when their own county was struggling. He had likened the effort to pouring water into a cracked bucket and reminded his father that it had been less than a week since he had returned. only to prepare to leave for Perdium once again. Pleading, Kane asked him to stay, pointing out that everyone needed him. Count Loges, however, turned and firmly explained that his actions were driven by his friendship with Count Perdium. As Kane recalled this conversation, his focus returned to the present just in time to see Ghislain's fist approaching his face. Kane closed his eyes, bracing for the blow. Instead, Ghislain stopped and told his cousin that enough had been done. When Kane opened his eyes, he saw Ghislain extending a hand toward him, inviting him to rise. Kane, overwhelmed, lowered his head and admitted his defeat. The crowd erupted in disbelief, chanting Ghislain's name, marveling at his unexpected victory. Those who had bet on Kane regretted their decision, while others celebrated their winnings from wagering on Ghislain. Among the spectators, Elena beamed with pride at her brother's success. Meanwhile, Belinda and the two soldiers accompanying her stood in stunned silence, shocked by the outcome. The spy climbed onto the stage, visibly enraged. Approaching Kane, he shouted, demanding to know why he had surrendered so easily after encountering only a slight disadvantage. The spy reminded Kane of the trust placed in him, but Kane merely responded that he was finished and insisted it was time to leave. Infuriated by Kane's perceived weakness, the spy stewed in frustration. While the spy brooded, Ghislain called out to him with a confident smile. Addressing the crowd, Ghislain announced that the spy had volunteered to cover the cost of meat and drinks for everyone present. Cheers erupted as the crowd celebrated their young master's generosity, declaring him the best. The spy, however, was stunned and protested, insisting that he had made no such offer. Ghislain placed a firm hand on the man's shoulder and calmly explained that this was the price of losing the duel. He reassured the spy that the expenses would not be deducted from the betting pot, but rather an additional contribution expected from him. As Ghislain tightened his grip on the spy's shoulder, he reminded the man of the terms of the bet, which now included an additional 1,000 gold on top of the initial 1,000. With a chilling look, Ghislain warned the spy of the consequences of attempting to flee. Recognizing the severity of the situation, the spy dropped to his knees in defeat, agreeing to Ghislain's demands. He understood that disobedience would only lead to his demise. The following day, the scene shifts to Ghislain's room. He placed a large box on the table, opening it to reveal an impressive quantity of gold coins, profits from his recent bet. Ghislain was astonished at the amount, realizing it was enough to hire a small mercenary corps. Closing the box, he acknowledged the difficulty of accumulating such wealth again and the urgency of his circumstances. He understood that his enemies would not wait for him to prepare and knew he needed to act quickly to launch the plan he had in mind. While contemplating, Ghislain noticed Elena and Belinda standing nearby. With a nervous expression, he asked if something was wrong. Elena, smiling brightly, inquired how her brother intended to spend his newfound wealth. Ghislain jokingly asked if she wanted some of it, but Elena clarified that she was merely curious. Belinda interjected, confidently stating that she already knew Ghislain's intentions. She reminded him that Lady Amelia's birthday was approaching and teased that he had orchestrated the entire display to purchase an extravagant gift for Amelia. Belinda remarked that her master's actions were easy to interpret. Elena, surprised, questioned whether her brother was truly working so hard to impress his fiancée. Ghislain, startled, seemed unaware of having a fiancée. He asked his sister and maid for clarification. Belinda, amused, urged him to stop pretending and assured him there was no need to feign ignorance out of embarrassment. Elena then reminded Ghislain that they were referring to Amelia from the Rayfold County. Hearing the county's name, Ghislain's expression darkened. He recalled Amelia Rayfold vividly, likening her to a spider. Amelia Rayfold, a noble admired for her kindness and selfless actions, had won the unwavering support of her territory's people. However, in time, she would incite a rebellion and gain notoriety as the Witch of the North, aligning with the Delphine Duchy to deal a decisive blow to Perdium's downfall. Ghislain viewed her as a traitor. A faint smile crossed his face as he asked Belinda when their father was expected to return. Belinda informed him that the Lord would arrive in a week. Ghislain determined that this time frame was sufficient. Rising from his seat, he announced his intention to visit Rayfold County. Belinda, surprised, pointed out that it was not yet Amelia's birthday and asked about the reason for his visit. Ghislain revealed that he intended to secure funds from the county. The narrative transitions to a beautiful noblewoman placing her shoes on the ground. The woman, adorned with a spider near her mouth and striking red eyes, was revealed to be Amelia. She handed her shoes to a ragged girl nearby. The child, overwhelmed, struggled to believe that Amelia was gifting her the shoes. Amelia remarked that she alone deserved to walk barefoot on the land. Turning to her soldiers, she instructed them to provide food and shelter to the surrounding people. Her men immediately set about distributing provisions, leaving the crowd astonished. As Amelia departed, the people expressed their gratitude for her kindness. The scene shifts again, now to Amelia's garden at the Rayfold Manor. A man knelt, cleaning Amelia's feet. This man, Bernarf, served as Amelia's escort knight. While stroking a cat on the table, Amelia recounted her father's insistence on absolute obedience from the people of their territory. She observed that the common folk would follow anyone who kept them warm and fed. Bernarf complimented Amelia's strategy, assuring her that winning the hearts of the people would benefit her in the competition to determine her father's successor. In response, Amelia struck Bernarf's face lightly with her foot. She then demanded an update on the duel involving the finest swordsman of the North. Bernarf apologized and explained that he had avoided participating to prevent drawing undue attention, reasoning that such attention could disrupt their plans. Bernarf reminded Amelia that the time had not yet come for her to reveal her claws. He kissed her feet, pledging his blade to her service. Amelia, with a calm yet commanding demeanor, reminded her knight that he was naturally her blade, as she had invested a great deal into his development. Lifting his head, she leaned closer, her expression darkening. With an intimidating tone, she warned Bernarf that weakness was unacceptable. Letting go of him, she shifted the conversation and inquired about the status of the merchants. Bernarf reassured Amelia that there was no need to worry about the Arctium merchants. He explained that their guild was purchasing all the materials needed for the reconstruction of the Forest of Beasts outpost, recently destroyed in an orc attack on Perdium. Furthermore, he detailed how they were recovering the annual support fund sent by Count Rayfold to Perdium. Bernarf also revealed their ongoing recruitment of soldiers and knights leaving Perdium. These men, well trained from battles against the barbarian tribes, were considered excellent additions to their forces. Amelia commended Bernarf's efforts, cautioning him to ensure that the guild maintained the appearance of an ordinary merchant operation. She emphasized the importance of keeping their true intentions concealed until their strength was fully amassed. While they spoke, a steward entered the garden, prompting Bernarf to rise and confront him. In a stern voice, he demanded to know who had allowed the interruption. The steward, unfazed, explained that news had arrived from the gate. Ghislain had come to visit. Amelia, surprised by this revelation, questioned the steward about the purpose of Ghislain's visit. The man relayed that Ghislain claimed to have matters to discuss concerning their merchant guild. Both Amelia and Bernarf were startled by this unexpected development. The scene transitioned to the visitor's room, where Amelia entered and took a seat. Across from her sat Ghislain, dressed in a rough coat and holding a small flower. Ghislain greeted her cordially, but Amelia expressed her disapproval of his unannounced visit. She chided him for his lack of etiquette and manners. Smiling, Ghislain explained that he had come to present her with an early birthday gift. He placed the flower on the table, describing its pleasant fragrance and mentioning that he had acquired it from the nearby merchant guild. Ghislain added that he intended to purchase flowers from this guild moving forward, revealing its name as the Arctium Merchant Guild. Amelia listened, but appeared perplexed by Ghislain's remarks. Rising from her seat, she claimed not to understand his point and dismissed herself, stating that she would leave now that she had received his gift. However, as she turned to depart, Ghislain, his gaze cold and unyielding, asked her to sit back down. The energy radiating from him startled Amelia. She froze momentarily, unable to reconcile the powerful presence before her with the timid young man she had once known, who could barely speak in her presence. Ghislain lifted the tea in front of him, addressing Amelia directly. He informed her that he had no intention of wasting her time and revealed his need for 10,000 gold. Amelia, taken aback, struggled to believe that Ghislain had appeared so suddenly, only to request such a large sum of money. She questioned whether this request was sanctioned by his father, but Ghislain assured her that his father had no involvement in the matter and asked her to simply provide the money. With a calm demeanor, Ghislain poured the tea onto the floor. Smiling, He remarked that Amelia had never intended to marry him. The statement left her momentarily stunned. Ghislain continued, explaining that it would be disastrous for her if word spread about her secret efforts to build power, particularly in the midst of a fierce succession struggle. As he spoke, Amelia's cat leapt onto the table and growled at him. Amelia dismissed his remarks as a poor joke, but Ghislain assured her that her secret was safe with him, for now. However, he warned that his silence might not last if he left empty-handed. Amelia smiled coldly and told Ghislain that such a scenario would never occur. Without hesitation, she called for Bernarf. The knight entered the room promptly, placing a hand over his chest as he greeted Ghislain. Recognizing Bernarf, Ghislain recalled him as a loyal companion to Amelia and a skilled swordsman, capable of rivaling the finest sword in the north. Ghislain addressed Amelia directly, warning her that his death would spark a war. He asked if she could truly handle the consequences. Unfazed, Amelia responded that if a ruffian barged in, caused chaos, and was subsequently killed by her escort knight, that would be the story the world would hear. Smiling, she ordered Bernarf to kill Ghislain. The knight drew his sword without hesitation, and Ghislain realized he had no choice but to take the situation seriously. Placing a hand on his sword hilt, Ghislain prepared to defend himself. Before he could act, Bernarf smiled, catching Ghislain off guard. A sudden noise broke the tension as an assassin emerged from a knight's armor positioned behind Ghislain. The assassin aimed a strike at Ghislain's chair, but Ghislain quickly jumped to avoid the attack. As the assassin struggled to free his weapon, Ghislain delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him crashing through the window. Both Amelia and Bernarf were visibly stunned by the display. Turning back to his hosts, Ghislain expressed disbelief at Amelia's feigned politeness while orchestrating a surprise attack. Picking up his sword, he remarked sarcastically on the poor hospitality. Without delay, he charged at Bernarf, swinging his weapon. The knight managed to block the attack. With a cold glare, Ghislain questioned whether Rayfold County had forgotten the principles of chivalry. Bernarf, unfazed, apologized mockingly. He reminded Ghislain that he had been the first to show disrespect by arriving unannounced and unsettling his mistress. Seizing Ghislain's sword, Bernarf locked it in his arms and declared that courtesy was unnecessary for someone like him. As Bernarf moved to attack, Ghislain evaded the strike with ease. Jumping into the air, Ghislain delivered a strong kick that forced Bernarf to retreat, creating space between them. Bernarf had heard rumors that Ghislain was all talk and lacked skill, but the man before him did not resemble a novice. Observing the exchange, Amelia demanded to know why her knight was fighting so conservatively. Angrily, she ordered Bernarf to bring her Ghislain's head, reminding him that fulfilling such commands defined him as her sword. Upon hearing the command, Bernarf assumed his stance and released his mana, daring Ghislain to step forward. Ghislain smirked, finding it absurd that a mere escort knight would presume to order him around. Bernarf, unfazed, remarked that he was doing Ghislain a favor. He advanced swiftly, appearing in front of Ghislain in an instant. Swinging his sword with incredible speed, he caught Ghislain off guard. Although Ghislain managed to dodge the strike, Bernarf's blade still grazed his face, leaving a shallow cut. Ghislain was stunned by the knight's speed and precision. Bernarf pressed his advantage, launching a series of fierce attacks. Ghislain struggled to parry each strike, the ferocity of the blows forcing him on the defensive. Observing the duel, Amelia was equally surprised and unsettled. She had not expected a so-called weakling like Ghislain to hold his own against Bernarf. Despite the display, Amelia remained confident in her knight's superior skill. Ghislain managed to block another strike, locking Bernarf's sword in place and moving his blade dangerously close to the knight's neck. Before he could land a decisive blow, Bernarf skillfully pulled his sword back and trapped Ghislain's weapon with his arm. Countering swiftly, Bernarf attacked with the same technique he had used earlier. Ghislain smirked, recognizing the maneuver and attempting to disarm Bernarf as he had before. However, this time, the outcome was different. Ghislain quickly realized that Bernarf's body had been reinforced with mana, allowing him to maintain his grip. Bernarf calmly informed Ghislain that his trick would not work twice. Seizing the opportunity, Bernarf slammed Ghislain to the ground and rushed forward to capitalize on the advantage. Ghislain, recovering quickly, deflected the oncoming strike and leaped backward, creating some distance between them. Assessing the situation, Ghislain deduced that Bernarf's use of mana had given him a significant physical edge. Bernarf took note of his opponent's resilience, remarking that Ghislain was far removed from the rumors. He acknowledged that one could truly understand an opponent's capabilities only by engaging in combat. Analyzing Ghislain's technique, Bernarf observed that his swordsmanship lacked the structure of formal training, appearing instead to have been honed through real combat experience. With a confident expression, Bernarf inquired if Ghislain had fought the barbarians so frequently that he had adopted their chaotic style. Tossing Ghislain's sword aside, Bernarf declared that such methods were only effective on the battlefield and that Ghislain's deviation would end now. Breathing heavily, Ghislain silently admitted the difficulty of the battle. Bernarf's precise thrusts, aimed narrowly at vital points, disrupted Ghislain's sense of timing and distance. At close range, Bernarf's larger frame and refined techniques created an overwhelming advantage. Ghislain realized that Bernarf was an opponent beyond his current level. Raising his hand, Ghislain revealed a mana thread attached to his wrist. He informed Bernarf that his own time was running out as well. Pulling the thread sharply, Ghislain caught the knight off guard. Bernarf, unfamiliar with the technique, hesitated for a fraction of a second. Using this opening, Ghislain struck Bernarf at the back of his head with the hilt of his sword. As Bernarf staggered, his stance faltered, and Ghislain advanced. Delivering a powerful knee strike to Bernarf's face, Ghislain left the knight disoriented. Bernarf, confused and unable to process what had just transpired, could not fathom how Ghislain had managed to position his weapon so effectively. Amelia called out to Bernarf, but Ghislain immediately raised his sword and launched an attack. To Ghislain's surprise, Bernarf managed to block the strike and countered by pushing him back with his own blade. Despite the force, Ghislain held his ground. Observing the intensity of the battle, Bernarf turned to Amelia and urged her to leave the room, stating that he could no longer guarantee her safety. With a determined expression, the knight declared that he would now give his best effort. Ghislain, unfazed, smirked coldly and remarked that this was precisely what he wanted, admitting that it had been a long time since he had faced such an entertaining opponent. The narrative shifts to Amelia, who was fleeing the room with her cat. Anger simmered within her as she reflected on the humiliation Ghislain had caused her. She questioned how he had learned about the Merchant Guild, suspecting someone had leaked the information. It seemed impossible for him to know such details without inside help. As she ran, Amelia begrudgingly acknowledged that the rumors of Ghislain slaying orcs and rescuing his younger sister from assassins were likely true. Despite this realization, she still believed that much of his reputation was due to luck or exaggeration. Turning a corner, Amelia expected to find the guards she had stationed there. Instead, she was met with a shocking sight. Her guards lay unconscious on the ground, and a hooded woman stood amidst them. The woman turned and greeted Amelia with a smile, remarking on how long it had been since their last meeting. Under the hood, the woman was revealed to be Belinda. Startled, Amelia demanded to know why the maid was there. Before she could react further, Belinda moved with incredible speed, appearing beside her with a blade pressed to her neck, ordering her to remain silent. Amelia froze in disbelief at the blade against her throat. Belinda's gaze settled on the spider, still clinging to Amelia's lip switch. With practiced ease, Belinda removed the spider. Smiling, she revealed that she had overheard Count Perdium and Count Rayfold during the engagement ceremony. She recounted how Amelia's siblings had mocked her for her fascination with spiders, and how Amelia had raised the creatures as a means of exacting revenge. Belinda then questioned why Amelia continued to wear a spider, suggesting it could either symbolize overcoming her trauma or a display of defiance. Without waiting for an answer, she tossed the spider to the ground and crushed it underfoot. With a satisfying crunch, she declared that it did not suit her. With an unsettling calm, Belinda urged Amelia to cooperate. The scene shifted back to the room where Ghislain and Bernarf continued their fight. Ghislain noticed a change in the air, sensing the overwhelming mana Bernarf was now releasing. Bernarf addressed Ghislain, recalling his earlier remark about being an entertaining opponent. With disdain, he declared that only a lowly mercenary would speak in such terms. He dismissed Ghislain as unworthy of calling himself a noble like his mistress. Ghislain, taken aback, countered with a sharp reminder that Bernarf was merely an escort knight. He firmly warned Bernarf not to question his nobility. Bernarf rushed forward, launching a series of rapid attacks against Ghislain. Despite the knight's incredible speed, Ghislain managed to block the strikes, though it became increasingly difficult. With a stern expression, Bernarf admonished Ghislain to uphold the dignity of nobility. As he spoke, his attacks intensified, reaching a level far beyond what Ghislain had encountered earlier. Each blow pushed Ghislain further back, testing the limits of his endurance. Frustrated, Ghislain growled that enough was enough. Using his sword, he deflected Bernarf's blade and attempted to pierce his opponent's head. However, Bernarf intercepted the attack skillfully, bending Ghislain's sword away and forcing him to retreat. With a swift counter, Bernarf thrust his blade forward, landing a strike on Ghislain's shoulder. To the knight's astonishment, Ghislain had intentionally taken the hit, using the impact to push the blade aside and create an opening. Capitalizing on the moment, Ghislain launched a counterattack, but Bernarf managed to block it in time. Realizing the danger of underestimating his opponent, Bernarf maintained his guard, locking down Ghislain's sword and kicking him away. He remarked that this was the difference between a true warrior and one who wields a sword for mere entertainment. Ghislain, breathing heavily, couldn't help but find the battle exhilarating despite the mounting pressure. Bernarf's overwhelming speed, reach, and relentless attacks kept him in control of the fight. Any attempt by Ghislain to counter through close-quarter grappling was immediately neutralized. In a binding clash, Bernarf deceptively locked their swords together, giving the impression that neither could break free. With Ghislain's current mana reserves, it was nearly impossible to overcome the knight's superior strength. The situation was dire, and Bernarf appeared to have the upper hand. As Ghislain analyzed his predicament, Bernarf charged again, forcing him to act decisively. Ghislain, preparing himself, acknowledged that the fight had to end soon. While Bernarf had accounted for nearly every variable, he had overlooked one critical factor: Ghislain's unique mana cultivation technique. Drawing upon his third mana core, Ghislain unleashed an explosive surge of power and met Bernarf head-on. When their swords clashed, Ghislain channeled his newfound strength, forcing Bernarf's blade downward and disarming him with sheer force. The knight froze in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Ghislain had summoned such overwhelming mana mid-battle. Before Bernarf could recover, Ghislain raised his sword to strike a fatal blow. At that moment, a voice interrupted, commanding Ghislain to stop. Turning, he saw Amelia standing nearby, fury etched across her face. She demanded that Ghislain take the 10,000 gold and leave immediately. Irritated, Ghislain lowered his sword and stepped back, remarking that it would have been far simpler if she had handed over the money when he had asked politely. Belinda, observing the scene, quipped that Ghislain's actions went far beyond what could be called a lover's quarrel. Ghislain, unfazed, replied that it was merely a difference in opinion. Approaching Amelia, he rested his sword on his shoulder and informed her that there was unfortunate news. With a calm but firm tone, Ghislain announced that the fee had now doubled to 20,000 gold. In the next scene, Amelia smashed a vase onto the floor, her frustration echoing through the room. Bernarf stood beside her, bowing slightly as he apologized for his failure. He explained that Ghislain was far stronger than the rumors suggested, admitting that he had underestimated him. Bernarf revealed that Ghislain had managed to release mana exceeding that of an advanced-level knight. Amelia, her expression darkening, stated grimly that Ghislain had changed. When Bernarf cautiously suggested reporting this development to the Delphine Duchy, Amelia's reaction was swift. She slapped him sharply and grabbed his shirt, glaring at him with fury. She reprimanded him, asking if he truly understood the terror Duke Delphine inspired. Amelia explained that exposing the incident would spell their doom. The alliance with the Duke, formed secretly and without her father's knowledge, hinged on a covert agreement. The Duke had promised to support her rebellion in exchange for her assistance in toppling Perdium. Amelia added that her siblings would kill her if the agreement ever came to light. Her anger deepened as she considered the possibility that Ghislain might already know about the deal, given his knowledge of the Merchant Guild secrets. Turning to Bernarf, she declared that Ghislain had to be eliminated, no matter the cost. Bernarf readily accepted the directive. Amelia then inquired about the state of Ghislain's injuries. The knight explained that while he had inflicted light injuries across Ghislain's body and a heavier wound on his shoulder, Ghislain's use of explosive mana would likely leave him in poor condition for a time. Bernarf cautioned that they could not use knights from their own territory, as doing so would leave a trail. Amelia nodded, acknowledging the constraint and reminding him of the reason she had trained a specific group of operatives. Immediately understanding her intent, Bernarf asked if she intended to deploy the Wildcats. Amelia confirmed this, explaining that the Wildcats were composed of war orphans, outcasts, and those without status. Only the most naturally talented individuals proficient in mana were selected for this elite group. Amelia placed a flag on the map before her, marking a location, and instructed Bernarf to send a dozen of the Wildcats there. She emphasized that only those skilled in mana manipulation should be chosen. Bernarf understood her reasoning. The ravine she marked was the only narrow passage between Rayfold territory and Perdium County. Its remote location and restrictive terrain made it an ideal site for discreet operations. Bernarf assured his mistress that he would prepare the Wildcats as instructed. Amelia, her expression resolute, vowed to repay Ghislain for the humiliation he had inflicted upon her. The scene shifted to Ghislain, who was seated in a carriage. Wrapping a cloth around his injured arm, he appeared deep in thought. Ghislain's senses prickled, and he wondered if Amelia was already planning her next move. Fergus, seated nearby, asked if he was all right. Ghislain assured him that he was fine, explaining that the cuts were not very deep. Reflecting on the recent battle, Ghislain acknowledged that he had pushed himself to his limits, but was satisfied with the outcome. The 20,000 gold he had obtained from Amelia was enough to cover the foundational funds needed to rebuild Perdium. For his territory, it was equivalent to years of accumulated savings. Despite his earlier anger, Ghislain had decided against killing Amelia, knowing that her death would have inevitably triggered a war, one his county could not afford at the moment. Ghislain understood that he could not risk the safety of his territory for the sake of his whims. Perdium was already struggling to handle the barbarian threat, making it wiser for him to retreat for now. The knowledge he possessed about the Arctium Merchant Guild would be enough of a burden on Amelia. As he put on his jacket, Ghislain resolved to make good use of Amelia's predicament. Belinda, observing her master's confident demeanor, asked if events were unfolding according to his plan. She reminded him of his earlier instructions to subdue the guards upon hearing fighting noises and to take Amelia hostage if she exited the room. Ghislain clarified that he had entrusted Fergus with those tasks. As he spoke, a wave of pain coursed through his body, causing him to spit blood. Alarmed, Belinda and Fergus quickly moved to his side. Ghislain realized that the pain was the recoil from using and opening his third mana core. Although the current discomfort was less severe than before, it remained a significant burden. He acknowledged that this would be troublesome to endure every time he accessed his power and concluded that he needed to find a way to increase his mana capacity. While he was lost in thought, Belinda grabbed his hand and took out a large needle coated with mana. She noted that the flow of his mana was chaotic and unbalanced. Without hesitation, she began applying the needle to various points on his hand. Ghislain was startled by the sensation, feeling something being released from his body. Exhaling sharply, he noticed that his tangled mana pathways had opened slightly. The technique, he realized, required an advanced understanding of mana manipulation. Ghislain reflected on Belinda's unusual skills. Though he knew she was not an ordinary maid, having been brought into the family by his mother, he remained uncertain of her true identity. He found it curious that someone so talented would choose to serve as a head maid in the countryside. However, Ghislain dismissed the mystery, reasoning that having skilled individuals in his territory was always beneficial, especially since the challenges he had faced were just the beginning. Belinda assured Ghislain of her unwavering loyalty, promising to help him with anything he required. She then asked why he had taken such a large sum of money from Amelia. Ghislain explained that he needed to spend money, and Amelia was the wealthiest person he knew. Both Fergus and Belinda were shocked by this revelation. Belinda expressed disbelief that he had ended his engagement for such a reason, warning that Count Rayfold would retaliate if he found out. Ghislain, unconcerned, assured her that Amelia would never report the incident to her father. Smiling, he reminded Belinda of her earlier declaration of trust. Annoyed, Belinda demanded to know his intentions for the money, asserting that she had taken risks alongside him. Ghislain revealed that he intended to use the funds to conquer the Forest of Beasts. Belinda was taken aback, while Fergus expressed skepticism, pointing out that efforts to conquer the forest had failed since the time of Ghislain's great-grandfather. Ghislain then reminded Fergus of a request he had made before entering the castle. Fergus hesitated before revealing that the individual Ghislain had asked him to find was at the designated location. Nervously, he cautioned that the man was unstable and not in his right mind. Ghislain dismissed these concerns, stating that as long as the man was alive, he was useful, and insisted they depart immediately. Belinda objected, urging her master to return home due to his physical condition. She reminded him that he could not afford to wander in his current state. Ghislain countered by pointing out that Amelia was unlikely to let them leave without attempting to silence them. Acknowledging this, Belinda tapped her muscle confidently, reminding him that she was skilled in combat. She also noted that Fergus, as a knight, would be an asset in dealing with any threats. Ghislain reassured Belinda of her reliability, but clarified that the role he required was beyond her expertise. Smiling, he revealed that they were on their way to meet the vanguard he had in mind. The scene shifted as the group arrived at a wooden house nestled deep within the forest. Belinda remarked that the house appeared abandoned, but Fergus confirmed that this was the correct address. When Ricardo knocked on the door, it was opened by a massive, disheveled man with long, unkempt hair. The man peered at them suspiciously and demanded to know who they were. Everyone, except Ghislain, was taken aback by the man's appearance. Belinda leaned toward her master, whispering her doubts about the individual's suitability, noting that he looked frail and unlikely to survive another day, let alone fight. Ghislain, unfazed, assured her that they were in the right place. The man, noticing Ghislain's noble bearing, dismissed him as a bored young aristocrat and turned to leave, telling them to go away. However, Ghislain called out to him, addressing him as the ex-captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries and referring to him by name, Gillion. The call stopped the man in his tracks. Gillion turned sharply, his expression a mix of surprise and caution. With a calm smile, Ghislain told him that he had long wanted to meet him. The rest of the group was stunned to learn that the seemingly destitute man before them had once led the legendary Ratatosk mercenaries, a group renowned for requiring mastery of nearly all weapons from its members. Though the group no longer existed, their valor and reputation remained so great that even knights in foreign lands knew their name. Without warning, Gillion hurled an axe at Ghislain, the blade narrowly missing and slicing through his jacket. Alarmed, the group drew their weapons and moved to protect their master. With a menacing look, Gillion demanded that Ghislain state his business. Belinda urged her master to step back, warning that Gillion was unstable. Ignoring her, Ghislain mentioned the eternal punishment, causing Gillion to freeze in shock. Ghislain revealed that he knew the cure for the incurable disease afflicting Gillion's daughter, describing the symptoms: high fever, bloody coughing, and red spots resembling flower petals on the skin. Ghislain explained that the disease's agonizing nature earned it the name eternal punishment. He then asked if this information had piqued Gillion's interest. Reluctantly, Gillion stepped aside and allowed the group to enter. Inside, the sound of a girl's screams filled the house. Gillion rushed to his daughter, Rachel, who writhed in pain on the bed. As Ghislain observed her, he concluded that it was not too late to act. In his past life, Ghislain had searched for Gillion to recruit him, but by the time he found him, the man had lost his daughter, sold all his assets, and ultimately taken his own life. The condition of the house, bare, leaving only weapons, confirmed that Gillion had already sacrificed everything to try to save Rachel. She is sobbing, pleaded with her father to end her suffering. Realizing the urgency, Ghislain removed his jacket and announced that he would begin treatment immediately. Before he could act, Belinda placed a hand on his shoulder, urging him to leave. She admitted that she didn't know what he intended to do, but she insisted that the disease was beyond his power. Even priests had failed to cure it, declaring it a punishment from the gods. Belinda implored him to explain how he planned to deal with such a dire illness. Ghislain brushed her hand aside, asserting confidently that he could save Rachel. Belinda was unconvinced and called out to him again. Ghislain turned to remind her of her earlier promise to trust him, which left her momentarily silent. He handed her a list of medicinal herbs and instructed her to purchase them immediately. Surprised by the items on the list, Belinda quickly carried out the task and returned with the requested supplies. For wandering mercenaries like Gillion, survival often depended on knowledge, and while the disease, known as eternal punishment, was currently deemed incurable, a cure would eventually be discovered in the future. Ghislain, drawing on his foreknowledge, prepared to apply his unique insight to save Rachel's life. The cure quickly became a topic of great interest, especially due to its relatively simple method of preparation. Ghislain, thanks to its straightforward process, remembered it clearly. The primary challenge, however, was the exorbitant cost of the ingredients, with the fairy's blessing being the most critical and expensive component. To prepare the cure, the fairy's blessing and the herbs were finely chopped, tightly packed into a bottle, and covered with distilled alcohol. The mixture was shaken thoroughly and left to sit for a while. Afterward, the remaining ingredients were added and stirred until combined. Once the preparation was complete, Ghislain handed the purple glowing liquid to Gillion, instructing him to let his daughter drink it. Desperation left Gillion with no alternative. He quickly fed the liquid to his daughter, Rachel. Almost immediately, the red spots on her face began to fade, leaving everyone in the room astonished. The group could barely comprehend what they were witnessing. Gillion, more shocked than anyone, stared in disbelief at the visible transformation. Ghislain, calm and composed, remarked that the outcome was as expected. With a trembling voice, Gillion asked Ghislain how he had accomplished this, pointing out that even holy power had failed to cure her. Ghislain explained that divine power was not omnipotent. While it could enhance the body's vitality and regenerative capabilities to aid in combating illnesses, it was fundamentally different from a cure. Gillion's hands trembled as he grabbed Ghislain and desperately asked if his daughter could truly be healed. Ghislain reassured him that Rachel would be fully cured within a few months. Overwhelmed, Gillion stepped back and bowed his head in gratitude, acknowledging that Ghislain must have come to this remote place with a purpose. He confessed that all he had left was his body and offered to become Ghislain's servant or even his dog if that was what he desired. Ghislain dismissed the man's offer, stating firmly that he wanted neither a slave nor a servant. Instead, he declared that he sought the captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries. As Gillion raised his head, he noticed something extraordinary. Ghislain's eyes shone with the ambition of a dreamer. Inspired, Gillion stood up and grabbed an axe, using it to cut off his long ponytail. The group watched in awe and fear as the man's demeanor transformed. Without the ponytail, Gillion looked like an entirely different person, more alive, determined, and ready to act. Moving toward his weapons, Gillion asked if there were others accompanying Ghislain or if anyone might come looking for him. Ghislain confirmed that his group was the only one present. Gillion then inquired whether Ghislain had enemies, to which Ghislain admitted he did and added that he would likely gain more in the future. Gillion picked up a spear and wrapped a rope around it. With swift precision, he hurled the spear through the wooden wall of the house, sending it deep into the forest outside. The force destroyed part of the wall, and the group watched as the spear found its target. Gillion pulled the spear back toward him using the rope, demonstrating his formidable skill. The scene left everyone in the room silent, their awe at Gillion's transformation evident. As the spear re-entered the house, it became clear that Gillion had spear-fished an assassin. The weapon had struck the figure directly in the chest, leaving him struggling to free himself. Without hesitation, Gillion grabbed the assassin by the neck and demanded to know who had sent him. The assassin, revealed to be a member of the Wildcats, appeared stunned that Gillion had detected him. Gillion turned to Ghislain, asking what he wanted to do with the captive. Ghislain, already suspecting who had sent the assassin, placed his hand on his sword, but remarked that he had no desire to draw it again that day. Gillion intervened, placing a hand on Ghislain's hilt to stop him. Smiling faintly, he assured Ghislain that he would handle the matter. With a swift motion, Gillion snapped the assassin's neck, killing him instantly. Bowing respectfully, he turned back to Ghislain. Belinda, watching the scene unfold, was shaken by Gillion's lack of hesitation in killing. She struggled to understand why her master would want to recruit someone so dangerous. Kneeling before Ghislain, Gillion swore his loyalty, pledging to place his life in Ghislain's hands. Ghislain, recognizing the value of having such a powerful ally for his reconstruction plans, accepted the pledge with a smile, expressing his eagerness to work with Gillion. The narrative shifted to a cabin deep in the woods, where a group of wildcats was gathered. A trafficker reported to the group that one of their members had been killed. The news caused shock and unrest among the group, prompting their leader, Vigo, to demand silence. Apologizing for the commotion, the traffickers explained that Bernarf had assured them that Ghislain would neither locate their reconnaissance unit nor be capable of killing them. Vigo questioned whether the reconnaissance team had made mistakes or been given bad intelligence. One of his subordinates, trembling, revealed that Gillion had joined Ghislain's group. Startled, Vigo grabbed the subordinate by the neck and demanded confirmation. The man nervously insisted he was certain, recounting that he had seen it with his own eyes. Hearing this, Vigo smiled, expressing satisfaction that his former captain was finally taking action. The scene transitioned back to Gillion, who was traveling through the woods with Ghislain and the others in a carriage. Belinda, feeling cramped, complained about the sheer volume of weapons Gillion had brought along. She asked Ghislain whether it was truly necessary to transport so many, remarking that a sword or two should have sufficed. She expressed disbelief that they had been forced to purchase another carriage to accommodate Gillion's arsenal. Ghislain calmly reminded her that they already needed an extra carriage to ensure Rachel traveled comfortably. He assured her it was not a problem and asked her to endure it for now, emphasizing that their primary concern was escaping the ravine. Belinda then inquired whether the captured assassin had been sent by Amelia. Ghislain confirmed her suspicion. Hearing this, Belinda explained that the mask worn by the assassin was a symbol associated with the Wildcats traffickers, a powerful and notorious guild in Rayfold. Ghislain, surprised, asked her to elaborate. According to Belinda, the Wildcats traffickers specialized in smuggling, assassination, drugs, human trafficking, and other illicit activities. Comprised of skilled former mercenaries, the guild wielded significant combat power and was regarded as a shadowy and dangerous organization. Ghislain, curious, asked how Belinda had come to know this information despite spending most of her time in the castle. The maid revealed that she had learned about such matters before entering her role as head maid. She urged her master to exercise caution, emphasizing the Wildcats' persistence and ruthlessness. Ghislain, smiling confidently, assured her that he would be fine, reminding her that they had Gillion on their side. Immediately after the statement, something emerged from the ground after the carriage passed by. The figures began chasing the carriage, and Gillion sensed their presence. As the figures closed in, they leapt out of the ground, revealing themselves to be Wildcats. The Wildcats launched an attack on Gillion, catching him off guard with their ambush. He responded swiftly, drawing both an axe and a sword to block their assaults. With precise movements, he severed one's hand using the axe and then drove it into the chest of another. Before the injured Wildcat could retaliate, Gillion ripped his head apart, and both bodies fell lifeless to the ground. As the men fell, their remaining allies released ropes that triggered massive trees to drop onto the carriage. Gillion, surprised by the trap, heard Belinda warn that the trees could crush them. Reacting quickly, he seized the ropes and slowed the horses, narrowly avoiding disaster. However, the path was now obstructed. Ghislain remarked that he had anticipated the ambush. Nearby, Wildcat traffickers began to close in, and one of them, Vigo, addressed Gillion directly. He referred to Gillion as the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenaries, a title that visibly startled him. Vigo accused him of cowardice, claiming he had disbanded the entire group for the sake of his daughter. Stepping down from the carriage, Gillion denied any knowledge of the accusations. Vigo, visibly irritated, countered by blaming Gillion for the life he had been forced to endure. He questioned whether Gillion had grown so senile that he couldn't recall his past comrades. Gillion offered no response, which further convinced Vigo that he was feigning ignorance. With a smirk, Vigo declared that he would force Gillion to remember and commanded his men to attack. The attackers advanced quickly, prompting Ghislain to offer his assistance. Gillion, however, declined, stating that Vigo clearly had personal business with him. He assured Ghislain that he could handle the situation alone. Before the Wildcats could strike, Gillion infused his axe with mana and dispatched 4 attackers in a single, devastating swing. The sight of this stunned the remaining assailants, who surged forward in a renewed attack. Drawing his short sword, Gillion struck down the first who approached with his axe, stabbed the second through the neck, and cleaved the third in half after deflecting their strike. Vigo observed these feats with little surprise, recognizing that Gillion's strength had not waned. He instructed his men to split into 2 groups and encircle Gillion. As they moved to execute the order, Gillion mounted a horse, drawing a larger axe and spinning it menacingly. Charging at the Wildcats, he unleashed a mana-enhanced strike that decimated several attackers. The remaining Wildcats, hesitant to approach, shifted their focus to the horse, but before they could act, Gillion attached a rope to his axe and swung it in a deadly swirl, cutting through their ranks. Belinda watched in disbelief as Gillion dispatched his opponents. With his men defeated, Vigo launched a direct assault. Sensing the attack, Gillion equipped a shield to block the strike. Vigo accused him of ruining his life and vowed to kill him. With 3 blades in hand, Vigo hurled them at Gillion's horse, bringing the animal down. Gillion dismounted just before the fall, landing on the ground only to face an incoming blade. Drawing a smaller axe, he blocked the attack and firmly denied being the captain of the Ratatas mercenaries. He struck Vigo's ribs with his shield, forcing him to retreat. Vigo demanded an explanation, asking Gillion to reveal his identity if not the captain. Gillion replied that he had abandoned his past and now served as Ghislain's subordinate. The declaration angered Vigo, who charged forward, vowing to kill Gillion at any cost. Gillion parried the attacks as Vigo pressed his sword into the shield. Vigo revealed that the mercenary company had disbanded after Gillion's departure, lamenting that he had lost his purpose and fallen into a disgraceful existence just to survive. Gillion deflected the sword and countered with a swing of his axe. Vigo evaded by dropping low and quickly retaliated with a kick, which Gillion blocked with his wooden shield, though the shield shattered under the force. Vigo expressed his frustration, explaining that he had dedicated his entire life to making the Ratatas mercenaries the best in history. He voiced disbelief that his former captain had abandoned everything, only to become a mere pawn of a spoiled noble. Drawing several blades, he imbued them with mana and hurled them toward Gillion. Gillion intercepted the attack with his axe, but as he did so, Vigo closed the gap and attempted to stab him. Gillion narrowly dodged the strike and countered with an overhead swing of his axe. Vigo landed just in time to block with his sword, smiling at the exchange. The clash between them grew more intense, with both men exchanging fierce blows. Vigo believed that Gillion had not changed from the captain he once admired, though he viewed him as weakened by his years spent searching for a cure for his daughter. In contrast, Vigo claimed to have grown stronger through countless battles. He believed that Gillion was no longer his equal. Gillion unleashed a massive swing, which Vigo dodged by leaping over him. Using his sword for leverage, he flipped and landed behind Gillion. Wasting no time, Vigo kicked the blades Gillion had previously blocked, sending them hurtling back toward him. Gillion used his armor to deflect the projectiles, but as he did, Vigo charged at him. Gillion anticipated the attack and swung his axe, but Vigo evaded once again, taunting that the fight was over. In response, Gillion channeled mana into his hand and caught Vigo's blade mid-strike. This act stunned Vigo, who was left speechless as he realized Gillion had been holding back. Gillion asked if Vigo's pursuit of vengeance was driven by hatred, but Vigo did not answer. Instead, he stared in disbelief at Gillion's use of mana to seize the blade. Gillion then slammed the head of his axe into Vigo's face, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Standing over his fallen opponent, Gillion remarked that he did not understand Vigo's actions. He pointed out that Vigo had many opportunities to exact revenge if that was his true intent. Questioning his motives, Gillion asked why Vigo had not sought him out sooner. Vigo laughed bitterly, admitting that he had already visited Gillion's former residence, but had found only a feeble old man unworthy of death. With anger in his voice, Vigo demanded to know what had become of the Gillion he once revered. Gillion tossed Vigo's dagger to the ground and instructed him to pick it up. He declared that he was now merely a body bound to another's will. Unsheathing his sword, Gillion promised to grant his former comrade the highest level of respect, even in their confrontation. Gillion declared that he would take action as the captain of the Ratatas mercenaries, a statement that brought visible satisfaction to Vigo. Picking up his dagger, Vigo charged at him. Gillion blocked the attack, and Vigo expressed his joy at finally experiencing the fight he had long desired. The intensity of the battle increased as Vigo attacked more fiercely, but Gillion held his ground. With a powerful swing, Gillion aimed to end the fight, but Vigo dodged by dropping low and countered swiftly. Gillion parried the attack with his axe, forcing Vigo's dagger downward before driving his sword into Vigo's ribs. Despite the injury, Vigo gritted his teeth and retaliated. Gillion evaded and raised his axe high, pausing momentarily to acknowledge Vigo as the 5th unit commander of the Ratatas mercenaries, referring to him by his full name, Vigo Villanos. Hearing this, Vigo smiled, but the expression was fleeting as Gillion plunged his blade into him, ending his life. With Vigo's lifeless body at his feet, Gillion picked up the dagger and stood silently, gazing at his fallen comrade. Ghislain commended Gillion's efforts, and Belinda remarked on the potential profit from looting the wildcats. Gillion apologized to Ghislain for causing unnecessary delays, but Ghislain reassured him, expressing admiration for his exceptional skills. Reflecting on his early days as a mercenary, Ghislain admitted that stories about Gillion from his seniors had inspired him and helped lay the foundation for his rise to becoming the Mercenary King. This encounter confirmed to Ghislain that recruiting Gillion had been the right decision, as he had gained a reliable ally. Ghislain then asked Gillion if he remembered who Vigo had been. Gillion raised Vigo's sword and replied that Vigo had been an old comrade. These words resonated deeply with Ghislain, prompting him to reflect on his own former comrades. He wondered where they were and what lives they were leading, knowing that their paths had diverged long before meeting him. Resolving to reconnect with them one day, Ghislain instructed the group to follow Belinda's suggestion and gather anything valuable from the wildcats. Belinda ordered Gillion to lead the collection efforts, but Gillion curtly reminded her that he was not her subordinate. 2 days later, the group reached Perdium territory. Belinda, visibly relieved, commented on their arrival. Gillion looked at the city ahead and asked Ghislain if it was Perdium. Ghislain confirmed it, feeling a sense of contentment at returning home. He reflected on how, when he had first run away, he believed he could return any time. As Gillion studied the county, Ghislain asked for his opinion. Startled, Gillion nervously responded that it seemed great. Ghislain, however, disagreed. He pointed out that the houses were outdated and renovations were impossible. He revealed that the fields lay uncultivated because the farmers had been conscripted into the military, leaving the land barren. Gillion remarked that he had heard of Perdium's perpetual conflict with the northern barbarians, but admitted the situation was worse than expected. Ghislain affirmed the dire circumstances, but expressed determination to fix the issues. Turning to Gillion, he declared that he needed his strength to make it happen. Both Belinda and Gillion were surprised by this sudden appeal. Ghislain understood that the upcoming battle would be a long and arduous one, a fight to eradicate everything tied to Duke Delphine and to safeguard what had been taken for granted. Resolute, he vowed to restore the land, no matter the cost. As the group entered the county, Belinda noticed something unusual and urged her master to look ahead. When Ghislain lifted his gaze, he saw a figure he hadn't expected. The silhouette was unmistakable, a man in armor with a coat draped over his shoulder. It was his father. At Perdium Castle, several men were gathered, engaged in discussion with the Count. The Count proposed reducing their forces, a suggestion that shocked the assembly. One man protested, warning that maintaining the front lines would become increasingly difficult with fewer troops. Another suggested requesting additional support from the Rayfold family. In response, the General Administrator disclosed that the Rayfolds had cut the support funds. He added that they were amassing soldiers and stockpiling food instead, a revelation that left the knight in the room visibly surprised. One man pointed out the urgent need for funds to rebuild the Forest of Beast garrison, which had been partially destroyed in the recent battle against the orcs. He argued that reducing the Knight Order's forces would barely provide financial relief and carried significant risks. Ghislain observed the heated debate, finding the scene unsurprising. Among the men was Randolph, the knight captain, known for his commanding presence. Albert, the bearded treasurer, exuded a gruff seriousness, while the general administrator, Homern, maintained a more composed demeanor. Ghislain's thoughts drifted to his father. Though only a few months had passed since their last meeting as the young Lord of Perdium, for Ghislain, who had lived decades as the Mercenary King, the time felt far longer. Addressing his father directly, Ghislain welcomed him back home. Count Swalter Perdium, Ghislain's father, found his son's words unusual, given their typically formal interactions. As a child, Ghislain had disliked his father's stern and serious nature, but now he saw the weight of countless burdens etched into the Count's shoulder, the exhaustion and responsibility of governing the land. Sipping his tea, Swalter remarked that he had heard of Ghislain's absence from the castle for a week. Ghislain explained that he had visited the Rayfolds. The Count inquired if he had caused any trouble during his visit, to which Ghislain reassured him that he had not. Albert, the treasurer, interjected, mentioning rumors of a duel Ghislain had won against Kane. along with a significant sum of money. Albert, skeptical, questioned if the young lord had gone to Rayfold to gamble. Ghislain, irritated by the suggestion, clarified that his trip had been an investment-related visit and that he had conducted business with Amelia. Homern, the general administrator, advised Ghislain to be mindful of his actions, reminding him of his future responsibilities as the next ruler of Perdium. Ghislain, maintaining a calm demeanor, acknowledged the reminder, but assured Homern that there was no need for concern. Homern grew increasingly frustrated as it became evident that Ghislain was disregarding his advice. His concern only deepened as a result. Swalter set his tea down and intervened, instructing his subordinates to stop. Turning to his son, he remarked that he had heard about some good trouble Ghislain had caused during his absence. Ghislain, puzzled, waited for clarification. Swalter then asked if it was true that Ghislain had executed Jamal and Philip for attempting to sell Elena. The mention of those disloyal knights surprised Ghislain. Randolph, the knight captain, interjected with skepticism, insisting that it was impossible for Ghislain to have defeated the two knights alone. He speculated that they must have turned on each other and that Ghislain merely delivered the final blow. Ghislain understood the captain's disapproval. Despite their treachery, the fact that knights had died at Ghislain's hand troubled Randolph. To avoid conflict, Ghislain chose to go along with Randolph's version of events. Randolph, with a smug expression, declared that his assumption had been correct. Swalter, however, praised his son for his actions, much to Ghislain's astonishment. The Count dismissed the details of how the knights had been dealt with, stating that the only thing that mattered was Elena's safety. For the first time, Ghislain received a genuine compliment from his father. Encouraged, he informed Swalter that he had a request. Swalter, surprised by the declaration, listened as Homern cut in, warning Ghislain to stop if he intended to ask for money. Randolph agreed, citing all the trouble Ghislain had caused in the past. With visible irritation, the captain listed incidents such as selling military provisions for gambling funds, setting the front gate on fire to grill an army horse, and melting down armor to forge a useless, legendary sword. Ghislain couldn't refute the accusations. Though he didn't recall these events clearly, he knew he was likely responsible. Ghislain clarified that he wasn't asking for money, but simply needed his father's permission. Swalter asked what the request entailed, and Ghislain revealed that he wished to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The announcement shocked everyone present. Ghislain, unfazed by their reactions, smiled confidently. Later, in his bedroom, Ghislain recounted the encounter with amusement, sharing that his father had denied his request. According to him, Swalter had reacted with alarm and began yelling at him. Belinda, unsurprised, commented that the response had been predictable. She explained that the forest was teeming with dangerous monsters and that there was nothing to gain from such a venture. Ghislain then asked Gillion if he had heard the plan from Belinda. Gillion confirmed that he had, recounting Ghislain's intention to fund the endeavor using the money received from Amelia. He further explained that the Forest of Beasts was infamous as a forest of death, where no one had ever returned alive. Its deadly reputation extended even to other regions, and people universally avoided it. With a calm smile, Ghislain assured his guard that he was well aware of the forest's dangers. Ghislain explained that there was nothing to gain by delaying their departure any further. Rising from his seat, he walked toward the door and informed Gillion that it was time to get started. Belinda reminded him that he had not received permission from the Count and asked if he intended to proceed regardless. Turning to her, Ghislain clarified that he had only asked for permission out of courtesy, emphasizing that he didn't actually require his father's approval. He stated firmly that this was something he had to do. Belinda, confused by her master's determination, questioned what he hoped to find in the forest that made him so resolute. Ghislain deflected, promising to explain later. He knew revealing the truth now could be disastrous if word spread. The forest held the key to massive wealth, a vein of runestone buried near its entrance. When infused with mana, or from this vein would produce runestones, a rare mineral highly coveted by mages. These stones were essential for crafting magical tools, including barriers, magic circles, scrolls, alchemy devices, and for conducting magical research. Their value was immense. In his previous life, Duke Delphine had discovered this vein, but in the present, only Ghislain held this critical information. Belinda, unable to discern her master's motives, ultimately chose to trust him, conceding that he must have a plan. Gillion assured Ghislain that he would follow his orders. Ghislain instructed Belinda to visit the nearest guild and hire 200 mercenaries for the mission. Belinda, taken aback by the number, remarked on his willingness to spend the hard-earned money he had risked his life to obtain. Gillion voiced concerns, pointing out that mercenaries were often unruly and difficult to control, especially in large numbers. He warned that they might even betray their employer if the opportunity arose. Acknowledging the risks, Ghislain agreed, but explained that he and Gillion would personally select the most reliable individuals. Gillion asked for clarification, and Ghislain revealed that they were headed to the most skilled small-scale mercenary group in the north. Gillion, visibly uneasy, inquired if his master was referring to the Mad Dogs, also known as the Cerberus mercenaries. He explained that while the Mad Dogs were indeed skilled, they were infamous for turning on their employers if situations deteriorated. Ghislain confidently responded that they were going to put a leash on the Mad Dogs. The scene shifted as Gillion led his master's horse up a hill toward the outskirts of the Zimbar territory, where the Cerberus mercenaries were based. One of the mercenaries spotted the pair approaching from a distance and alerted his colleague. Upon hearing this, the second man laughed, referring to Ghislain as a poor soul and remarking that the visitors had no idea what they were walking into. The mercenary took another look at Ghislain and realized he was a noble. Convinced that Ghislain would be a profitable target, he continued observing through his spyglass. Suddenly, someone grabbed him, prompting a scream of pain that startled the rest of the camp. It was Gillion who had seized the man, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. The mercenary cursed Gillion, demanding to know what he was doing. Without a word, Gillion hurled the man with such force that the upper half of his body became lodged in the sand. The remaining mercenaries, outraged by what had happened to their comrade, began shouting at Gillion. One of them stepped forward, accusing Gillion of acting recklessly because of his connection to a noble family. This mercenary held a chain with a spiked ball attached, smiling as he warned Gillion not to expect to leave the camp alive. Unaware of who he was dealing with, the man paused as he noticed someone else entering the camp. Ghislain, seated on his horse, addressed the mercenary, instructing him to be quiet and fetch his captain. The mercenary laughed mockingly at the demand and began spinning his chain. He taunted Ghislain, calling him a noble brat and declaring that it was time for him to learn responsibility. As he hurled the spiked chain toward Ghislain, something intercepted it midair. The person responsible was Gillion, who had stopped the attack with a dagger. The blade lodged into a section of the chain, halting its movement and causing the spiked ball to drop to the ground. The mercenary, shocked by the display, watched as Gillion twisted the dagger into the chain to disable it further. Ghislain smiled at the scene, remarking that words alone would not suffice. He instructed Gillion to handle the situation, but warned him to ensure no fatalities. Gillion acknowledged the order, took hold of the chain, and yanked the mercenary toward him with ease. The man flew helplessly in Gillion's direction, and as he came close, Gillion struck him in the stomach with the spiked ball. The mercenary cried out in pain, drawing more enraged responses from his comrades. Declaring that Gillion's status as a noble servant meant nothing to them, they charged at him. Gillion twisted his dagger further into the chain, using it to hoist the injured mercenary into the air. He then threw the man into the group of attackers, scattering them as they collided with their fallen comrade. The remaining mercenaries, stunned by Gillion's strength and precision, hesitated as Gillion turned to glare at them. His piercing gaze sent fear through their ranks. Ghislain dismounted his horse and addressed the group, demanding to know how much longer they intended to keep him waiting. He ordered them to fetch their captain immediately. Before they could respond, a voice interrupted, asking about the cause of the commotion. The mercenaries quickly parted, clearing a path for the newcomer. The man with fiery red hair and an imposing presence introduced himself as Kaor, the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Curious about their purpose, Kaor asked Ghislain why they were seeking him. Ghislain found the question absurd, believing there was only one reason to approach a mercenary group. Without hesitation, he stated that he was there to entrust them with a request. Kaor was taken aback by the situation and questioned Ghislain about why a client would harm one of his subordinates. He remarked that a noble should have better manners. Ghislain, smiling, responded that this was his unique way of greeting. He added that it was the most effective method to tame someone. Kaor, amused by the remark, chuckled and wondered aloud what might have happened if Ghislain had greeted them twice. The scene shifted to Kaor's tent, where he and several mercenaries sat with Ghislain and Gillion. Kaor asked Ghislain to explain the nature of his request. Ghislain revealed his intent to hire the mercenary group to pioneer the Forest of Beasts. The announcement stunned Kaor's men, who were incredulous at the idea of entering a forest notorious for being filled with dangerous creatures. Knowing the forest bordered Perdium territory, the mercenaries exchanged uneasy glances. Kaor, maintaining his composure, asked Ghislain what kind of person he must be to consider disturbing such a perilous place. Ghislain introduced himself as the young Lord of Perdium. Kaor and his men, surprised by the revelation, erupted into laughter. They could hardly believe they were speaking to the infamous young lord described in local rumors. Their laughter grew louder as they became convinced that Ghislain had lost his mind. Kaor, dismissive, told Ghislain that he likely had no idea what the Forest of Beasts was truly like, having grown up sheltered in a greenhouse. He asserted that the forest was no place for rookies like him. Declaring the discussion over, Kaor signaled his men, who raised their weapons. Gillion, seeing this, lifted his axe in preparation for a fight. Ghislain, unfazed, asked Kaor if he was afraid. The question startled Kaor, who responded with a smile that he was disappointed. He remarked that he had heard of the Cerberus mercenaries' reputation for skill, but now he believed it to be a hoax. Placing his foot on the table, Kaor warned Ghislain not to provoke him, reminding him that mercenaries do not take jobs that offer no worthwhile reward. Ghislain replied that weaklings often rely on excuses, a comment that visibly annoyed Kaor. Kaor declared that Ghislain was ruining the mood with his pathetic provocations, dismissing him as a clueless brat unworthy of his time. He assured Ghislain that he would allow him to leave unharmed, but demanded compensation for the trouble caused. Ghislain, his demeanor now serious, refused. He then made a bold request, a Moriana's recognition with Kaor, the captain of the Cerberus mercenaries. Both Gillion and the other mercenaries were shocked by the challenge. Kaor, narrowing his eyes, asked Ghislain if he even understood what he was asking for. Ghislain, wearing a confident smile, confirmed that he did. He explained that Moriana's recognition was a traditional mercenary duel, bound by specific rules. Each participant used only a single dagger, with one arm tied to their opponent's. The use of mana was strictly forbidden, and stepping outside the designated small circle counted as a loss. The match thrust both participants into a brutal, life-or-death struggle, confined within a small space that limited their movements. Often, the duel resulted not only in the death of the loser, but sometimes even the victor. Ghislain explained to Kaor that the terms of the match required the loser to admit defeat without reservation and submit completely to the winner, effectively becoming the winner's subordinate or dog. He then asked Kaor how he felt about the bet. Gillion, observing his master, was puzzled by how a noble could be so familiar with such a crude mercenary tradition. Among mercenaries, rejecting a Moriana's recognition was seen as an admission of weakness, making refusal virtually impossible. Kaor began laughing maniacally, his expression turning unsettling. Addressing his subordinates, he mockingly announced that they had a bold young noble who wanted to prove himself by mercenary standards. Encouraged by their captain, the mercenaries laughed along, amused by the absurdity of the situation. The scene shifted outside, where Ghislain and Kaor stood ready for the duel. Their arms were tied together, and each was handed a dagger. Kaor removed his jacket, revealing his imposing physique. The mercenaries cheered for their captain, shouting for him to kill the insolent noble. Kaor, believing Ghislain had learned about the tradition from somewhere and was attempting to bluff his way through, told him there was no turning back now. Pulling Ghislain closer with a binding, Kaor confidently stated that he had participated in this type of duel 5 times before. Returning to his starting position, Ghislain pulled Kaor toward him and, with a cold, condescending gaze, revealed that he had completed this type of duel over 100 times. The captain was visibly shocked by the claim. At the signal to begin, both men charged at each other with their daggers, narrowly dodging each other's initial strikes. They swung again, their movements precise, though neither landed a blow. Ghislain pressed forward with greater strength, forcing Kaor to block his attacks. Seizing an opening, Kaor yanked Ghislain toward him and attempted to stab him from behind. Ghislain, unable to see the blade clearly, blocked each strike with skill. As Kaor missed an attack, Ghislain bent his head to avoid it and countered swiftly. Kaor managed to evade and retaliated by pulling Ghislain close and delivering a heavy kick to his leg. The force of the blow was jarring, but Ghislain endured it. Kaor, surprised by Ghislain's resilience, acknowledged that he was performing better than expected. He expressed disbelief at Ghislain's claim of having participated in over 100 Moriana's recognitions, remarking that most mercenaries never experience even one in their lifetime. Charging at Ghislain again, Kaor mocked him, advising that he should at least make his bluffs more convincing. This time, he didn't give Ghislain any opportunity to counter. The Cerberus mercenaries, delighted by the display, encouraged their captain to finish Ghislain off. However, their cheers subsided under Gillion's intense glare, silencing them instantly. Gillion, observing the fight, recognized the severity of the situation. The circle was so small that it barely accommodated one person lying down. With no mana or external force allowed, the duel demanded complete reliance on physical skill and strength alone. Another significant challenge in the duel was the size difference and restricted movement due to the tied hands, which left Ghislain at a disadvantage. He could barely evade or block Kaor's relentless attacks, while Kaor had ample opportunity to dominate and control the fight. Gillion, observing closely, rested his hand on his axe, prepared to intervene if the situation turned dire. Kaor seized Ghislain's arm and pinned him down before swinging his dagger toward him. Ghislain evaded the strike by jumping to the other side, landing unsteadily. Upon landing, he felt a sharp pain surge through his leg, the same leg that had absorbed Kaor's earlier attack. Without the protection of mana, the accumulated damage was beginning to take its toll. Kaor noticed Ghislain's pained expression and smirked. Mockingly, he remarked that Ghislain looked pale and asked if he had already reached his limit. Kaor then intensified his assault, driving Ghislain into a desperate defense. Despite his disdain for nobles, Kaor acknowledged that Ghislain showed more determination than most. However, he remained convinced that Ghislain lacked skill and believed he had deciphered his strategy, deflecting dagger strikes while absorbing less harmful blows with his body. Yet Kaor also understood the harsh reality of Moriana's recognition. Without mana, every attack inflicted accumulating damage. He could see that the strain was evident in Ghislain's movements and facial expressions. Relishing the struggle, Kaor spun his dagger and charged. Ghislain blocked the attack, but was immediately forced to dodge as Kaor swung his dagger toward his head. Ghislain bent low to avoid the strike and attempted to counterattack from below, but Kaor blocked it easily. Kaor dragged Ghislain's arm to the side, pinning him again, and delivered a brutal kick to his already injured leg. Ghislain winced in pain, and Kaor, noticing his reaction, assumed victory was at hand. Raising his dagger, Kaor commanded Ghislain to prepare to die. His subordinates erupted in cheers at the apparent conclusion. From the sidelines, Gillion gripped his axe, ready to intervene and rescue his master. However, before Kaor could deliver the finishing blow, Ghislain smiled. With a sudden burst of agility, he dodged the dagger by lowering himself even further, a move that stunned Kaor. Taking advantage of the opening, Ghislain shifted to the side and delivered a precise cut near Kaor's ribs. The strike left Kaor momentarily stunned, and gasps erupted from the gathered mercenaries. Even Gillion was shocked by the turn of events. Enraged, Kaor charged at Ghislain, but Ghislain moved low again, evading the attack with remarkable skill. This time, he countered with a slash to Kaor's chest as he passed. The mercenaries stood in disbelief. Their captain, who had been dominating the fight and tossing Ghislain around earlier, was now wounded twice. They shouted for Kaor to demonstrate the strength of a true mercenary. Meanwhile, Gillion watched with astonishment at his master's movements, realizing that Ghislain had far greater skill than he had anticipated. Kaor swung his dagger at Ghislain's head, but Ghislain ducked low to avoid the strike. Rising quickly, he used his shoulder to slam into Kaor's face. With the dagger tightly clenched in his fist, Ghislain delivered several blows to the captain's face in rapid succession. Before Kaor could recover, Ghislain rotated his dagger and stabbed it into Kaor's hand. Despite the injury, Kaor did not cry out. Instead, he charged at Ghislain with renewed ferocity. Ghislain, however, easily dodged each attack. Kaor began to falter, confused by the sudden change. Just moments earlier, Ghislain had seemed barely capable of withstanding his strength. Gillion, watching intently, finally understood. Kaor's reliance on brute force was his downfall. His powerful swings had stiffened his muscles and restricted his movements, making his body rigid and slow. By contrast, Ghislain had avoided resisting directly. Instead, he relaxed his own body, using the captain's momentum to redirect the fight into his favor. Gillion, impressed by this unexpected display of strategy, quietly placed his axe back in its sheath. As Kaor gasped for breath, his men taunted him, urging him to stop playing around and finish the fight. Ghislain commended Kaor for his resolve, noting that many others in his position would have resorted to breaking the rules by using mana when cornered. Kaor, smirking despite his exhaustion, replied that Ghislain spoke like someone who truly had fought in 100 Moriana's recognitions. He revealed that he had earned his position as captain through this very method, adding that mercenaries who broke the rules never survived long in their profession. Ghislain smiled at Kaor's words, stating that he admired his spirit. Kaor admitted that he was at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation, but pointed out that victory in Moriana's recognition was not limited to overpowering an opponent. He reminded Ghislain that stepping outside the circle was an automatic loss. With that, Kaor grabbed Ghislain's arm, hoisted him into the air, and attempted to throw him out of the circle. Confident in his plan, Kaor was certain that this would secure his victory. However, before Ghislain's foot could touch the ground, he tightened his grip on Kaor's hand and pushed his legs upward, bracing against Kaor's knees to stop his descent. Using Kaor's body for support, Ghislain reversed the momentum, pulling Kaor toward him. Taking advantage of the surprise, Ghislain climbed up Kaor's leg, maneuvered behind him, and locked his arm around the captain's neck. In one fluid motion, he slammed Kaor's head to the ground, pushing it outside the circle. The gathered mercenaries stared in stunned silence, unable to believe what had just happened. Kaor, realizing his loss, glared at Ghislain in frustration. Ghislain smiled gently, declaring his victory. Still in disbelief, Kaor turned to Ghislain and demanded to know his true identity, unable to reconcile the skill he had witnessed with the idea of Ghislain being a noble. Fixing Kaor with a cold, piercing gaze, Ghislain stated that he disliked the captain's attitude and reminded him that he was now speaking to his new master. Pulling Kaor to his feet, Ghislain asked what he planned to do next. Kaor assumed the fight was over, but Ghislain calmly corrected him, pointing out that he himself had not yet stepped outside the circle. Kaor, taken aback, watched as Ghislain clenched his fist. Ghislain announced that it was time to discipline his subordinate, signaling that the ordeal was far from over. Ghislain delivered a solid punch to Kaor's face, knocking him to the ground. Kaor quickly raised a hand, asking Ghislain to wait. He reminded him that the fight was over the moment a combatant stepped out of the circle. In response, Ghislain struck him again and questioned if Kaor intended to abide by rules on the battlefield. Kaor, furious, called him a bastard and reminded him that nobles weren't supposed to act this way. Ghislain, his expression serious, ordered him not to speak back to his master. When Kaor insulted him again, calling him a lunatic, Ghislain hit him once more. The punches continued, one after another, until Ghislain's hand was smeared with Kaor's blood. The mercenaries, watching from the sidelines, grew uneasy. They had expected Ghislain to let their captain go after winning the duel, but instead, the beating continued. Kaor, his face swollen and bloodied, begged Ghislain to stop. Ghislain pulled him to his feet and, with a cold gaze, reminded him that he had not yet stepped out of the circle. Kaor, horrified, turned to his men and shouted for them to intervene and kill Ghislain. The mercenaries grabbed their swords, but before they could approach, Gillion unsheathed his axe. His commanding tone froze them in place as he warned that anyone interfering with his master's discipline would be killed. The mercenaries, seeing the deadly intent in Gillion's eyes, dared not move. Kaor, trembling like a beaten dog, turned back to the young noble. Ghislain asked if he was finished, and Kaor's only reply was laughter born of fear. He knew he had miscalculated. Another punch landed, pushing Kaor back. For the first time, Kaor's overconfidence had failed him. He had always seen nobles as pompous losers, arrogant, selfish, and easily manipulated with the right scare tactics. It was this attitude that had earned him the nickname Mad Dog, a title he relished. Yet now, the so-called Mad Dog was being thoroughly beaten by a noble he had underestimated. The mercenaries, visibly worried by their captain's condition, glanced at one another, unsure of what to do. Kaor's face was swollen, his body bruised, and his strength depleted. Ghislain paused to assess Kaor's injuries and then turned to the mercenaries. Breaking the silence, he ordered them to fetch water, bandages, and a towel. The men were taken aback by the command, but Ghislain calmly warned that their captain would die if they didn't act quickly. Shocked into action, they complied with his orders. Gillion observed the scene closely. He noticed how the previously unruly mercenaries were now following Ghislain's commands without question. In a world where strength often carried more weight than laws, Ghislain had established his authority in the most direct and irrefutable way. He had demonstrated who was in charge. In the next scene, Kaor sat slumped in a chair, his body wrapped in bandages. Ghislain placed a sheet of paper on the table in front of him and instructed him to sign it. Kaor, staring at Ghislain with a mixture of defeat and resignation, realized that he had no choice but to comply. Kaor hesitantly took out a pen and signed the document. As he handed it to Ghislain, he nervously asked him to take it. Ghislain, fixing him with a cold stare, demanded he repeat what he had just said. Kaor, now visibly shaken, stammered that he looked forward to working with him. Ghislain grabbed Kaor's hand, causing him to flinch. With a calm but firm tone, Ghislain told him they were now family and that he too looked forward to their collaboration. A few days later, at the outskirts of Perdium territory, a group of mercenaries had gathered in the early morning. One of them, yawning, asked if anyone knew why they had been summoned so early. A bald man carrying a shield chimed in, mentioning a rumor that their employer was the young Lord of Perdium. The mercenaries were shocked to hear this. One of them scoffed, calling Ghislain just a brat and doubting his ability to manage mercenaries effectively. He speculated that the job would be easy. A shirtless, heavily built man clapped his hands to grab the attention of the group. Known as Gordon the Muscle, he smiled and addressed his fellow mercenaries, suggesting that they needed a representative to handle their brat employer. His imposing presence caught everyone's attention, and they nodded in agreement. Gordon commended their admirable posture in devising ways to gain rewards without effort, but he warned them that their plan would fail without unified voices. The mercenaries agreed with Gordon, recalling past incidents where poor coordination had led to failure. The bald man asked Gordon about his plan, and he explained that knowing one's boundaries was crucial. Opening a bag of coins, he announced that he would act as their representative to pressure their employer, requesting contributions from the group for his hard work. The mercenaries, impressed by Gordon's confidence and size, believed him to be the perfect choice for the task. Praising his reliability and wit, they added coins to the bag. Their plotting was interrupted when one of them noticed someone approaching. Looking up, they saw Ghislain riding toward them alone on his horse. The sight surprised them, and one remarked that Ghislain might flee once he saw Gordon's intimidating build. Gordon instructed the group to approach him together, creating an imposing presence. Smiling confidently, he declared it was time to teach the young lord a lesson about the real world. However, before Gordon could confront Ghislain, he noticed a group trailing behind him. As they drew closer, the mercenaries identified the group as the Cerberus mercenaries, recognizable by their distinct dog-snout-shaped helmets. Shocked, Gordon questioned how Ghislain had managed to recruit the infamous Mad Dogs. When Ghislain finally reached the group, the mercenaries instinctively stepped back. Turning to Gordon, Ghislain asked if he was the representative. Gordon, now visibly nervous, admitted that he was. Ghislain inquired about his name, and Gordon introduced himself as Gordon the Muscle. Ghislain smiled, commenting on the uniqueness of the name before tapping Gordon's chest and complimenting it as pretty cool. Introducing himself as the young Lord of Perdium, Ghislain commanded Gordon to gather the mercenaries. Once assembled, Ghislain addressed them with a serious demeanor. He announced that the time had come to begin the pioneering of the Forest of Beasts. In the next scene, Belinda was assisting Ghislain in donning his armor. All preparations for pioneering the forest had been completed. The expedition's temporary base had been constructed, resources had been procured, and the most critical asset, the troops, had been secured. Ghislain requested Belinda to perform a final head count, and the maid obliged. She informed him that 148 mercenaries had been contracted through the office, along with 41 Cerberus mercenaries he had brought himself. The total number of personnel reached 192. Ghislain acknowledged her effort, commending her for the work, and inquired whether Scoven had been properly informed. Belinda assured him that Scoven had been notified and, contrary to her expectations of resistance. The knight had stepped in to ensure their passage through the forest of beasts remained undetected. As the commander of the forest post, Scovin's involvement gave Belinda confidence that no immediate issues would arise. She urged Ghislain not to worry, and her reassurance brought a smile to his face. Ghislain then called for the mercenaries to assemble. He addressed them, stating that the land they were about to pioneer lay ahead. Acknowledging the rumors surrounding the forest, he explained that it was a place rife with unknown dangers, inhabited by monsters and unseen threats beyond imagination. Yet, he expressed his determination to conquer the forest despite its perils. The mercenaries, visibly unsettled by the mention of the forest of beasts, murmured among themselves, claiming they had not been informed of such dangers and feared for their lives. Belinda, stepping forward, silenced them and reminded them not to interrupt while their leader was speaking. Ghislain gave the mercenaries an opportunity to withdraw if they wished, promising to pay them 3 times their current wages should the mission succeed. The unexpected offer shocked the group, as it was an exceedingly tempting reward. Belinda moved closer to her master and whispered her concerns, pointing out that all their funds had already been spent on preparations. Ghislain calmly explained that such promises were necessary to boost morale. Confident in the mission's success, he assured her that there would be sufficient funds to fulfill the promise afterward. When he asked Belinda if she trusted him, she admitted she had no choice but to place her trust in him. Kaor commented to Gillion that their master must be out of his mind to offer such an extravagant reward and questioned how Ghislain intended to honor his words. Gillion, however, remarked that their master always had a plan. Ghislain officially named the group the Forest of Beasts Expedition Team and declared that it was time to move out. As the group progressed, they began cutting down the trees obstructing their path. Everyone, including Ghislain, actively participated in clearing the way. After felling a tree in front of him, Ghislain looked up, relieved to see sunlight piercing through the now-thinned canopy. Raising his hand, he directed the men to continue clearing the path toward the indicated direction. He instructed them to chop the felled trees into logs, load them onto carriages, and dig around the stumps to facilitate their removal. According to the Forest of Beasts Developmental Journal, a resource Ghislain had obtained in his previous life, the forest was vast and rich in untapped potential. He firmly believed that one day, the monsters would be driven out, and the forest's resources would be fully utilized. At that moment, what Ghislain needed most was money. He chose to disregard all other concerns, focusing solely on securing the quickest route to the Runestone Vein. The wealth from this expedition would play a pivotal role in halting the conspiracy surrounding Perdium. Kaor found it peculiar that their employer was taking such an active role, while one of the mercenaries suggested that Ghislain was simply trying to uphold the dignity of a noble. Another mercenary, wearing a helmet, scoffed, claiming that Ghislain was merely pretending and would soon give up. Belinda, overhearing the remarks, firmly told the men to stop gossiping and return to their work. Though they obeyed, she was visibly irritated by their dismissive attitude toward her master. She approached Ghislain, reminding him of the considerable effort he had put into hiring the mercenaries. She questioned why he was personally involved in the labor, pointing out that his actions made the men take him lightly. Ghislain reassured her that it was fine, explaining that having more hands on the job would allow them to finish faster. He emphasized that lingering in the area for too long would bring no benefit. Accepting his reasoning, Belinda remarked that he spoke as though he already knew what lay ahead. Kaor observed their exchange with a bemused smile. He found it hard to believe that his employer had someone worrying about him, while he himself had become the dog of his master, willingly heading into danger. Gillion, overhearing this, struck Kaor with a log, prompting Kaor to accuse him of trying to pick a fight. Despite their banter, the operation proceeded smoothly. The Duchy of Delphine, which had conquered the kingdom and established a new dynasty, had launched a large-scale development initiative in the Forest of Beasts. Ghislain had been unable to uncover the Duke's specific motivations for focusing on the forest. However, he had managed to obtain a developmental journal that detailed major resource locations and the ecosystem of monsters. Armed with this knowledge, Ghislain had come better prepared. One of the mercenaries, noticing the abundance of oil lamps among their supplies, wondered aloud why they had been brought instead of cheaper torches. The lack of incidents along the way unsettled Ghislain. He had only read about the dangers of the forest and had no first-hand experience. Sensing the deepening of the forest, he cautioned the men to remain vigilant. While some mercenaries continued cutting trees, one remarked on the increasing darkness, asking if night had already fallen. Another mercenary, smiling, noted that no monsters had been encountered despite the forest's fearsome reputation. Agreeing, his companion speculated that the dangers had been exaggerated. He joked that even without any effort from their leader, Gordon, the job would have remained simple. They lamented that tripled pay seemed excessive for such an easy task. As they spoke, a bald mercenary struck Gordon on the back while he carried a log, jokingly demanding his money back. Gordon, however, noticed something strange. Turning to the others, he pointed out that they had cut countless trees along the way. When asked, the men confirmed that they had. Gordon's expression darkened as he directed their attention to the path behind. It was inexplicably blocked. The mercenaries froze in shock at the sight. Ghislain's voice rang out, commanding everyone's attention. Sensing the shift in the forest's atmosphere, the troops instinctively reached for their swords. The mercenaries who had earlier dismissed the rumors now began to panic, as an oppressive tension descended upon the group. Something was amiss. Ghislain called out to Gordon, warning him that staying there would result in his death. He instructed him to walk toward the group slowly. Gordon obeyed but stumbled into a tree and fell to the ground. The group immediately assumed defensive positions, calling Gordon an idiot. Turning back to face the others, Gordon was surprised that nothing happened. The mercenaries, equally perplexed, exchanged confused glances. A bald man among them chuckled, mocking their employer for being overly cautious. He claimed that the path only appeared blocked because the scenery was so similar, dismissing Gordon's concerns as a mistake. He further belittled the forest of beasts, calling it nothing more than a slightly dense forest with an exaggerated name. Ghislain, maintaining a serious demeanor, ordered the man to step closer if he wished to stay alive. Irritated, the mercenary accused him of trying to create unnecessary fear. As he finished speaking, vines suddenly wrapped around his waist. Before he could react, the vines lifted him into the air and toward the top of a tree, where a monstrous mouth filled with sharp teeth awaited. The massive tree-like creature devoured him in an instant. The creature, which had no detectable presence, was impossible to anticipate. It was a predator that thrived on catching its victims unaware. The monster's eye opened, revealing its identity as a Dirus Ent. Ghislain quickly noticed that numerous Dirus Ents were encircling the group. Panic spread among the mercenaries as they attempted to flee, convinced they were about to be eaten. The Dirus Ents extended their vines, capturing several mercenaries and dragging them into their gaping mouths. Gordon, clinging desperately to a nearby tree, screamed for help. One of the men approached him with an axe, urging him to hold on. Swinging the axe at the vine, the man was stunned to see it remain unharmed while his weapon began to crack. As he stared in disbelief, the monster pulled Gordon further upward. Before Gordon could be consumed, Ghislain leapt into action. Infusing his sword with mana, he sliced through the vine and simultaneously landed a blow on the creature's eye as he descended. Blood gushed from the monster's wounded eye, and the mercenaries, astonished by their employer's feat, began to assume that the Dirus Ent's eyes were their weak points. Ghislain took a deep breath and shouted for the men to regroup. His commanding voice cut through their panic as he warned them that spreading out would only make them easier targets. He ordered them to form a tight shield formation and focus solely on defense until further instructions were given. The mercenaries, galvanized by his leadership, complied quickly, one of them vowing not to die in such a place. Ghislain rushed to the carriage and asked Kaor about the oil lamps. Kaor affirmed their presence, and Ghislain instructed him to light them and hurl them at the monsters to burn them down. Realization dawned on Kaor. This was why so many lamps had been brought. Just as he began the task, a teammate warned that the monsters were watching them. Ghislain ordered the lamps to be thrown immediately. Kaor and his team began tossing the lamps, but the Dirus Ents swatted them away with their vines before they could connect. Shocked by their inability to harm the monsters, Kaor's subordinate noted that their strategy wasn't working. A Dirus Ent fired its vines at the group, but Gillion intercepted them, cleaving the vines with his axe. Belinda, armed with knives, aimed for the creature's eyes, successfully hitting her targets. Ghislain instructed Gillion and Belinda to prepare for a coordinated assault while protecting the Cerberus mercenaries. Raising his sword, he declared that he would draw the monster's attention. Almost immediately, a Dirus Ent launched its vines at him. Belinda called out, urging him to be careful. Ghislain swung his sword, cutting through the vines, only to be targeted by additional attacks. Displaying remarkable agility, he dodged their strikes. One of the Dirus Ents raised a massive leg, preparing to crush him. The mercenaries were stunned to see that the monsters, despite resembling trees, had legs. Many believed that their employer was about to be crushed. Ghislain, undeterred, infused his sword with mana and struck at the leg of a Dirus Ent, severing it. Using the momentum of his leap, he drove his sword directly into the creature's eye. The remaining Dirus Ents immediately shifted their attention to him, their movements drawing gasps of shock from the onlookers. Belinda, maintaining her composure, ordered the Cerberus mercenaries to throw the oil lamps. Certain that this tactic would succeed, the mercenaries acted swiftly. The lamps shattered against the Dirus Ents, setting them ablaze and eliciting ear-piercing shrieks of pain. The Cerberus mercenaries cheered at the sight of their effectiveness, but Ghislain quickly urged them to continue throwing the lamps until every Dirus Ent was consumed by fire. Flames began to engulf the monstrous creatures, spreading rapidly across their bodies. The mercenaries, still processing the scene, expressed both relief and disbelief that they were holding their own against such formidable foes. One remarked nervously that the entire forest might catch fire at this rate. Gordon, trying to mask his unease, dismissed the Dirus Ents as being naturally weak to fire due to their tree-like nature. However, Ghislain's sharp command brought their focus back. He warned them not to let their guard down, emphasizing that the fight was far from over. The mercenaries were startled by his tone, realizing there was more to the battle. Ghislain gravely informed the group that the Dirus Ents were about to reveal their true forms. As if on cue, the creatures released a dense cloud of steam, enveloping the battlefield. The mercenaries exchanged confused glances, speculating whether the fire had already been extinguished. Belinda and Gillion rushed to Ghislain, seeking an explanation. He calmly clarified that while the monsters' outer shells were vulnerable to fire, their inner structures were drastically different. The fire burning their shells had reached their moist, fleshy cores, causing the steam to form. When the steam dissipated, the mercenaries were horrified to witness the Dirus Ent's true forms. The creatures emitted guttural screams, their grotesque appearances more fearsome than before. Disbelief rippled through the group as they struggled to accept that the monsters were still alive. Raising his sword high, Ghislain called for the troops' attention. He ordered them to ready their weapons, declaring that the fight would now transition to close-quarters combat. With a determined battle cry, he led the charge, launching himself toward the Dirus Ents and setting the example for the others to follow. Ghislain moved forward alone with commanding confidence, though the group of the mercenaries hesitated to follow. The enormity of the task ahead weighed on them, and their fear was palpable. A member of the group expressed disbelief at the idea of a close-range attack against such a colossal monster, remarking that it was beyond belief. Another murmured that even one wrong move would mean their end, while a third admitted outright that standing against such creatures seemed impossible. Kaor, however, dashed forward without hesitation. He called out to Cerberus, urging them to advance, and his mercenary group followed in close formation, as though he had been waiting for this moment to unleash his pent-up energy from enduring his master's previous discipline. Belinda, worried for her young master, hurriedly followed after him. Gillion turned to the paralyzed mercenaries, his voice cutting through their fear as he asked what they were waiting for. He reminded them that the order came directly from their young master, Ghislain, urging them to trust and obey. His words carried reassurance, promising safety if they followed Ghislain's lead. The sight of Ghislain standing alone against a herd of Dirus Ent reignited their spirits. A mercenary raised his weapon, rallying the others by shouting that whatever was destined to happen would happen. Another added that if the worst occurred, the young master would surely find a way to save them. Gordon's war cry echoed, and the group charged in unison, forming smaller teams to take on each Dirus Ent. Ghislain issued clear instructions, explaining that the creature's burned shells were vulnerable and that they could now be cut without using mana. He urged them not to be afraid, dismissing the Dirus Ent as nothing more than overgrown scarecrows. At the forefront, Kaor, Gillion, and Belinda took their positions, weapons ready, and prepared to face the onslaught. A chaotic but systematic battle unfolded. The mercenaries struck at any part of the creatures they could reach. Ghislain leaped high into the air, using his superhuman strength to strike at the monster's weak points, while Belinda stayed close to guard his back. Gillion confronted the herd head-on as Kaor darted around, targeting one creature after another. Determined, Ghislain steeled his mind, knowing that even a moment of doubt could lead to their demise. His mission was to erase any uncertainty from those who followed him. With unwavering resolve, he dashed toward the gaping mouth of one of the Dirus Ent and delivered a powerful upward swing, splitting its maw apart. His final blow marked the end of the last Dirus Ent in their path. The mercenaries remained on edge, scanning for more monsters. When it became clear that they had succeeded in defeating them all, their heavy breathing accompanied the realization of their victory. Standing at the front, Ghislain addressed the group. He acknowledged the dangers of the Forest of Beasts, noting that they had only just entered its boundaries and had already encountered such formidable creatures. The atmosphere grew tense as his words settled over them, but he assured them that he would always be at the front line. He urged them to trust him and follow his lead, a command met with a unified response of affirmation from the previously fearful group. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they came across a massive boulder containing a runestone. Ghislain decided to ignore it for the moment, choosing instead to focus on clearing a path forward. Along the way, they encountered herds of orcs and swarms of flying monsters, which Kaor eagerly engaged. Despite the chaos, Kaor couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at the way Belinda fussed over and cared for her young master. Their journey led them to a towering, 3-meter-tall rat-like monster with razor-sharp teeth, which screeched at them as though they were its next meal. Gordon positioned himself as the vanguard. The mercenaries voiced their frustration, cursing the appearance of yet another monster and wondering aloud how many more would attack. Before they could react, Kaor and Gillion stepped forward, weapons drawn. Kaor lunged at the creature, severing one of its legs with a single swing, but the rat continued its charge toward the group. Gillion intercepted its advance, standing firm as an immovable force. Seizing the opportunity, Ghislain delivered a precise blow, driving his blade into the creature's gaping mouth and ending its threat. A quick head count revealed that no one had fallen during the skirmish. As the day progressed, the group shared a collective thought. Survival hinged on staying true to their master's command. Together, they could overcome any challenge. Gillion observed that the mercenaries were beginning to resemble a cohesive unit. Kaor remarked that real-life experience was the best teacher, and Ghislain affirmed their sentiments before commanding them to clear the path ahead. The mercenaries immediately set to work, chopping down trees. Not all shared the same resolve, however. One mercenary privately thought that the Forest of Beasts had driven the group mad. Nightfall brought them to a pristine lake, where the mercenaries rushed to wash their faces and fill their water pouches. Belinda, ever cautious, stayed close to Ghislain, her worry evident as she watched the others approach the water. Ghislain assessed the situation and deemed the lake an important waypoint on their journey to the runestone vein. He ordered the group to set up camp with the lake behind them, deciding that they would rest there for the night. As the mercenaries gathered around the campfires for their meal, unease lingered. Some muttered doubts about the expedition, expressing concern about what deeper dangers awaited. Gordon dismissed the idea of abandoning the mission when Manus suggested it at another fire. Manus argued that their lives were more important than money and criticized their leader's motivations, accusing him of seeking glory through brute force. Others, like Gordon and a calm mercenary with a patch over his eye, defended Ghislain, pointing out his repeated efforts to save them and emphasizing that they had already been paid. Manus remained adamant, warning that nobles often treated mercenaries as expendable. His words sowed seeds of doubt among the group, though Manus inwardly plotted to use the others as cannon fodder to secure his own escape. The man with the patch over his eye spoke, his calm voice breaking the tension. He pointed toward Ghislain, surprising Manus. Ghislain was carefully applying medicine to an injured mercenary. He reminded the wounded mercenary to avoid exposing the wound to water, cautioning that it would take longer to heal otherwise. The mercenary thanked him quietly, gratitude evident in his tone. Belinda approached Ghislain, her concern spilling over into frustration as she scolded him for using such expensive medicine. She argued that it should have been reserved for his own injuries. Ghislain, however, dismissed her concerns, explaining that this was the right time to use it. Medicine stored away served no purpose, he reasoned as he called out to the next injured mercenary for treatment. The man with the patch addressed the group again, asking if they truly believed Ghislain would use such valuable medicine on them if he saw them as mere cannon fodder. His words struck a chord. Another mercenary spoke up, agreeing that their current master was nothing like their previous one. Ghislain, they affirmed, was not the type to throw them away. Manus turned away in frustration, anger simmering beneath the surface. He muttered to himself about his failed attempt to sow dissent, realizing that it was now impossible to instigate the others. As he walked off, Ghislain approached the group and ordered them to finish their meals and get some rest. Then, he called Kaor and Gillion aside for a private discussion. Kaor, always direct, asked Ghislain whether he truly intended to do nothing about Manus's behavior. Ghislain responded calmly, stating that the monsters in the forest would keep Manus too occupied to cause further trouble. He added that there were more pressing matters to address at the moment. Belinda, her curiosity piqued, wondered aloud why Ghislain had suddenly asked for a count of the remaining lamps. Kaor reported the number, 24. Ghislain's expression grew serious as he inwardly noted the steady decrease in their supply. Since entering the Forest of Beasts, monsters had attacked relentlessly, both day and night. However, Ghislain explained, the attacks had mysteriously ceased over the past 2 nights. This observation seemed to signal a shift in their circumstances. Realization dawned on the group. Gillion voiced what they were all beginning to understand, suggesting that they had entered a nocturnal territory where the influence of the monsters might be keeping others at bay. Ghislain confirmed the theory, his tone steady but grim. He warned them that the path ahead would be more perilous than anything they had faced so far. Ghislain placed several lanterns around the camp as bait. The mercenaries, unaware of his plan, slept peacefully through the night. Even Gordon, bare-chested, leaned against a tree trunk and slumbered undisturbed until a sudden noise roused him. His eyes widened in shock when he noticed a lantern floating seemingly on its own, as though an unseen force had seized it. The object vanished into the darkness as soon as Gordon let out a startled cry. Moments later, Gordon caught sight of something monstrous. 4 pairs of glowing red eyes pierced through the shadows. His scream of alarm grew louder as he flailed his weapon wildly, attempting to strike the creatures he had glimpsed. He shouted, urging whatever was nearby to retreat, his voice filled with terror. The commotion woke the other mercenaries, who quickly gathered around him. One of them asked what was happening. Gordon, still shaken, declared that a monster had been right next to him. His words were met with confusion, as none of the others had seen anything. They exchanged puzzled glances, assuming that Gordon might have been dreaming. Realizing the monsters were no longer visible, Gordon's confusion deepened. He looked around, insisting he had not imagined the encounter. One mercenary cursed at the disruption, complaining about the noise, while another suggested cutting Gordon some slack, considering the numerous recent encounters with monsters. Gordon continued to plead, trying to convince them of the reality of what he had seen, but most dismissed him. A third mercenary, however, hesitated. This one admitted to feeling something strange and waking up to see a lantern disappear before their eyes. Others began to chime in, sharing similar experiences. One mentioned hearing an eerie laugh. The group's uncertainty grew, and tension rippled through the camp. One mercenary voiced confusion, wondering aloud if everyone was losing their minds. Then, a one-eyed mercenary broke through the rising panic, stating that the presence of something unperceivable was undeniable. His calm yet resolute tone steadied the group. Ghislain entered the gathering, his voice commanding attention. The mercenaries immediately parted to clearly see him, their respect evident. At his side stood Gillion and Kaor. Ghislain ordered everyone to regroup, preparing them to address the unseen threat. As the mercenaries formed a defensive circle, guarding one another's backs, the high-ranking members convened inside a tent to hear Ghislain's explanation. Gordon, still visibly shaken, questioned if monsters were truly surrounding them. The one-eyed mercenary voiced concern over their inability to see the creatures. Ghislain confirmed the suspicion, explaining that the creatures were likely drawn to the group near the lake. He identified them as shadow hunters, known as Pallors, beings capable of blending seamlessly into the darkness. He elaborated that physical attacks were futile against them, as they thrived by stealing surrounding light. The creatures used this ability to create an ideal hunting ground, where they could toy with their prey before striking. The mention of hundreds of such creatures left Gordon and the one-eyed mercenary shocked. Belinda voiced her realization, noting how the lantern's light had begun to dim. Kaor's anger flared as he speculated that the creatures were toying with the group, his frustration driving him to suggest launching an immediate attack. Ghislain, however, dismissed the idea, insisting that waiting for the creatures to make their move would provide the best opportunity for a counterattack. Belinda questioned whether it was wise to wait, given the rapidly diminishing light. Ghislain explained that a reckless attack would only provoke the monsters further, forcing them to alter their tactics and escalate their harassment. Such a response, he warned, would leave the group unable to eliminate the creatures in one decisive action. Gillion, skeptical, questioned whether it was even possible to deal with hundreds of invisible and seemingly invulnerable monsters. Ghislain reassured him, referring to the magic scrolls he had previously instructed Belinda to prepare. These scrolls were handed out to each mercenary, accompanied by a detailed plan. As Ghislain knelt to sketch the plan in the dirt, and the gathered people paid close attention, he revealed that the Pallors were encircling the camp from 3 directions, using stolen light to tighten their hold. With their smaller numbers, the mercenaries could not hope to defend the entire area, particularly against such foes. A direct confrontation would leave them vulnerable to flanking attacks. Gillion noted that the lake at their backs prevented a complete encirclement, a fact Ghislain confirmed. Despite the unfavorable situation, Ghislain remained confident, declaring that the group held the initiative in the battle. His confident tone instilled a glimmer of hope among the gathered mercenaries. Belinda, however, voiced her confusion, uncertain what he meant by holding the initiative. Ghislain laid out the plan. The group would divide into 3 units: a shield unit to withstand attacks, a crossbow unit to hold off the enemy, and an elite assault unit, which he himself would lead. The shield and crossbow units would form a tight formation in the center, their primary role to block incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the assault unit would focus all their firepower to quickly break through the enemy's left flank. Once they regrouped with the central forces and encircled the Pallors, victory would be within reach. Gillion quietly acknowledged the plan, expressing his understanding. Gordon, however, questioned whether it would truly work, his uncertainty evident. Kaor, ever confident, assured them that if the center held, the strategy was achievable. Belinda, raising her voice to interject, pointed out a critical concern. She reminded the group that the Pallors could not be attacked directly, as they merged seamlessly with the darkness. Her question, directed at Ghislain, left the others momentarily silent. All eyes turned toward their leader. Kaor, the brawny yet occasionally insightful mercenary captain, suggested the use of mana. His suggestion, though rare, appeared reasonable for once. Ghislain, undeterred by the group's hesitation, reassured them, reminding Belinda of the magic scrolls that had been distributed. As night fell further, the mercenaries raised their voices in war cries, rallying their spirits for the impending battle. The formation was set, shields raised high, and the crossbowmen prepared to strike. One mercenary shouted instructions to maintain formation, emphasizing the importance of their cohesion. Another voice rang out, reporting the loss of the last lantern. The Pallors were closing in. Ghislain, speaking to himself, recalled an entry from the pioneering journal of the Delphini ducal house, which described the Pallors' extreme aversion to light. He moved with purpose, retrieving a magic scroll and preparing to use it. With a clear command, he tore the scroll, releasing the stored magic. Another note from the journal is that illuminating the area will reveal the true forms of the Pallors. The assault team followed Ghislain's lead, tearing their scrolls to unleash the magic stored within. Beams of light shot into the night sky. In an instant, the sky lit up as though it were day, banishing the oppressive darkness, exposing the Pallors' eel-like forms as they surrounded the camp. One mercenary, stunned by the transformation, murmured about the darkness lifting. Another, more alarmed, exclaimed at the revelation of the creature's forms. Gordon, now able to see the monsters clearly, shouted his observation, his voice filled with both fear and determination. The creatures, recognizing the threat, began their charge. Chaos erupted as another mercenary called for preparation against the attack. The crossbow unit fired in unison, their bolts aimed to halt the Pallors' advance. Amidst the chaos, Gordon rallied the shield unit, urging them to hold the line as he stood at the forefront, becoming the vanguard for the central formation. Ghislain, raising his sword high, called for the assault unit's attention. The true forms of the Pallors had been revealed, and the time to act was now. With a decisive swing of his sword, he signaled the charge. Gillion, driven by his loyalty, moved without hesitation to follow his leader's command. Kaor, energized by the prospect of combat, grinned at the chaos to come. Belinda, ever watchful, stayed close behind Ghislain, ready to watch his back. With unwavering confidence, Ghislain raised his sword once more, leading the assault unit into the fray, determined to slay the Pallors in one fell swoop. Kaor's passion for battle ignited with every strike he delivered. Gillion's tactical mastery with various weapons became evident as he engaged on the flank. Ghislain thrust his sword forward, skewering several monsters in a single motion. He then swung his sword horizontally, slicing through more foes in the broad path of his blade. The Pallors, monsters capable of blending into the darkness, but with weak physical durability, filled the battlefield. Ghislain assessed that with this team, they could break through the enemy's ranks in an instant. With a wave of his hand, he commanded his forces to reduce the monsters' numbers as much as possible. Gillion blocked the incoming attacks, drawing the monsters' attention with both an axe and a sword. Meanwhile, Kaor disrupted their formation with swift movements and precise sword strikes, breaking through their ranks. Though he was not invincible, the sheer number of monsters soon swarmed him. At that moment, Belinda stepped in, creating an opening by throwing 8 daggers at the monsters surrounding Kaor. Once she has done her part, she called out to Ghislain, signaling him to step in. Ghislain leaped high into the air, his sword moving as though dancing with the wind. He came down hard, striking with the full power of his blade, cutting down monsters in his path. This was the strength of Perdium's elite force in action. As magical light illuminated the battlefield, the fight continued around the shield and crossbow units. Fortunately, the monsters had yet to break through the mercenaries' ranks. From behind their shields, mercenaries shot their arrows without hesitation. One mercenary cursed the overwhelming number of monsters. Another reported running out of bolts. The pressure was mounting, and many wondered when the assault unit would arrive. The Pallors, growing closer with their gaping mouths, caused the shield unit to cry out in fear. But just as things seemed dire, the assault squad swept in from the flank, their weapons never pausing as they slaughtered the hundreds of Pallors in front of them. Ghislain paused briefly, silently commending the 2 units who had managed to hold their ground. Now, all 3 units were united. He could feel the momentum shift in their favor. One of the mercenaries shouted that the boss had arrived. Others, relieved, began shouting that they were saved. Gordon, visibly pleased, noted that the plan was going well. Ghislain, still focused, ordered his forces to spread out and surround the remaining monsters from all sides. The experienced mercenaries charged in an organized fashion. But as they moved, one of the Pallors, a horned one, issued a loud scream, commanding the others to retreat. This left the mercenaries momentarily confused. Pallors were not known for their intelligence, and it was strange to see them attempted to flee. Ghislain realized the Pallor leader must be giving the signal to retreat. He immediately ordered Belinda to find the leader, instructing her that the one with the horns was the one calling the retreat. Kaor, seeing the retreat, asked if they should keep chasing them. Belinda questioned whether it would be better to simply let them go. Ghislain explained with certainty that the Pallors had a strong obsession with their prey. Even if they retreated now, they would follow the group for days, relentless in their pursuit. The only way to avoid another battle was to take down the leader, disrupting their command structure and causing them to fall apart. Belinda paused for a moment, a smile forming as she thought of how much her young master had changed. She pulled out a hook attached to a line, infused it with mana, and expertly threw it toward a tree trunk. She used the line to propel herself into the air, soaring over the retreating Pallors and heading straight for the leader. Spotting the horned creature, she spun the hook and launched it with deadly precision. Once it caught, she shouted to Ghislain, signaling him to give chase. Ghislain, seeing her signal, stretched his arm back and murmured to himself that he had found the target. With a burst of power, he poured mana into his legs and launched himself forward. He tore through the Pallors' ranks, cutting down several as he made his way to the leader. His sword pierced the horned Pallor's chest, driving through its heart. He muttered that it was the end, then swung his sword once more to cleave the leader's body in 2. With the leader dead, Ghislain turned to the remaining mercenaries and ordered them to wipe out the remaining monsters. He stood fearlessly before the mob of Pallors, watching as the mercenaries charged forward without hesitation. One of the mercenaries, filled with anger, shouted that they would make the Pallors regret ever trying to hunt them. Kaor, eager to prove his strength, shouted for his men to do better than the last remnants of the Ratatas mercenaries. Gillion, hearing the provocation, sighed but offered no response. As the sun rose over the mountain range, casting its light over the battlefield, the mercenaries, aided by light scroll magic, fought through the night with relentless vigor. Ghislain stabbed the last of the Pallors, ending the battle at last. Ghislain praised his mercenaries for their commitment and their ability to follow his plan. Cheers erupted from the mercenaries, their voices filled with relief and triumph. The battle was over, and the big three stood together. Gillion commended Ghislain for his efforts, praising him for his hard work. Ghislain, acknowledging the compliment, responded that everyone had done well. Belinda, ever concerned, asked if Ghislain was hurt anywhere. Ghislain immediately turned his attention to the situation at hand, instructing Belinda to check the head count right away. He also directed Kaor to bring the Cerberus mercenaries, without pausing for rest. He added that he and Gillion would scatter Pallors' corpses around the camp. Puzzled, Kaor wondered aloud what effect scattering the corpses would have. Ghislain calmly explained that the smell of the corpses would drive other monsters away. Pallor, being one of the highest-ranking monsters at the entrance to the Forest of Beasts, would make for an effective deterrent. Gillion, chiming in with a touch of humor, added that this would ensure the camp area would be safe, teasing Kaor by calling him Kid, as if to provoke him. Kaor, not one to back down from a challenge, gestured in a way that seemed to indicate he was ready to settle things with Gillion. With a playful challenge, Kaor asked if Gillion wanted to end things today, while Ghislain, relieved by the distraction, let out a sigh. Reflecting on the time spent in the Forest of Beasts, Ghislain realized it had been about 10 days since they entered. Now that the Pallor threat had been dealt with, he assessed that all the dangerous monsters along his planned route had been handled. The only remaining task was to mine the runestone veins. As the sun rose slightly above the horizon, Ghislain wondered if their struggles were finally over. Belinda approached and reported on her findings. She confirmed that the Cerberus mercenary corps consisted of 41 people, and the contracted mercenaries had decreased by 3, leaving a total of 126. Ghislain spoke softly, remarking that Cerberus had not suffered any casualties. Kaor, proud of his leadership, smugly proclaimed that it was no surprise, considering who was leading them. He made a point of reminding Gillion that he had outdone the old man in leading his corps. Ghislain, focused on the situation, asked about the 3 contracted mercenaries who had died. Belinda explained that their identities could not be confirmed, as their bodies had not been found. Gordon added that Manus was missing, and the others speculated that he might have died in battle. However, this theory was quickly dismissed, as one mercenary pointed out that there were no bodies to support that claim. Another mercenary suggested that Manus had likely sneaked away. The others noted that it was not surprising, given Manus' track record. It was obvious that Manus had somehow convinced 2 other mercenaries to abandon the group and leave. As Ghislain processed this information, 2 mercenaries, who had followed Manus, began talking about the intense battle they had just survived. One remarked that they would have died if Manus hadn't run, as he had urged them to do. The other chimed in, suggesting that now that they had put some distance between themselves and the danger, they could afford to slow down a bit. But Manus, more practical than the others, snapped at them, urging them to keep running while the monsters were distracted. He emphasized that they needed to get out while they could if they wanted to survive. When he glanced back, however, he noticed the 2 mercenaries had stopped in their tracks. Manus, still oblivious to the danger, asked them why they stopped. Before the 2 could respond, they froze in fear. One of them pointed behind Manus, and he turned around to face the source of their terror. A pair of crimson-red eyes stared back at them. Looming over them was a gigantic snake, large enough to swallow a person whole. The 3 mercenaries stood frozen in fear, realizing too late that they had provoked a creature far beyond their ability to escape. Strangely enough, the blood python did not consume the 3 deserting mercenaries. Instead, it carried them to its nest, tossing them into a growing mountain of corpses, right in the runestone vein that Ghislain had been searching for. The journal Ghislain had retrieved from his memory was accurate, confirming that a runestone vein lay just a little deeper into the forest. The mercenaries, who had previously been grumbling incessantly, now displayed an unexpected discipline as they forged a path through the forest. They began by cutting down trees, trimming them further to make them manageable, and then moving them. Kaor watched in amazement as they worked without needing instruction, noticing how efficiently they felled a tree nearby. It was the first time he had ever seen these lazy mercenaries so well-disciplined. Gillion muttered under his breath, sensing this moment had been inevitable. Kaor responded, acknowledging the irony, and then turned his thoughts back to the mercenaries' newfound focus. He wondered aloud if they would all disband after this expedition, remarking that it would be a waste to use them only once. Ghislain, focused on his task of cutting through a tree, casually mentioned that he planned to hire them all as his personal soldiers. The mercenaries had surpassed the limits of their usual role through their experience here, and Ghislain believed they could form a solid foundation for expanding his forces. Gazelle approached with a report. He mentioned that the Pallor corpses had been scattered near the clearing, just as he had ordered. Kaor acknowledged the report and expressed satisfaction with their progress, noting the impressive effect. He observed that no monsters had been spotted between the campsite and their current location, a sign that the tactics had been successful. His gaze briefly shifted to Ghislain, the disdain from their earlier encounters seemingly gone. However, something still felt off to Ghislain, an uneasy sensation he couldn't shake. He tried to dismiss it, but couldn't quite rid himself of the ominous feeling that lingered. Belinda suddenly appeared, swinging from a tree before landing and kneeling. Her excitement was palpable as she reported that she had returned and, with just one word, conveyed the thrilling news. There was something ahead. Ghislain immediately understood the significance. He commanded the mercenaries to clear the path at full speed, as their destination was now within reach. Hearing this, the mercenaries rallied their remaining strength and pressed forward. Not long after, they saw it, the very thing they had been searching for. The runestone vein gleamed just beyond the last line of trees. The sight of it was mesmerizing, and they paused, taken aback by the beauty of the shimmering crystals. One mercenary muttered in disbelief that this couldn't be real, while another voiced similar shock. Ghislain calmly explained that this was exactly why they had embarked on the expedition. It was a top-grade runestone vein. The crystals protruded from the earth like a mountain of diamonds, and Kaor marveled at the sight, realizing that there truly was something valuable hidden in the forest. Gillion, standing nearby, couldn't resist a smug comment, praising Ghislain's foresight. Belinda, in her usual exuberance, jumped to Ghislain's side, embracing him tightly as though it were the most natural thing in the world. She asked, with excitement in her voice, how he had known about the vein. One of the mercenaries wondered aloud if all the scattered crystals were truly runestone, while another enthusiastically shouted about how they had just stumbled upon something most would only dream of encountering once in a lifetime. Others eagerly discussed the possibility of mining the crystals and becoming rich. However, a sudden, hoarse voice echoed through the mist, abruptly cutting through their excitement. It warned that none of them would be going anywhere. They immediately recognized the voice and noticed Manus standing up, as though possessed by some unseen force. Before anyone could react, Manus collapsed, shrouded in a thick mist. The mercenaries rushed toward him, calling out in frustration, but Ghislain raised his sword and commanded them to step back. With practiced ease, Ghislain stretched his arm back in preparation to swing his broadsword. When he did, the sheer power behind the strike sent a gust of wind that swept away the mist. As the fog cleared, the mercenaries were confronted with the grim sight of a mountain of bones, the blood python's lair. One mercenary shouted in horror at the sight of the countless corpses scattered across the ground. Another demanded to know what had happened here. They quickly realized that not only were there monster corpses, but human ones as well. The bodies seemed to confirm that this was no abandoned lair. Belinda and Gillion quickly fell into a defensive stance, calling for instructions from their young lord. Ghislain, his gaze scanning the area, acknowledged that peaceful mining of the runestones would no longer be possible. He noted that the scale of the carnage suggested this was the nest of high-ranking monsters, and the fact that some of the bodies weren't fully decayed indicated that it hadn't been abandoned for long. The toxic gas from the corpses had mixed with the mist, which was why they hadn't noticed the danger right away. Ghislain cursed inwardly, recalling that no records of special dangers had been noted near the vein. Everyone needed to pay attention, so Ghislain issued a command for battle, his voice ringing out as he sensed something approaching. True to his instincts, the massive blood python appeared right before him, as if materialized from thin air, moving with an uncanny stealth. The moment it did, its gaping mouth opened wide, preparing to swallow Ghislain whole. Ghislain ordered everyone to scatter, and Belinda, Kaor, and Gillion immediately moved into position while Ghislain stepped forward as the vanguard. With no trace of fear, he leaped into the air, sword raised, ready to confront the python. As the python lunged, Ghislain dodged the initial strike and swung his sword downward in a circular motion. The momentum from his leap carried him toward the body of the serpent, moving safely away from its head. With his sword infused with mana, he leaped, thrusting it toward the serpent's skull. Even with the force of 2 attacks, only a shallow cut marred the python's head. Gillion, watching from the side, couldn't help but mutter that even after using mana, the strike had barely left a mark. Kaor, equally astonished, voiced his disbelief over the strength of the python's scales, unable to comprehend how it could withstand such an attack. When Ghislain attempted to jump away, the python immediately opened its mouth wide again. Using its glands near the fangs, it sprayed venom at Ghislain while he was still in the air. Ghislain, quick to respond, twisted his body and turned his cape to shield himself from the poisonous spray. But the attack didn't stop there. The python swiftly brought down its tail, aiming to strike Ghislain from above. Ghislain, anticipating the strike, used the momentum from his turn to swing his sword. The tail and his blade collided, and the sheer physical power of the python sent him crashing to the ground with a tremendous impact. Belinda's voice rang out in worry, so loud it almost seemed imbued with mana, as she called out to her young lord, fearing for his safety. Meanwhile, the python's body moved frantically, and chaos erupted around them. One of the mercenaries, caught in the madness, shouted in panic, warning everyone to be careful not to get caught up in the python's rampage. Another mercenary, in frustration, questioned just what kind of snake could be this enormous, while a third mercenary screamed as the crushing force of the snake began to tear through their ranks. With the mercenaries in disarray, the experienced trio quickly took action. Gillion moved with quick movement, pulling 2 of the mercenaries out of harm's way. Belinda used a rope to tie up several others and threw them away from the crushing force of the snake. Kaor, the leader of his corps, commanded his group to scatter away. The rampaging snake was relentless and devastating, and the mercenaries were helpless in its wake, screaming in fear of being crushed under its monstrous strength. Ghislain, still kneeling on the ground, tried to circulate mana through his body, preparing for his next counterattack. As he watched the python's menacing gaze fixated on him, he knew this creature was the true master of the runestone vein. In his mind, Ghislain reflected on the situation. The blood python was one of the creatures deemed impossible to hunt in the forest of Beast's expedition. It resided deep within the forest, so he had never expected to encounter it here. The chances of victory seemed slim, and while retreating was an option, he had no time to waste. Grabbing the runestone in his hand, he steeled his resolve. If he gave up now, everything he had done up until this point would be for nothing. His mind was set, and with renewed conviction, Ghislain declared to himself that he was someone burdened with many responsibilities. With that, he activated the 3 mana cores in his upper body, raising his sword in defiance of the massive creature before him, his eyes burning with the determination to defeat it. Ghislain opened his 3rd mana core, considering whether it would be enough to defeat the blood python. The serpent, after rampaging through the ranks of mercenaries, set its sights on him once again, sensing the power swelling within the seemingly insignificant human before it. With a gaping mouth, the creature charged. Ghislain's sword flared with the mana he had imbued into it. He sidestepped, deflecting the snake's strike with his blade, sending it to the side. In a swift motion, Ghislain ran his blade along the serpent's head. Unfortunately, its scales proved too tough. Like a dancer with a broadsword, Ghislain swung his blade upward, then brought it down with precise force, taking out one of the serpent's eyes. But the battle was far from over. The blood python retaliated, bringing its tail down to crush Ghislain. The young master stood his ground, blocking the devastating blow with his blade as if he were a tank. Mana coursed through his veins, pushing the limits of his abilities. Meanwhile, the serpent opened its mouth, attempting to devour him. The massive serpent unleashed a barrage of attacks, its weight adding force to every strike. Ghislain, relying on his physical strength and the energy from his third mana core, matched the serpent's force, managing to hold his ground. He screamed, determined not to back down despite the slim chances of survival. There were battles that could not be avoided. Just as his father had borne the weight of the territories, Ghislain would carry the weight of the doom hanging over his estate and its future. Kaor, Belinda, Gillion, and the rest of the mercenaries watched in awe, surprised by the sight of their young master fighting with everything he had. It was the first time they had seen Ghislain unleash all of his strength in battle. Ghislain leapt toward the snake's head, raising his sword to strike its open mouth. In his mind, this was the moment to fulfill his responsibility. After putting some distance between them to regain control of his breathing, Ghislain observed the blood python. It showed no signs of faltering. The thought crossed his mind. Keeping the third mana core open for too long was dangerous. His mana would run out before he could finish the creature off. Unexpectedly, the mercenaries he had brought along charged forward. Belinda called out to him, prompting Ghislain to turn toward her. Gillion stood in front, and to his surprise, Kaor stepped up to face the enormous serpent as well. Belinda checked to make sure Ghislain was unharmed, urging him to move to safety. She pleaded with him, urging him to get to safety while they would hold the serpent off. Ghislain's response shocked everyone present. He commanded the mercenaries to heed his order and leave immediately. Kaor and Gillion turned back, confused by the unexpected order. Belinda was baffled and wondered what he meant by that, her mind racing. Gordon questioned aloud whether the boss had really given that command. Gillion, too, spoke up, asking what Ghislain meant. Ghislain explained calmly, revealing that even he couldn't guarantee the safety of everyone against such a monstrous foe. He couldn't afford to lose anyone here, making it clear that he valued their lives far more than the battle ahead. Belinda was still stunned, asking what would happen to Ghislain now, to which he responded simply, his resolve unwavering that he had to finish the battle here. She watched him in astonishment, as she couldn't believe that he would push himself even further, especially when making it this far was already a miracle. She wondered, silently, why he would go to such lengths. Ghislain's aura flared once again as mana surged through his veins and into his sword. The blood python responded by unleashing a cloud of poison, attempting to drown the group with a deadly spray. Ghislain shouted for the mercenaries to flee immediately, but rather than retreating, they moved forward, raising their shields to protect him from the poisonous onslaught. Ghislain was taken aback by their unexpected response, unable to fathom that they had chosen to fight rather than run. One of the mercenaries shouted, expressing their willingness to fight alongside him. Another declared they had never met an employer like him before. Gordon chimed in, affirming their loyalty, saying they had survived many battles thanks to Ghislain and would do so again. Kaor excitedly added that the treasure awaiting them was theirs for the taking if they could bring down the snake. Belinda, with conviction in her voice, vowed that she would not leave him behind. Gillion, the first to swear his loyalty, offered to create an opening by distracting the serpent. He told Ghislain that just as they believed in him, he should now believe in them. Ghislain steeled himself, understanding the risks involved. He knew he might lose one of his men, but turning back was not an option. He warned them that the blood python's size was beyond normal. Its poison was deadly, and its blood-red scales were tough enough to deflect even with mana-coated blades. If it landed a single blow, one of them would surely die. Belinda was still stunned, trying to grasp why Ghislain was so determined to take down the serpent. But then, his gaze shifted to the blood python's crushed right eye and the open wound. The opportunity was clear. He could strike there. Raising his blade so everyone could see, Ghislain called for action, commanding the mercenaries to heed his orders and return together. In unison, the mercenaries raised their voices in affirmation. They were undeterred by the blood python's enormous size who stood tall before them. The serpent's mouth opened wide, and the mercenaries raised their shields in preparation. Without hesitation, the big four sprang into action. Belinda, with her dagger in hand, positioned herself behind Kaor, who wielded his strangely shaped blade, both preparing to strike at the serpent's right eye. Gillion, raising his axe, aimed for the wound in the creature's mouth, while Ghislain searched for an opening, moving carefully with his blade. The mercenaries did all they could to restrict the snake's movements, using every ounce of strength they had. Kaor thrust his blade into the serpent's right eye, drawing the creature's attention. In response, the serpent swiftly swung its head, opening its mouth in a lethal snap aimed at him. Fortunately, Belinda was there to react, pulling Kaor out of harm's way using a line, saving him from the deadly jaws. Gillion leaped in, his axe crashing down with force. While the weapon couldn't pierce the blood python's scales, Gillion's strength, enhanced by his mana, forced the serpent's head to slam into the ground. Seeing the opening, Ghislain moved from the side toward the serpent's remaining eye. The snake noticed him, but it was too slow to stop him. With precision, Ghislain pierced the serpent's eye, causing it to scream in agony. Ghislain's thoughts raced. Even though he knew what would happen in the future, he understood that not everything would go exactly as planned. But he could not afford to stand by and watch as others perished. He had to kill it. The mercenaries pounced on the snake, with Gillion still pinning it down. The creature, in its final moments of strength, suddenly jerked its head upward. It sensed the strongest mana above it and prepared to charge. Ghislain leapt high into the air, blade raised, prepared to deliver the final blow. He had no choice but to end it now. After all, he was the only one who knew the future of the estate, and he could not fail. The serpent, with its mouth gaping wide, surged toward Ghislain. As if Ghislain failed to react, the serpent swallowed him whole. The others watched in shock, convinced that the young master had been swallowed whole. Belinda screamed for her young master, helpless. But to their astonishment, Ghislain's blade pierced the serpent's head from inside. He ran his blade outward, splitting the serpent's upper head in two. Ghislain emerged from the wreckage, drenched in poison, but victorious. The blood python was dead. Kaor and Gillion smiled, relieved to see their young master safe. Belinda, overwhelmed with joy, was just as glad to see Ghislain alive and well. As the future of Perdium, Ghislain knew that he couldn't allow the expedition to fail. And as the Mercenary King, he couldn't let those who followed him die without purpose. With the defeat of the blood python, the expedition toward the Runestone Vein came to a successful conclusion. Back at Perdium Castle, Albert was seething with fury. He raged about Ghislain's blatant defiance of the Lord's orders, entering the Forest of Beasts. This, Albert declared, was nothing short of treason. In the room were Swalter, the Count of Perdium, and Homern, who tried to calm Albert's rising anger. Homern was well aware of the young lord's reckless nature, but with the lord away on a long expedition, wondering if Ghislain think he was the ruler now. Albert's accusations were sharp and bitter. Homern sighed and explained that there was no point in getting worked up now. The young lord had been in the Forest of Beasts for over 2 weeks. Had Scoven not falsified his report, they could have intervened earlier. Homern still couldn't understand why Scoven had chosen to help Ghislain, risking his own knighthood for the young lord. Albert grew more frustrated, insisting that they could not ignore this any longer. His lordship must act before Ghislain caused even greater chaos. Homern agreed, adding that as soon as Ghislain returned, he must be imprisoned and severely punished. The Count remained silent, his mind racing with questions. He could not understand why his son had stirred up such trouble. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Randolph, the captain of the Perdium Knights, rushed in urgently. The atmosphere shifted instantly, and all present could sense the gravity in his tone. He informed them that it was urgent, and the Lord needed to come out immediately. Swalter raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued, and asked what the matter was. With an expression that clearly carried weight, Randolph revealed the startling news that the young lord, Ghislain, had returned. Outside, Ghislain strode confidently toward Perdium Castle. He knew that meeting his father would bring great consequences, but he was certain that once his father saw the results of his actions, everything would be all right. Once Ghislain arrived, he immediately took a seat before his father, the 2 officials, and the knight captain. Albert, though seething with fury, remained silent, waiting for the Archduke to speak. Even Randolph and Homern could not guess what this young man had in mind. Meanwhile, though Swalter was relieved that his son had returned alive from the Forest of Beasts, he couldn't bring himself to express his relief, for Ghislain had defied his orders. Ghislain calmly addressed his father, his voice carrying a childish tone. His words were simple, that he had returned. Swalter reminded him that he had explicitly told him not to venture into the Forest of Beasts. Ghislain apologized, stating that it was something that had to be done. This response only prompted confusion from Homern, who questioned what Ghislain meant by that had to be done. Randolph followed, asking whether Ghislain truly believed it was worth disobeying orders for. Entering the Forest of Beasts was a serious offense, Randolph added, emphasizing the danger not only to Ghislain's life but to the estate itself, emphasizing the risk if monsters had poured out of the forest and attacked the estate. Ghislain, undeterred by their scolding, calmly responded that he was still alive and no monsters had invaded the estate. His response only seemed to fuel Homern's anger, while Randolph shouted at him, demanding to know how he could dare speak back. Albert, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up, asking whether Ghislain found the situation amusing. Given that there had been no incidents in the Forest of Beasts this time, Albert suggested that they could let it pass, though his tone was tinged with frustration as he rummaged through his pocket. However, Albert then placed a letter on the table, making it clear that for this matter, there could be no excuses. Ghislain immediately recognized the letter from Count Rayfold, asking if it was indeed from him. Albert confirmed it, explaining that he had suspected something would go wrong when Ghislain visited Rayfold without warning. Worse, Ghislain had extorted 20,000 gold from Lady Amelia, who had been regularly sending support funds to Perdium. This had enraged Count Rayfold, who was now severing his ties with the estate and calling off the engagement. Albert stressed that this was a serious issue that could shake the entire estate. Ghislain took a moment to think. He was unbothered by the details of the report. He knew that manipulating a money-hungry count was not difficult, but it was clear that Amelia had resorted to working with an enemy to bring him down. Ghislain realized that the leverage he had over her was now useless, and he understood that revealing her secret deals or merchant connections would be seen as attempts to cover up the situation. If he had been even a little late in entering the Forest of Beasts, he would have been trapped in the estate. Time, he thought, was not on his side. He placed the letter back on the table. Albert, urging Ghislain to speak, questioned whether he had anything to say in response. Homern, interrupting, suggested that the 20,000 gold should be returned immediately. Randolph sighed, remarking that the amount would have covered the Night Order's expenses for some time. Ghislain responded simply, stating that he had spent it all. The four men were taken aback, but Ghislain explained that he had used the money to develop the Forest of Beasts. To the others, this sounded like one of Ghislain's usual reckless schemes. He was seen as having no concern for the future of Perdium's estate. Albert, still shocked, demanded to know if Ghislain had truly burned through all that money on a forest full of monsters. Ghislain, without offering excuses for his actions with Rayfold, simply apologized for the situation. Randolph, enraged, grabbed Ghislain by the collar, cursing him as a reckless brat. He reprimanded Ghislain for selling out the future of the estate with his own hands. Homern declared that Ghislain Perdium was no longer fit to be the Archduke and demanded that Ghislain be restrained and thrown into prison. In a calm, nonchalant tone, Ghislain responded that he would personally provide the necessary support funds from now on, including the 20,000 gold. Swalter, clearly perplexed, asked his son what he meant by that with a calm voice. Ghislain, without hesitation, called out to Belinda, who had been waiting outside. She entered the room, holding a box in her hands. Ghislain explained that if his goal had been merely to enter the Forest of Beasts and return, he would never have started its development. Belinda placed a box on the table, and as she opened it, the older men were initially confused by the glowing crystal inside. However, Swalter immediately recognized it. Ghislain revealed that was top-grade runestone. The recognition was immediate for those familiar with it, though Albert, seeing of it for the first time, expressed his surprise. Homern took the crystal and examined it closely, clearly impressed. He asked where Ghislain had acquired such a valuable item. Randolph, still processing the discovery, accused Ghislain of trading it for the 20,000 gold, though his face betrayed his shock. Ghislain, however, responded nonchalantly, explaining that he had mined it from the Forest of Beasts. Belinda, standing nearby, shot an annoyed glance at the older men for doubting Ghislain's words. Albert, still taken aback, noted that while the runestone was indeed valuable, it wouldn't nearly be enough to sustain the estate on its own. Ghislain nodded in agreement, but assured them that this wasn't all of it. He then led the group to the outskirts of the estate, where the results of his expedition were displayed in full. Piles of high-grade runestone filled the area, with more being transported in by carriage. In addition, the corpses of various monsters, valuable for their remains, were being sorted by the mercenaries Ghislain had hastily gathered for the mission. Homern, amazed at the scale of it all, asked Ghislain how much of this had been collected in just 15 days. Randalt, even more astonished, questioned whether he was seeing things. Swalter, equally surprised, turned to Belinda and asked if everything had truly been obtained during the expedition. Belinda responded with certainty, affirming that Ghislain had personally led the effort and secured all of it. Ghislain, with pride, explained that the haul included the remains of various creatures like the Dirus Ent and the blood python, but that the runestones here were just a small fraction of what had been mined from the vein. He reiterated that the purpose of the development was to benefit the estate, and as such, everything should be used for its benefit. Albert, reviewing the situation, estimated that with this much material, they would no longer struggle with support funds. The realization struck Randalt and Homern, leaving them shocked and impressed. Their demeanor shifted as they approached Ghislain, offering praise for his remarkable success. Randalt, acknowledging Ghislain's exhaustion from the expedition, spoke first, expressing his admiration. Homern followed, offering his own compliments, and the two even massaging Ghislain's shoulders in gratitude. Ghislain, however, had a few conditions before he would offer his support. He listed them one by one. The first condition was the immediate release of Scovin and Ricardo, as they had only followed his orders. His second condition was that public access to the Forest of Beasts remain restricted, warning that unnecessary rumors could harm the estate. After considering these requests, Homern found them reasonable, but Ghislain's third condition was far more contentious. He insisted that he would personally recruit and manage the mercenaries and security forces, as interference with the movement of troops within the estate would only waste time. Homern, alarmed by this suggestion, voiced his strong objection, demanding to know if Ghislain was proposing to form a private army. Equally concerned, Randalt voiced his objection, questioning what Ghislain might do with such an army. Albert, maintaining a more composed tone, stepped in to clarify the situation. He told Ghislain that he was mistaken if he thought he could simply do as he pleased without interference. He reminded Ghislain that his current position was one where he should be seeking forgiveness, not making demands. Ghislain, however, calmly explained that he was only setting the necessary conditions to replace Rayfold's financial support. He added that delays in operations like these would have a negative impact on Perdium's finances. He then turned to Albert, challenging him to consider if he was truly fine with the consequences of such delays. Albert, momentarily speechless, had no immediate response. Seeing the tension escalate, Albert turned to Swalter, urging him to intervene. He pleaded with his brother, asking him to take control of the situation before Ghislain's demands jeopardized the future of the estate. However, Swalter remained silent, watching the events unfold. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to Ghislain, drawing the attention of everyone gathered. It was Gillion, who greeted Ghislain warmly. Kaor, standing nearby, also welcomed him with a smile, and Gillion praised Ghislain for his efforts. Ghislain responded affirmatively, acknowledging the praise, while the mercenaries who had joined them in the expedition stood in line behind Gillion, sharing in the sentiment of respect and admiration. Gillion reported the loading of the runestone was nearly complete and waiting for further instruction. With just a command, they would be ready to move at any time. Kaor, now speaking with more respect and calm, reported that, as instructed, the Dirus Ent bark had been stored without preservatives. He then asked what should be done with the blood python. Ghislain gave the necessary instructions, telling them to dismantle the python's body, separating the venom, blood, flesh, and hide to prevent decay. The mercenaries responded affirmatively, ready to follow his orders. Swalter turned to Randalt, clearly impressed by the mercenaries' presence. However, he couldn't understand how Ghislain had managed to command such powerful individuals. Swalter agreed, remarking that the mercenaries seemed like an elite unit. This prompted Ghislain to turn around and respond. He acknowledged the comment, but also explained that without the mercenaries' help, the expedition would have been extremely difficult. Swalter, observing his son, saw him in a new light. Swalter then commanded the officials to return. As he turned around to leave, the others hesitated for a moment, but followed, as he gave them no opportunity to question his decision. Before departing, Swalter addressed Ghislain, choosing to overlook his action this time. However, he reminded his son that if he disobeyed his orders again, there would be consequences. Ghislain, grateful but firm, thanked his father and expressed that one day he would inherit the estate as its rightful successor. As he walked away, Swalter remarked that Ghislain had the spirit of the Northern Wolf. The title referred to the Count of Perdium, who protected the northern frontier of the Kingdom of Lithuania. Ghislain's father, Swalter, had led a lonely life. With weak military power and an estate suffering from poverty, he had been forced to defend the northernmost frontier for years. He had devoted his entire life to protecting the estate, without the company of his wife, Elena, or even his son. In the end, his reward had been a lonely and forgotten death. With the immediate tension subsiding, Kaor expressed relief, remarking that they could finally relax a little. Belinda, still concerned for Ghislain, asked if he was heading straight back to the castle. Ghislain replied that he wouldn't rest just yet, instructing Belinda to prepare everything so they could depart at any moment. Surprised, she asked if he wasn't going to rest. Gillion, noticing Ghislain's weariness, also suggested that he take some time to recover, pointing out that it was already a miracle he had survived being inside the blood python. Belinda sternly reminded him of the effort it had taken to detoxify the poison from his body and pleaded with him to rest before moving forward. Ghislain, though fatigued, tapped Belinda's shoulder and assured her that he was counting on her. Despite his exhaustion, he knew he couldn't afford to delay the mining process. Word of Perdium securing the runestone vein would spread quickly, and it would soon reach the ears of those who sought to claim the estate for themselves. Deciding to leave the rest to the trio, Ghislain turned to head back, though with each step his breathing grew heavier. He knew they had to strengthen their forces as quickly as possible to a level where no one would dare challenge them. But before he could take another step, his body gave out. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Belinda immediately shouted his name, but even without an immediate response, a pang of pain struck the hearts of all who had witnessed the fall of the Archduke. In the dimly lit, foreboding hall, a messenger pigeon arrived, a letter securely fastened around its neck, heading toward the mysterious figure who coveted the Perdium estate. The figure, Count Desmond, Herald Desmond, loomed in the shadows, a figure who commanded everything from behind the scenes. As if performing an action long ingrained, he accepted the pigeon, his grip unwavering. With measured motion, he opened the letter. Inside, a report confirmed the partial reclamation of the Forest of Beast, suggesting a territorial war with the Dygald family and the eventual destruction of Perdium. After that, the ducal house would intervene. With sharp eyes, Count Desmond read the report. The destruction of Perdium. His voice carried a weight that left no room for doubt. Before him, those gathered under his command sat around a circular table, representatives from across the kingdom awaiting his directive. One of them, pondering aloud, wondered if they should reduce Perdium to a lordless land. Another expressed that the time had come. A third suggested that the ducal house likely intended to appoint a new ruler for Perdium. Count Desmond then asked how many of his people were still in Perdium. One of his subordinates answered that 2 retainers and 1 knight remained. He immediately ordered the 2 retainers to be sent to Dygald's territory. The fact that the missing Dygald heir had been found dead in the Perdium estate would be enough justification for war. Furthermore, Count Desmond added that Victor would take full command of the operation. This command caught the attention of the gathering. One person expressed disbelief, stating that it was surprising they were deploying Desmond's strongest card so soon. Another remarked that if Frank had done his job properly, Perdium would have fallen on its own. A third person, questioning the need for Victor's involvement, wondered if the ducal house, usually so discreet, had shifted its approach. Count Desmond explained that the Forest of Beasts had changed everything, though the others were left to wonder whether it held some unknown riches. Standing up, Count Desmond asserted that every decision followed Duke Belfine's will, instructing his subordinates not to question any orders. He then asked if anyone else knew about the situation in Perdium. The scene shifted to Rayfold Estate, where Amelia screamed in distress, her cries filling the room. Leaning her head against Bernarfa's chest, she shouted Ghislain's name. Bernarf stood still, allowing her to cry, her body trembling as he did so. Amelia muttered about how Ghislain had secured a runestone mine using the 20,000 gold he had taken from her. Even after sending the wildcats, they had failed to kill him. She had even humbled herself before her father to cut off Perdium's funding. The realization burned, and it had all made her look like a fool. With a calm voice, Bernarf suggested that Amelia was not acting like herself. Taking a long breath, Amelia acknowledged it, admitting she had let her emotions take over. She quickly gathered herself and turned to her table, stating that what was done. It was clear she was already plotting her next move and started cooking, focusing on both Ghislain and Perdium. Bernarf, sensing her renewed determination, smiled and offered to follow any order she gave. Amelia explained that now that they had discovered the runestone mine, Perdium's financial troubles would soon end. Bernarf mused that a celebration might be underway there. However, Amelia pointed out that the important thing was that they hadn't sold the runestones yet. According to their latest intelligence, the runestones had only been secured 2 days ago, which wasn't enough time to establish a reliable supply chain. She decided they would exploit that weakness. Amelia concluded that the only place in the north where they could sell the runestones was the Crimson Magic Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage Delmud, known as the Tower of Advancement. Runestones were essential for magical research, and magic towers always took securing such supplies seriously. She commanded Bernarf to set up an ambush with wildcats along the main route to the northern tower. Their target wouldn't be Ghislain, but the workers transporting the runestones. They would disrupt the transportation, causing chaos, and in the confusion, they would seize the runestones. Bernarf raised a suggestion about the Scarlet Flame Tower in the Brivant territory, but Amelia reassured him, explaining that the Crimson Tower had been in decline and that Ghislain would never seek the lower-paying tower when the Crimson Magic Tower would offer more. Amelia's voice was filled with determination as she proclaimed that this time, she would take everything from Ghislain Perdium. Meanwhile, at the Perdium estate, Ghislain rested, having been worn out from the battle with the beast. Though valiant in his fight, his body had finally given in, requiring time to recover fully. When Ghislain had been swallowed whole by the blood python, survival had seemed impossible. After all, he was only human. The blood python, a predator of its level, had its own process for digesting prey. Before passing food into its esophagus, the snake secreted venom to dissolve its prey for easier digestion. However, the mana released from Ghislain's third core burned the venom upon contact, preventing it from invading his body. The toxic fumes created in the process, though, filled the air, making it a deadly environment for anyone attempting to breathe. Most prey would have lost consciousness or died during the process, but Ghislain, bearing the future of his estate on his shoulders, told himself to endure. If he lost consciousness inside the blood python's mouth, everything would be over. The expedition, his precious family, and his future would be lost. In that critical moment, knowing he could not avoid the poison, Ghislain decided to make it his own. He channeled the poison that had entered his body, attempting to absorb it into his mana core. Using the fierce rotation of mana within his core, he worked to neutralize the poison. This technique, requiring delicate mana control, could only be achieved by those who had reached superhuman levels, and Ghislain attempted it. He could not be certain of his success, but he decided to try. He used it as an alternative fuel to withstand mana explosions, and this, he believed, was how he would break free from the blood python's grasp. After 2 days of sleep, Ghislain finally woke up. To his surprise, the usual aches in his body were gone. Instead, he felt refreshed. As his memories slowly returned, he sat up, feeling a haze in his mind. He wondered where he was. He remembered receiving forgiveness from his father, but everything after that was unclear. As he gathered his thoughts, he noticed Elena sitting by his bed, as though she had been tending to him the whole time he had been unconscious, waiting for her brother to wake up. Without warning, Elena rushed toward him and hugged him tightly, relieved to see him awake. She explained that he had woken up after 2 days, and after leaving without a word, he had suddenly collapsed upon his return. A flood of emotions overtook her, but once the initial worry faded, her voice softened, greeting him with a familiar warmth. Still trying to make sense of everything, Ghislain nervously muttered her name. But before he could process it further, Elena abruptly pushed him back onto the bed and ran out of the room, calling out to Belinda that her brother was awake. Ghislain's thoughts remained focused on the situation at hand. 2 days after emerging from the blood python's body, he had received only minimal first aid from Belinda before continuing to work. He had tried to endure until the runestones were sold, but his young body had not been able to handle it, causing him to collapse. His thoughts deepened as he reflected on his recklessness. Considering how reckless he had been, Ghislain realized his body was in surprisingly good condition. Sleeping for just 2 days shouldn't have been enough to recover from such damage. He assessed his body and noted something strange. His recovery rate had drastically improved, and his mana capacity had increased. When he tried to gather his mana, he noticed that its nature had changed. Ghislain wondered if his mana had fused with the blood python's energy during the process of neutralizing the poison in his core. He murmured to himself that he never knew in his past life that he could grow stronger in such a way. The risk he had taken had certainly paid off. He would need to run some tests after dealing with more pressing matters. One thing was certain, which if this method worked, he could become dozens of times stronger in no time. A content smile crossed his face, but his focus quickly shifted to the matter at hand. Selling the runestones was now the priority. 2 days had passed, and by now, everyone who needed to know about the runestone mine was already aware. Ghislain quickly got dressed, intending to gather the mercenaries immediately. Just then, someone knocked on his door. He assumed it was Belinda and called out to her, telling her there was no need to knock. However, to his surprise, his father entered the room, followed by Belinda, who wore a cheerful expression upon seeing him standing, and Elena, who had a sheepish grin on her face. Swalter, his father, exclaimed his relief that Ghislain was awake. Ghislain responded, startled by his father's words, and confirmed that he was fine. Visibly relieved, Swalter expressed his satisfaction that Ghislain was okay. Coming to his side abruptly, Belinda ran her hand along his face, nagging him like a child. She scolded him for suddenly collapsing and expressed how worried they had been. Ghislain reassured her nonchalantly that he was fine. Swalter stepped closer to Ghislain, asking if they could talk. Standing before his son, Swalter then said that he had a request. Ghislain, confused, listened intently, for his father had never spoken to him this way before, as he had always viewed him as the failure of the Perdium estate's heir. Later, the 2 men, father and son, made their way to the training ground. The eerie silence was only broken by the sound of their combined footsteps, each carrying their own sword in hand. Ghislain couldn't help but observe the Duke closely, realizing it was the first time they had been alone together. He thought about how, in his past life, he had always been too busy avoiding his father, fearful of the scolding he would receive. The tension of the present moment stirred memories of the past, though Ghislain remained focused on the now. Once they reached the center of the arena, Swalter spoke, apologizing for having called his son out so soon after his rest. Ghislain reassured him, mentioning how well he had slept for 2 days and feeling great as a result. However, Ghislain quickly shifted the conversation, bringing up the request his father had mentioned earlier. He is growing nervous, wondered whether he would be scolded. Swalter maintained his stern gaze on his son for a moment before shifting his eyes away, as if deliberately avoiding them. Ghislain's suspicions grew at his father's odd behavior, and an uncomfortable silence filled the space between them. As the silence stretched on, Ghislain reflected on the words his mother had once shared with him as a child. He recalled a hazy evening when he, his mother, and Elena had been perched atop a hill, gazing out at the distant Perdium estate. His mother had spoken of his father, revealing that he was not an honest man, explaining how he always prioritized others before himself and never showed his true feelings. But, she had added, he was different when it came to her, a small chuckle escaping her lips as she recalled his confession of love. His mother had told him then to try to understand his father, even if he seemed rough around the edges, as he was simply bad at expressing himself. Ghislain had not understood the depth of her words back then, but standing before his father now, the meaning seemed clearer. Swalter suddenly assumed a stance, holding his sword vertically and instructing Ghislain to raise his sword. Nervous, Ghislain followed the command, beads of sweat forming on his cheek. Despite the nerves, he steeled himself, locking eyes with his father. They prepared for the sparring session, each taking their own stance, swords ready. In the blink of an eye, Swalter lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward Ghislain. He responded quickly, deflecting the attack by turning his sword and positioning it in front of him. Swalter withdrew, spinning his blade upward before bringing it crashing down with all his weight. Ghislain planted his feet firmly and received the blow near the hilt of his sword. Determined, Ghislain swung his sword from behind, aiming for his father. Swalter brought his sword down to block, then quickly counterattacked with the precision of a striking snake. Ghislain barely managed to raise his sword in time to defend. The battle continued, each maneuver coming faster and sharper than the last. Swalter's movements were fluid, but Ghislain kept pace, thrusting his sword with deadly precision. Swalter dodged and retaliated, pushing his weight behind every strike. With each exchange, Ghislain began to understand what kind of sword his father wielded. The heavy blade that could easily overpower the northern barbarians was also capable of gentleness, capable of protecting those most precious. As the sparring continued, Ghislain felt the weight of the blade in a way he never had before. He now understood the balance his father struck between strength and tenderness. After several more exchanges, Swalter lunged again, bringing his sword down with great force. Ghislain blocked with the hilt of his sword, redirecting the strike before swiftly swinging from his side in an attempt to land a blow. Just as quick, Swalter raised his sword behind him to defend. In the next instant, both father and son recognized an opening in each other's defense. Then they struck. They locked swords, each pointing their blades to the other's neck. The match ended in a draw, both men eyeing each other intently. Ghislain, with his sharp gaze, studied his father, while Swalter, though proud of his son's skills, was left with a sense of nervousness over what he had just witnessed. Swalter broke the silence, praising Ghislain for his growth, and with a nervous smile, Ghislain muttered a brief thanks. But his surprise deepened when Swalter offered him some advice. He suggested that Ghislain ease up on the pressure during their encounters. While Ghislain certainly had the strength and reflexes capable of taking down monsters in the forest, Swalter noted that his intentions might be too easy to read by an opponent. Ghislain pondered his father's words, offering a low hum in acknowledgement. He was used to gauging his opponent's movements when fighting, but perhaps there was more to consider in the heat of battle. Lost in thought, he considered how to incorporate this new insight into his technique. As Ghislain pondered, a realization struck him. He had never truly been formally taught by anyone before. His swordsmanship, built entirely on real combat and instinct, lacked proper instruction. Having never learned through formal teaching, there were undoubtedly things he had missed along the way. But now, with his father's guidance, those gaps were being addressed. Ghislain came to a quiet epiphany. He had always believed that he could only rely on himself, and had carried the burden of solitude, never seeking guidance. But now, receiving it from his father, he saw that it wasn't such a bad thing after all. It was something he could learn from, something he could embrace. Grateful, Ghislain turned to his father and thanked him for the lessons. However, Swalter remained silent, his expression unreadable as he fixed his gaze on his son. After a moment, he spoke, admitting that he had actually intended to scold Ghislain. The young man was taken aback. His father explained that, despite any merit Ghislain had earned, breaking the rules was still breaking the rules. If everyone ignored the rules just because of their contributions, it would lead to chaos. Ghislain listened intently, no longer the foolish child he had been during his adolescence. He was growing, evolving. His father noticed it too, expressing that Ghislain had changed. Swalter recognized that unlike others who sought trouble to gain merit, Ghislain seemed to be looking beyond that, seeing something larger. Swalter advised him to continue on his current path, to think about Perdium and those around him, and to fulfill his responsibilities as the estate's successor. The word responsibility echoed in Ghislain's mind. While he couldn't express it, his resolve to protect the estate had solidified the moment he opened his eyes in the barack. Before his father left, Ghislain remembered something. He asked Swalter about the request he had mentioned earlier. Swalter, hesitant and struggling to express himself, finally turned and asked Ghislain if he had any money. It was for the repairs of the northern fortress. Later, Ghislain donned his cape and made his way toward the Forest of Beasts encampment. There, his mercenary army awaited, his strongest subordinates at the forefront, ready to greet him. As Ghislain approached, the mercenaries stood in line, greeting him in unison. Ghislain smiled at the sight of them. He asked how everyone had been doing, and the mercenaries responded enthusiastically, showing their respect and admiration for him. Kaor commented on how healthy Ghislain looked, while Gillion asked about his well-being. Ghislain reassured them, apologizing for keeping them waiting. He then inquired about Rachel, Gillion's daughter, and was pleased to hear that she had recovered beyond expectations. Gillion bowed his head in gratitude, thanking Ghislain for his role in Rachel's recovery. With pleasantries out of the way, Ghislain's tone shifted. He informed his trusted subordinates that the estate was in danger. His serious words carried weight, and they all understood that something significant was brewing. They had seen his actions in the forest of beasts, and they could tell that a greater threat loomed. The four of them gathered in a tent, where Ghislain revealed the details of the situation. He shared everything, from the attack on Elena to the forces attempting to trigger a war by killing her, the discovery of the Daigal prince's corpse, and the growing threats targeting Perdium. Ghislain's mind raced as he speculated that spies had been operating within the estate for some time. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Belinda remarked that she now understood why Ghislain had been in such a hurry. She had thought that the discovery of the runestones would have brought some respite, but now it was clear there was no time to relax. Always eager for a fight, Kaor remarked that after the Forest of Beasts, war seemed to be the next step for Perdium, a place that never seemed to have a dull moment. Gillion understood the danger as well, realizing that Perdium's recent discovery of the runestones made it a prime target for enemies seeking to take advantage. Ghislain confirmed their thoughts, emphasizing that their enemies wouldn't simply let Perdium be. He then paused as Belinda urged them to inform the retainers and Lord. But Ghislain shook his head. He cautioned against acting too quickly, pointing out that even Elena's knights had betrayed her, and there could be spies among the retainers as well. They couldn't afford to trust anyone until they knew who their true allies were. He explained that, while they had bought some time by saving Elena, the discovery of the runestones had likely accelerated the plans of their enemies. A fierce battle awaited them. The words "thought battle" hung heavily in the air, as Ghislain prepared himself and his forces for what was to come. Silence filled the room as the gravity of the situation settled in. Ghislain felt a deep trust for the three subordinates before him, certain that their loyalty was unwavering. Kaor spoke first. He told Ghislain that he was ready to follow any order. His fierce personality seemed disappeared before the young lord. Equally devoted, Gillion expressed his commitment, stating that he had already dedicated his life to Ghislain and would follow him to the very end. Being the loyal and brash maid, Belinda suddenly stood, declaring that no one else but her would protect the young master. Ghislain let out a sigh of relief, a faint smile forming on his lips. He then turned to the matter at hand, his voice firm as he addressed the imminent danger to the estate. He explained that the greatest enemy to Perdium was the Duke of Delphini, the shadowy figure who coveted the estate. He named Count Desmond and Amelia, two deceptive figures who worked under the Duke's orders, and vowed not to let them succeed. The next step, Ghislain revealed, would be heading south to the Scarlet Flame Tower. Sensing an opportunity, Kaor expressed excitement about finally selling the runestones, eager for the wealth it would bring. Belinda questioned Ghislain's decision, suggesting that the Crimson Magic Tower, being closer, would offer a better price. But Ghislain explained that the Scarlet Flame Tower was the better choice, as it would generate less friction. Ever the strategist, Gillion understood the reasoning. When dealing with high-value goods like runestones, it was only logical to prepare for any potential threats, anticipating the presence of uninvited guests. Belinda quickly acknowledged the possibility of an ambush, recalling how the previous dealings had almost turned into a trap. The Scarlet Flame Tower had once been the most prosperous in the south. However, when Delmut of the Crimson Magic Tower reached the level of a 7th Circle Mage, the balance of power shifted. Now, the Scarlet Flame Tower struggled to regain its former glory, still unable to rival the power of the Crimson Magic Tower. Ghislain's interest in the Scarlet Flame Tower was more personal. He had someone in mind, someone from his past life whom he needed to recruit into his plans. The scene shifted to the Scarlet Flame Tower complex. The structure rose high above its surroundings, seemingly ahead of its time. Inside, in a library, a woman sat amidst piles of books, trembling as she clutched a staff in her hand. She muttered the name of her teacher, Lanato, and wondered when the light, her teacher, had spoken of would finally arrive. The party made their way toward the Scarlet Flame Tower, which loomed ahead as they arrived. Belinda and Kaor's faces showed clear astonishment. Ghislain led the group personally, ensuring he would not need to pay the merchant's share. In awe, the man, the legend, and the myth, Gordon marveled at the tower's height. He had heard of it for years, but never expected to see it in person. One of the mercenaries also shared their amazement, stating they had long heard of it, but were now seeing it firsthand. Gordon then commented on the stark contrast between the lives of the people in the tower and those in Perdium, highlighting how different the world seemed from the one they knew. The areas surrounding magic towers often developed through trade with the mages. The surroundings of a Scarlet Flame magic tower, in particular, were remarkably clean and advanced. As one of the standing magic towers, it also produced magic scrolls. On the street, mages worked effortlessly, repairing the road and laying street tiles as though they were seasoned construction workers. One of the mercenaries, astonished, wondered aloud how such work could be done using magic, while another expressed disbelief at seeing magic performed without a scroll. The group watched in wonder as they passed by, observing the mages' skill. As they moved forward, the group of mages glanced sharply at the passing party of mercenaries, their expressions tinged with disdain. In an instant, the mages cast a spell, blue flames shooting from their staffs, burning with an intensity that seemed to scorch the very essence of their existence. The flames enveloped them, and before long, they seemed to vanish from sight. The mercenaries reacted in surprise, exclaiming how extraordinary it was. With a hint of nonchalance, Ghislain calmly explained that it was a concealment spell and remarked that the mages clearly didn't want to be seen. Ever the skeptic, Kaor scoffed at the situation, chastising the mercenaries for their behavior. Belinda, somewhat taken aback but still impressed, expressed that even if the tower wasn't what it once was, it remained a powerful force. Ever the pragmatist, Gillion reminded them that Valiant was one of the wealthiest territories in the kingdom, and thus it made sense that such a tower would still hold importance. However, Ghislain pondered deeply on this. On the surface, the tower was still grand, but no one could have predicted its decline from its former glory. Soon, the party arrived at the imposing gates of the tower, where they stopped momentarily to gain entry. Ghislain remarked with some satisfaction that they had finally arrived. Straining his neck to get a better view, Kaor commented that it was so tall it almost seemed as though it would snap his neck. Belinda chimed in, noting that even reaching the main gate felt like a journey in itself. As they approached, something struck them as odd. There were no gatekeepers to be found. Instead, two sets of armor, each holding massive axes, lay unattended. Suddenly, a mage called down from above the gate wall, ordering the party to step back. Right after, lines of manhwa formed in the air, reaching down toward the discarded equipment. The mages, standing on the gate wall, magically animated the armor to stand as guards. The towering figures of the armored guardians, now animated by magic, raised their axes in a defensive posture, blocking the entrance. One of the guards bellowed, demanding to know the party's identity and purpose. Tinged with incredulous in her voice, Belinda commented that the armor seemed almost like puppets, while Kaor sneered, remarking that these were typical gatekeepers of a magic tower, unwilling to even come down to speak face-to-face. Stayed composed, Gillion announced Ghislain's identity as the Archduke of Perdium and asked to speak with the person in charge of transactions. However, the mages immediately rejected their request. One mage scoffed, dismissing anything from Perdium as low-quality materials or cheap potions, calling it a waste of time to deal with people from such a place. He ordered them to leave. Angered, Belinda screamed at the mages, demanding they come down and face them. The mage simply told them to get lost, as they moved the two puppets into an offensive stance. Still calm, Gillion turned to Ghislain and asked how they should proceed. Taking a moment to consider, Ghislain then spoke, asking if the mages were truly comfortable with their decision. The mages halted their taunting and looked at him curiously. Without hesitation, Ghislain pulled out a piece of runestone and held it up for the mages to see. Initially, the mages seemed puzzled, their gaze distant as they tried to understand. But soon, one mage's eyes widened as he realized what the group had brought, an entire carriage full of runestones. The mages began to register what was happening. Could it be that everything they brought was runestones? With a smug grin, Ghislain asked if they were truly going to pass up such an opportunity. At this, the gate was opened, and the party was granted entry. Ghislain and Belinda were escorted to meet the person in charge of transactions. Two men greeted them warmly, bowing in recognition of their esteemed guest. The man who introduced himself as Sylvain, the trading manager of the tower, promised to assist them with whatever they needed. Unfazed, Ghislain requested someone capable of handling such a large transaction, indicating his desire to meet directly with the tower master. Sylvain was taken aback by this request, but quickly assured them he would notify the tower master and have someone escort them to the reception room. Belinda, still seething from the earlier disrespect, muttered under her breath about how they should have been treated with more respect from the start, directing her words toward the mage guard earlier. Just then, an explosion rattled the tower, drawing Ghislain's attention. He wondered aloud if something was wrong, but the mage quickly dismissed his concern, explaining it was a common occurrence during magic research. Still, Ghislain's thoughts drifted elsewhere, and a certain figure lingered in his mind. At the research lab, the door opened, and three seemingly high-ranking disciples stepped into the room. One was already lying on the floor, the air thick with dissipating mana. A blonde-haired mage spoke sternly, telling the girl that she had been warned about entering the research lab. Alfoy, blonde-haired man who sneered at the black-haired girl, his tone dripping with mockery as he spoke. He couldn't believe that someone without the ability to use magic would dare occupy a spot in the research lab. He taunted the girl, asking if she was ignoring the words of Alfoy, the heir to the magic tower and a third circle master. Another mage, a black-haired man, joined in, also mocking the girl and her teacher for accepting such a disciple. A third mage, a blonde-haired man, chimed in, arrogantly stating that the black-haired girl should be grateful for even being allowed a spot in the prestigious Scarlet Flame Magic Tower. The black-haired girl, lying weak and disheveled on the floor, gasped for air but still found the strength to respond. She weakly asserted that as a mage, she had the right to use the research lab just as much as anyone else. With a cruel smirk, Alfoy responded dismissively, calling her a mage before casting a spell. With a swift motion, Alfoy summoned crimson flames to his staff, preparing to challenge the girl with a fiery attack. Alfoy's tone was smug as he told the girl to try blocking the fire with her own magic. He hurled a fireball toward the seemingly helpless girl, casting the first circle spell Fire Sling. The black-haired girl, barely able to steady herself, raised her hand, struggling to cast a defensive spell. As the fireball approached, she faltered, her hand trembling as she prepared to take the hit with her bare body. Just before the fireball reached its target, a caped figure appeared between them. Ghislain, wielding his sword, moved swiftly, deflecting the fireball with ease. His actions freed the girl from the torment she had been enduring at the hands of her fellow mages. Ghislain turned to face the three mages with a nonchalant expression, commenting on the research taking place at the Scarlet Flame Tower. He called out the bullying that had been allowed to occur, the apparent disregard for the dignity of fellow mages. Meanwhile, in the Tower Master's conference room, the argument had escalated. Hubert, the master of the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower, was seething with frustration as he learned that their supply of runestones was nearly exhausted. He shook his head in disbelief, feeling the weight of the situation as his head throbbed from the looming shortage. The situation was dire, and Hubert could see that if things continued this way, the gap between their tower and the Crimson Magic Tower would only grow wider. With growing frustration, Hubert demanded answers. He had ordered the elders to stock up on runestones in advance, but now it seemed they had failed to act. His voice rose as he accused them of wasting time and resources, his patience slipping further. One elder, wearing a yellow hat, internally scoffed at Hubert's outburst, reflecting on how the Tower Master had spent more time socializing with nobles and indulging in luxuries instead of focusing on the tower's needs. Another elder, wearing a red hat, shared similar thoughts, growing increasingly frustrated with Hubert's lack of foresight. A third elder, with a green hat, brought up another pressing concern. While the shortage of runestones was one issue, the real problem was that their master was only a 6th circle mage, while the master of the Crimson Magic Tower was a 7th circle mage. Hubert, furious at the mention of Delmud, the Crimson Magic Tower's master, lashed out. If only he had more runestones, he believed he could easily reach the 7th circle himself. He vented his frustrations, accusing Delmud of hoarding all the runestones and claiming there was nothing special about the stones that should give the Crimson Magic Tower such an advantage. The green-hatted elder pressed on, asking what their plan was if they ran out of runestones, as the lack of them would prevent them from training properly. Hubert's anger flared again as he cursed Delmud, who had surpassed him and reached the 7th circle. He wondered aloud why Delmud, a low-born mage, was able to achieve such progress while Hubert struggled. Before the conversation could continue, Sylvain, the trading manager, burst into the room with urgent news. He apologized for the interruption, but insisted that they needed to come down immediately. An enormous shipment of runestones had arrived. At the mention of the runestones, the elders were left stunned, their confusion quickly turning to cautious hope. Meanwhile, in the research lab, Alfoy was continuing his attack on Ghislain, launching fireballs toward him. However, Ghislain stood unwavering, his sword in hand, effortlessly deflecting each attack as if they were little more than annoyances. His calm demeanor contrasted sharply with Alfoy's growing frustration. Determined to end the confrontation, Alfoy gathered all his mana, conjuring a massive fireball with every ounce of his power. He hurled it at Ghislain with the intent to overwhelm him. But Ghislain stood his ground. With a swift movement, he raised his sword and swung it downward. The blade cleaved through the fireball, splitting in half, leaving both Ghislain and the black-haired girl untouched. The other mages watched in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Ghislain's swordsmanship had completely disarmed Alfoy's magic in a way none of them had expected. Bewildered and furious, Alfoy demanded to know who Ghislain was. He had assumed he was just another noble taking a casual stroll through the tower, but this display of skill shattered his assumptions. Before he could react further, a line appeared around him, swiftly tightening and binding him. He gasped in shock as Belinda, with the precision of an assassin, immobilized him. The scene now looked grotesque, with Alfoy helplessly bound, his previous arrogance stripped away. Belinda's voice was cold as she threatened the restrained mage for daring to attack her young master. Thus, Belinda, tightening the line around him. Struggling against the bindings, Alfoy muttered in disbelief, asking just who these people were. Before she could respond further, a voice rang out, demanding that the commotion cease. Hubert's voice echoed through the lab, his frustration reaching its peak as he screamed at the chaos unfolding before him. He was accompanied by the 4 elders, who had arrived to witness the turmoil. Alfoy, still bound, Ghislain with his sword drawn, and the tension in the room was palpable. The tower master had arrived, and Vanessa gasped in surprise as she tried to gather her thoughts. Standing beside her, Ghislain remained unfazed, showing no reaction to the appearance of the highest-ranking mage in the tower. At his command, Belinda untied the rope she had used to bind Alfoy, causing him to fall to the floor in distress. Alfoy quickly scrambled to his feet, calling for his master in panic. Watching the scene unfold, Hubert couldn't hide his shock, wondering what had happened. Alfoy rushed to his master, clinging to him while explaining that intruders had appeared. He claimed that he had been trying to stop Vanessa from entering the lab when a young man suddenly attacked him. His voice trembled as he insisted that he had only been trying to prevent the helpless Vanessa from getting hurt. Belinda sneered at the scene, mocking Alfoy for acting like a little girl, which caused him to quickly turn around and protest, asserting that he was a man, not a girl. Still seated on the floor, Vanessa weakly explained that she had only wanted to use the lab, but her words seemed to trigger a memory in Ghislain's mind. He recalled a figure from his past life, someone he had heard about during a turbulent period through one of his subordinates who loved to spread rumors and news. The Red Nightmare, a 7th circle mage, known for her unpredictability and madness. Ghislain thought to himself that even someone like her, the embodiment of nightmare itself, could have moments like this. Hubert's anger flared. He shouted that not only had the young man broken into the tower, but he had also tried to harm his disciple. He conjured a fire-based spell with his wand, preparing to burn him to ashes without a trace. However, Ghislain remained calm and composed. Belinda gently asked what his young master intended to do, sensing the tension in the air. Despite the clear threat, Ghislain took a passive stance, refusing to let his emotions control him. He stepped forward, introducing himself without hesitation. He informed Hubert that he was the Archduke of the Perdium territory, Ghislain Perdium, and that he had come to trade runestones. For a brief moment, Hubert was taken aback, struggling to process the unexpected turn of events. He stood there, stunned by the young man's calm demeanor and unexpected purpose. Still recovering from his shock, Alfoy couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked in disbelief if Ghislain truly meant to trade runestones. With a warm smile, Ghislain offered to show Hubert the workers waiting outside the castle with the cargo. The group made their way outside, where they found 10 wagons filled to the brim with runestones. Even Vanessa, whom the elders had deemed worthless, was part of this extraordinary revelation. The sight before the elders left them speechless, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Only moments before, they had been arguing about resources, and now, the answer had arrived at their doorstep. The Blue Hat Elder was the first to speak, exclaiming in disbelief that such a situation couldn't be real. The Red Hat Elder followed, unable to fathom where such a young man could have acquired so many runestones. The Yellow Hat Elder asked Hubert what they should do, noting the sheer amount of the precious stones before them. Meanwhile, Hubert stood frozen, his face darkening, though his mind raced with excitement. A maniacal laugh bubbled up within him as he realized the opportunity that had just appeared. He saw the arrival of the runestones as a divine gift, one that would allow him to finally crush the rival Crimson Magic Tower once and for all. Though his outer appearance remained calm and composed, his inner thoughts were consumed by glee. He spoke aloud, downplaying the significance of the discovery. Hubert claimed that the amount of runestones was less than he had expected, and the quality didn't seem as great as he had hoped. He cleared his throat, trying to maintain a semblance of professionalism. Standing nearby, Kaor seethed with anger. The nerve of Hubert to belittle the very stones they had worked so hard to acquire. His hand instinctively reached for his sword, seething in silence. Timid and unsure, Vanessa ventured a comment, suggesting that even one wagon of runestones could last for weeks. But Hubert snapped at her, telling her to be silent and leave, mocking her for her apparent uselessness. He cursed the legacy of a late mage, blaming Leonardo for leaving behind such a headache. He further insulted Vanessa, telling her that if she was so useless, she should at least be self-aware. Understanding who Vanessa might become, Ghislain chose to remain silent. He kept his thoughts to himself, merely contemplating the situation in his mind. Hubert turned his gaze to the elders, asking if they shared his opinion. Observing the situation with sharp eyes, the elders quickly came to an understanding of what Hubert's was scheming. The Blue Hat Elder picked up a piece from the wagons and inspected it closely, agreeing that it didn't seem as impressive as it should have been. The Yellow Hat Elder added that considering the source of these stones, there was a chance they could be counterfeit. Belinda's voice was laced with anger as she retorted, demanding an explanation. The idea that their young lord had worked so hard to acquire the runestones only to have them called fake seemed incomprehensible to her. Standing by her side, Ghislain remained completely unfazed by their schemes, his demeanor unshaken. The Yellow Hat Elder, attempting to downplay the situation, remarked that no matter how difficult it was to obtain the runestones, it was not their concern. He pointed out the prevalence of scams these days, a sentiment shared by the Green Hat Elder, who added that it didn't make sense to trust the seller's word alone. After listening to their responses, Ghislain finally spoke, his words calm but pointed. He asked if they were saying they wouldn't buy the runestones, which took the elders by surprise. Ghislain then gave an order, telling his group to leave. He commanded that they should move on, making it clear that the Scarlet Magic Tower was not interested in the trade. Belinda, sneering at the elders, followed his lead, her expression mocking them. However, Hubert, sensing the panic rising within him, quickly instructed them to hold on. He whispered to one of them to play along, and shortly after, the Blue Hat Elder, eager to smooth things over, suggested that they might buy the runestones after all, out of respect for the effort Ghislain had put into bringing them. The Elder claimed that returning empty-handed would reflect poorly on the Tower Master's reputation, and that they should help save face. Adopting a smug tone, Hubert agreed, expressing that it sounded like a better course of action. He declared that, out of his great generosity, they would purchase all of the runestones Ghislain had brought, though, he added, the price would be slightly below market value. However, Ghislain remained unbothered by their sudden change in tone and responded calmly, pointing out that there had been a misunderstanding. He instructed Kaor to leave just one wagon of the runestones and to take the rest back, a request that caused Kaor to momentarily hesitate. With a satisfied smirk, Ghislain added that they had agreed to sell only one wagon's worth of the precious stones. This caused Hubert and the elders to panic, knowing that the resources they desperately needed could slip through their fingers. Seizing the opportunity, Kaor quickly turned and confirmed that Ghislain was right. He had indeed forgotten about the terms of the agreement. He then issued a command to the mercenaries to move the wagons, and they immediately obeyed, swiftly following through with the instructions. Now flustered and struggling to comprehend what was happening, Hubert demanded an explanation. Ghislain apologized, explaining that it had been a misunderstanding regarding the quality of the runestones, which had been caused by his subordinate's error. He further explained that their destination was the Crimson Magic Tower, and that they simply needed cash to cover their travel expenses. This statement made Hubert's heart sink. The prospect of those runestones going to the Crimson Magic Tower instead of his own was a crushing blow, one that could potentially ruin his chances of regaining the top position. Attempting to salvage the situation, Hubert feigned lightheartedness and suggested that he had been joking earlier to break the ice. He invited Ghislain to come up and talk for a bit, his tone suddenly shifting to one of friendliness. Ghislain smiled, content with how things were progressing. He knew that the minds of these old mages were well within his grasp, and with that, he accepted Hubert's offer. The group moved to the master's office where Hubert, the four elders, and Ghislain sat down. The big three remained nearby, standing watch over their young leader. Eager to assert his authority, Hubert introduced the elders of the Scarlet Magic Tower. He explained that these mages had all reached the fifth circle, making them the most powerful figures in the tower aside from the master. Brimming with confidence, Ghislain responded that such a level of power was impressive. He remarked that the Scarlet Magic Tower was indeed powerful, calling it the second strongest magic tower in the north, though the mention of the Crimson Magic Tower as the second strongest carried a mocking tone. Clearly nervous, Hubert attempted to defend his tower by insisting that the rumors about the Crimson Magic Tower were false. He maintained that the Scarlet Magic Tower still held the top position in the north. With a casual shrug, Ghislain agreed, but added that it didn't really matter. Whispering to Gillion, Belinda expressed her concern about Ghislain's provocation, but Gillion remained calm, confident that Ghislain knew exactly what he was doing. On the other hand, Kaor was practically brimming with excitement. He watched the elders, sensing how they were being played by Ghislain. Eager to move things along, Hubert waved his hand dismissively, asking how much Ghislain intended to sell the runestones for. He assured him that if they took the goods elsewhere, they wouldn't even get their money's worth. Ghislain raised his hand, silencing the conversation, and announced that the price would be double the market value. This statement left Hubert stunned, momentarily speechless. Double? Hubert exclaimed in disbelief, his face contorting with frustration. He couldn't comprehend how anyone could conduct business in such a manner. He rebuked Ghislain, claiming that he had no understanding of how the world worked, and that this was not how negotiations were done. Hubert accused him of being taught all wrong, and of making up terms without any regard for the process of negotiation. Ghislain spoke plainly, expressing his belief that the Scarlet Magic Tower deserved to pay double for the runestones. This remark immediately caused the Blue Hat Elder to exclaim in disbelief, while another elder shouted, questioning whether Ghislain thought the Scarlet Magic Tower was some kind of joke. Visibly annoyed, Hubert called out to Ghislain, his tone shifting dramatically. He expressed how much it irked him to see someone so young speak so boldly without understanding the consequences of his actions. Hubert locked eyes with Ghislain, his gaze filled with rage. Despite the harsh words and the obvious power disparity, Ghislain remained composed, showing no fear as he faced a six-circle mage. He stood firm, not the slightest trace of anxiety in his expression. Attempting to regain control of the situation, Hubert acknowledged that Ghislain was young and that mistakes were natural. He offered a concession, suggesting they pay slightly over the market price if Ghislain agreed to sell everything. However, Ghislain remained silent and stood up, prompting Hubert to ask why he was getting up. Without missing a beat, Ghislain casually responded that Hubert didn't seem interested in the deal. He mentioned that he had offered the runestones at double the price, but if that was not satisfactory, he would simply head to the Crimson Magic Tower instead. He began to walk away, leaving Hubert flustered. However, Hubert quickly told him to stop, his tone shifting once again to a more agreeable one. He urged Ghislain to stay, stating that he hadn't meant to turn down the offer and that he had just gotten a bit worked up. Hubert asked him to sit back down. Ghislain smiled, turning back to face the group. The big three, who had been observing closely, finally realized that the Tower Master and the Elders were being played by Ghislain's clever manipulation. They stood still, stunned by how the young man was outwitting the seasoned mages. Clearly frustrated but attempting to save face, Hubert acknowledged Ghislain's guts and made a new offer. He said they would buy the runestones at double the market price as Ghislain had initially suggested. With an air of calm confidence, Ghislain agreed, prompting Hubert to let out a frustrated sigh. However, Ghislain added a stipulation. He would sell only one wagon at that price, not all of them. Hubert's frustration grew as he protested, insisting that they should sell everything. With logic and calm reasoning, Ghislain explained that if word got out that they sold to the Scarlet Magic Tower for double the price, the Crimson Magic Tower might offer triple, so it didn't make sense to sell everything for just double. This caused Hubert to lose his temper, screaming that Ghislain was pushing too far. His patience had worn thin. Unfazed by Hubert's outburst, Ghislain simply stood up and began to walk away again, prompting Hubert to shout for him to wait. Realizing he was about to lose the deal, Hubert hastily offered to buy everything for triple the market price. Ghislain paused, a small smile crossing his face as he recognized that his plan had worked. Finally, Ghislain sat down again, expressing his satisfaction that they were now speaking the same language. He praised the Scarlet Magic Tower, acknowledging it as the top magic tower in the north, and in turn, Hubert quickly stood up to go get the money, eager to close the deal. Inside, Hubert fumed with frustration. He was a sixth circle mage, yet he had been outmaneuvered by a country bumpkin. He couldn't understand why these ridiculous problems kept arising during his time as Tower Master. He resolved that if Ghislain ever tried something like this again, he would burn the young man's head. Just as Hubert was about to leave, Ghislain called out, halting him with a final request. Ghislain revealed that he wasn't done yet and had one more condition to present. Hubert, his patience now at an end, snapped at Ghislain, asking what more he wanted. Calmly, Ghislain stated that he wanted Vanessa handed over to him, leaving the room in stunned silence. Without anyone proficient in negotiation, no one stepped forward to lead the deal. Yet Ghislain's sudden demand to take Vanessa caught everyone off guard. The silence that followed hung heavily in the room. Breaking the tension, Hubert questioned whether Ghislain truly intended to take Vanessa. Ghislain confirmed this to the Tower Master, asserting that he would make Vanessa his personal mage. Fragments of a previous life flickered through Ghislain's mind, one where a sword used as a pan to grill meat for dinner. It had been during his time as the head of a mercenary group, taking a rare moment of rest between campaigns. By his side sat a subordinate, a sword brother, and to be precise was Ghislain's favorite slave named Claude, whose right hand had been replaced with a hook. As the meat sizzled, Ghislain noticed it was beginning to burn and made a sharp remark about it. In a tone laced with frustration, Claude challenged the complaint, pointing out the absurdity of making a one-armed man cook. Ghislain silently raised a clenched fist in response, prompting Claude to withdraw his words, pretending it had been a joke all along. Shifting the conversation, Claude brought up something that might interest his leader, a name spoken with intrigue, the Red Nightmare, Vanessa. Ghislain admitted ignorance, prompting Claude to elaborate. According to intel he recently gathered, the rumors spoke of a mage who had incinerated the northern region of Lithuania. She had reached the Seventh Circle, a woman known as Vanessa, feared and infamous as the Red Nightmare. Ghislain responded with mild curiosity, noting the title sounded extravagant, and asked for more details. Claude explained further. Allegedly, this mage had gone completely mad. Despite being a mage, she had taken the unusual route of learning mana cultivation. That oddity captured Ghislain's attention. He inquired why a mage would skip the mana circle method to pursue such a path. Claude offered a simple explanation: madness. He went on to describe Vanessa's rampage. Fires, deaths, and economic ruin followed wherever she went. The nobility had been driven to desperation. In fact, the most recent extermination request had her as the target. Ghislain paused to consider. A mage who had reached the 7th circle through mana cultivation, rather than traditional methods, intrigued him. As firelight danced in the camp and the crackle of burning would fill the silence, Ghislain smiled in amusement, evidently fascinated by the chaotic figure. It was then that he made a decision. Turning to Claude, he suggested they bring her in. Claude's reaction was one of pure disbelief. Reflecting on that moment, Ghislain knew that the plan had never come to fruition. Vanessa had already lost control of her magic, and by the time he found her, she was on the brink of death. Yet even then, her potential had not been extinguished. She still possessed the aptitude of a 7th circle mage. With guidance now, she could thrive under Perdium. Fueled by knowledge from a previous life, Ghislain had resolved to take her under his protection. At that moment, the trio began a comment. Gillion asked if he was referring to the girl from earlier. Kaor chimed in, noting she hadn't appeared particularly powerful. Belinda leaned in closer, whispering a soft request to be informed beforehand if he ever intended to bring someone in. Meanwhile, across the room, murmurs spread among the mages. The Red Hat Elder whispered that the situation worked out perfectly. Vanessa had been a burden anyway, and giving her away seemed like an easy solution. The Yellow Hat Elder whispered that caring for her up to this point should be more than enough to honor their past ties with Lonato. With this in mind, Hubert approached and began to speak, formally acknowledging Vanessa as one of Scarlet Flame Tower's prized mages. He implied she would serve the tower well. Before he could finish, Ghislain cut him off with additional demands. Combat mages of the 3rd circle or higher must also be dispatched to Perdium. Fury surged in Hubert's heart. He wondered whether Ghislain was planning some massive construction project on the estate. Ghislain clarified that mages were needed for territorial battles. The announcement sparked alarm among the elders. Combat mages typically earned hazard pay, and now the tower was being asked to supply them without compensation. Ghislain firmly reiterated his terms. Triple the market price, deployment of 3rd circle or higher mages to Perdium for a year, and Vanessa assigned as his personal mage. These 3 conditions were non-negotiable in exchange for the runestones. The trio tensed visibly. The demand for triple the market price alone was shocking, yet Ghislain had added more. On the other side, the elders glared at him with growing hostility. Hubert's mind raced. Purchasing the runestones at a high price might be justified given their urgent situation, but this felt like an overstep. Summoning his mana in a surge of rage, Hubert caused the room to tremble beneath the weight of his power. The elders joined in, unleashing their own magical presence to bear down on the young man. Yet Ghislain remained seated, unfazed, unaffected by the sheer force pressing in from all sides. Hubert locked eyes with him, voice brimming with indignation. The accusation rang clear. Ghislain Perdium must have believed him a fool. He invoked a long-standing law, declaring that mages affiliated with a magic tower were forbidden from participating in territorial warfare. To propose sending core mages of the 3rd circle or higher into battle, while displaying ignorance of the kingdom's basic laws, was nothing short of an insult to the Scarlet Flame Tower. In Hubert's eyes, it warranted death, and he threatened to reduce Ghislain to ash. The reasoning, on paper, seemed sound. Ghislain had indeed made the first aggressive suggestion. The air grew tense as Belinda, Gillion, and Kaor prepared for confrontation. Their opponents were 5th and 6th circle mages, formidable foes. Even united, the odds remained unfavorable for them. Gillion braced himself to leap into action, prepared to shield his lord with his own body should the situation escalate. Yet, Ghislain remained composed. Calmly, he posed a question, one that gave Hubert pause. Was he truly certain he wouldn't regret this? Hubert hesitated, compelled to hear more. Ghislain then revealed a critical piece of information. A massive vein of runestones had been discovered within Perdium's territory, far exceeding the modest supply brought that day. In fact, by several dozen times. The revelation stunned Hubert and the elders. Their mana ebbed away as they listened. Ghislain continued, stating that news of the discovery was already spreading throughout the northern region. He posed a rhetorical question. What might that imply? Hubert understood instantly. Many would soon come seeking the runestone's vein. Ghislain commended the Tower Master's quick thinking. Rising to his feet, he clarified his intentions. Perdium had no desire to wage war. The territory simply needed the tower's support while building strength. If the Scarlet Flame Tower extended its help through this crisis, Ghislain promised an exclusive access to the runestones. Hubert echoed the offer. Exclusive rights? To seal the agreement, Ghislain extended a hand. With such a deal in place, it would only be a matter of time before the Scarlet Flame Tower surpassed the Crimson Magic Tower and reclaimed its position at the pinnacle. The proposal was tempting, enough to make pride take a back seat. Greed began to stir in Hubert's heart, overtaking the anger that had consumed him moments earlier. A reliable runestone supply represented a dream come true. Ghislain had struck a vulnerable nerve which offering both ambition and security. The storm of fury faded. With renewed optimism, Hubert grasped Ghislain's hand firmly, a smile curving his face. The shift in demeanor left Ghislain slightly unsettled. Following the meeting, Hubert pulled aside Alfoy. The decision was made that Alfoy would accompany the young lord to Perdium. Alfoy protested. He questioned the decision, pointing out the many other mages available. Hubert dismissed the objection. The greatest talent in Scarlet Flame Tower's history was being sent not out of obligation, but because the future depended on it. As chief officer, Alfoy would represent the tower's interests. The compliment left Alfoy glowing. Hearing those words from his master stirred pride. As the mercenaries began unloading the runestones, Hubert elaborated further. This mission would serve as preparation for his eventual ascension as Tower Master. He was to monitor the estate closely and prevent any attempts to divert the runestones. If a territorial conflict did erupt, he was to retreat without engaging. All that was required was endurance for 1 year. Within that time, the Scarlet Flame Tower would surpass Crimson and reclaim its place at the top. Alfoy accepted the mission eagerly, responding with unwavering resolve. However, the moment he arrived at Perdium, the excitement faded. His expression soured as he took in the estate's condition. Standing before the new arrivals, Ghislain welcomed the mages alongside his subordinates and mercenary forces. Among the mages, opinions were mixed. One observed that the castle was constructed in a classical style. Another added that while not flamboyant, it was practical. A third noted the use of proportional harmony in the architectural layout. But Alfoy seethed internally. In his eyes, it was nothing more than a wretched backwater. Only his master's command had brought him here. To think, the heir to the tower, reduced to working in such filth. When it came time to announce his position, Alfoy did so with formality. He identified himself as a third circle mage and heir to the Scarlet Flame Tower, assigned to lead the dispatched mages. However, Ghislain interrupted without hesitation. There was work to be done, and Alfoy was instructed not to let down his guard. The comment left Alfoy speechless. Rage churned inside him at being treated like a servant. Resentment brewed. Inwardly, he vowed that once he became Tower Master, he would deal with Ghislain accordingly. Ghislain called him back from his thoughts with a question. He wanted to know where Vanessa was. Alfoy turned casually, replying that she was likely at the back, handling the luggage. Soon after, Vanessa arrived, breath heavy as she carried the baggage in her arms. Gasping for breath, she finally made it to the gathering crowd. Through her fatigue, she opened her eyes and realized that the young lord himself stood there, welcoming them. Immediately, she bowed and offered her greeting. Alfoy muttered beneath his breath, urging her to hurry and remarking that he had doubted her arrival altogether. Ghislain briefly considered how to deal with the fool. Maiming the heir of the Magic Tower would certainly provoke backlash. It would be too risky. Instead, he approached the girl, raising a hand to beckon her forward. He instructed Vanessa to set everything down and come to him. Surprised, she responded hesitantly, reminding him that she had yet to finish moving everyone's luggage. Before she could continue, Ghislain grabbed one of the bags himself, even as Alfoy interjected dismissively. According to him, she had always done menial tasks at the tower, and, being incapable of using magic, might as well continue with chores. Before Alfoy could utter another word, Ghislain hurled the bag squarely at his face. Injuring the air would have gone too far, but humiliation was just the right dose of punishment. Alfoy cried out in frustration, shouting in disbelief. Ghislain remained calm, asserting that Vanessa no longer belonged to the tower. From that moment on, she was under his protection, and mistreatment would not be tolerated. He then issued a warning that this incident would be overlooked, but if it ever happened again, the consequences would be severe. Watching the scene unfold, Vanessa slowly regained her breath. A faint blush bloomed across her cheeks as she witnessed someone stand up for her for the first time after a long while. But Alfoy refused to back down. His face twisted in rage as he shouted about the absurdity of being treated in such a way. He was the heir to the Scarlet Flame Tower, a third circle mage, and this backwater noble had dared to demean him. Rallying the others, he barked out a command. Even if their host bore a noble title, the insult had gone too far. The estate could be reduced to flames in an instant if they chose to act. He urged them to rise and defend their pride as mages. With a sigh, Ghislain snapped his fingers. At once, the mercenary army, hardened by the brutal conflict within the Forest of Beasts, moved to surround the mages with mechanical precision, responding immediately to their commander's gesture. Alfoy panicked. He shouted in disbelief, outraged that these savages would dare raise weapons against mages. This wasn't how mages were meant to be treated. Ghislain silenced him with a single command, cutting off the tirade. As the mages turned their attention to the young lord, he laid out the reality. No matter how they were treated, the terms of the contract were clear. He now held the legal right to command the mages for 1 year, granted directly by the master of the tower. In exchange, exclusive access to the runestones had been secured. If any of this fell apart due to their defiance, it would be the tower master, not them, who suffered the loss. Alfoy stood speechless, fully aware that losing access to the runestones would devastate the Scarlet Flame Tower. Ghislain pressed the point. Their only role in Perdium was to serve as backup mana sources. If they wanted better treatment, they should commit to that role without complaint. Alfoy's face burned with anger. The thought of being reduced to little more than a battery for others was beyond humiliating. Still, he could neither argue nor act. Turning away, Ghislain issued a command to Kaor and Gillion that they were to ensure the mages learned their place. Lit up with unsettling glee, Kaor commented that life at the tower must have been comfortable for the scholars. Gillion agreed, promising that the newcomers would adapt quickly to life in Perdium. Alfoy trembled with rage. He could barely contain his fury, but he remained powerless before the two. Meanwhile, Vanessa stood still, slightly flustered as she watched her former peers being disciplined before her eyes. She jumped slightly as Ghislain approached and addressed her. Ghislain asked that from that moment forward, she was to obey only him. He reiterated that she had become his personal mage. Her eyes widened in shock, and a soft blush colored her cheeks. Since the passing of her previous master, no one had ever treated her with such dignity. Yet doubt crept in. She looked away and expressed her concern. As Alfoy had pointed out, she couldn't even use magic. Being entrusted as a personal mage seemed far too much. Ghislain extended his hand in invitation. Being well aware of the potential hidden within her, Ghislain declared that he would make her capable of wielding magic, an offer to help her achieve her potential. Vanessa had originally resisted the idea of leaving the tower, remaining within its walls, even if it meant enduring the degrading treatment of a servant, would have allowed her to continue her magical studies. Following Perdium's young lord meant severing that connection. Yet, circumstances had left her no choice. Forced to accompany Ghislain, she had accepted his offer to assist with her magic, though her thoughts remained clouded by doubt. Curiosity stirred within her. Could a swordsman like him truly understand anything about the magic? Ghislain's sudden call pulled her from her musings. She responded without delay. He inquired, probing gently, about the extent of her magical education. With quiet hesitation, she confessed that she had reached the 5th circle, though her understanding remained limited to theoretical formulas. A kind smile crossed Ghislain's face as he silently formed his plan, which is to teach her the proper method of mana cultivation and oversee her progress personally. He commended her accomplishment, acknowledging that reaching the fifth circle was no trivial matter. Having spent her life as a mage constantly belittled and dismissed, Vanessa accepted the compliment half-heartedly, unable to read the young master's true intent. She lowered her gaze and admitted that, despite all her efforts, she still could not perform magic, rendering her studies seemingly meaningless. Although Ghislain already understood the cause of her inability, he asked anyway if there was a reason she couldn't use magic. Vanessa's reply came softly, her voice fraught with uncertainty. She revealed that she had never once sensed mana since childhood. Despite this, she had clung to hope, working relentlessly in pursuit of magic. But with each step forward in knowledge, her faith in her potential diminished. Her teacher, Leonardo, who had once guided her, had since passed on. She wondered aloud if that was the reason she had ultimately been cast aside. Certain of her hidden potential, Ghislain resolved to begin by teaching her mana cultivation. If she could learn to apply what she already knew, her power could rival even the elders of the tower. In this state, with her knowledge of fifth circle magic intact, proper cultivation would elevate her to that level. She was exactly as he remembered from his past life, a brilliant mage, just as he had anticipated. In this era, memorization alone could not lead to mastery. The art of magic required comprehension of activation principles and a deep enough insight to shape spells through will and personal interpretation. Vanessa possessed the intellectual foundation, but her physical aptitude had yet to align. True control demanded enduring hardship, trial, and persistent experimentation. Ghislain believed her efforts had not been in vain. She had simply traveled a different, longer road. The voice of Claude echoed in memory, referencing a powerful mage from his former life, the woman who had raised northern Lithuania. She had reached the seventh circle, but her instability stemmed from blending magic and cultivation without proper technique. Despite her brilliance, her recklessness had made her infamous. That mistake, Ghislain intended to avoid. With full conviction, Ghislain announced that he would now teach Vanessa mana cultivation. Tension immediately overtook her. The idea of a mage learning such a technique made her uneasy. Her former master had introduced her to it once, but the attempt had failed. Her doubts surfaced immediately as she questioned why a mage should pursue such a path. Ghislain clarified that both magic circles and cultivation were grounded in the same force, which is mana. He then asked if she had ever practiced it properly. Her expression shifted to one of disbelief. Though she had studied the technique before, it had been under rigid instruction. The thought of being taught by a nobleman with no formal magical title seemed ludicrous. She shook her head firmly, rejecting the notion outright. To her, it was madness. Using mana cultivation to access magic seemed far too risky. The consequences of failure, internal damage, or permanent disability were too severe to ignore. In that moment, Ghislain offered a reassuring smile. Extending his hand to her, he called her name and invited her to begin. Ghislain understood that the madness in Vanessa's past life had likely been the result of flawed technique colliding with long-standing resentment. He had seen similar signs before. Even knights occasionally succumbed to inner demons during intense training. But in this life, he believed things would unfold differently. Vanessa observed the sincerity in Ghislain's expression, silently beckoning her toward a path where she might finally become a true mage. She could not fully comprehend what he was offering. In a magic tower, she had been dismissed as a failure and a burden. Her gaze fell to the ground, attempting to mask the tremble in her eyes. She weighed the decision. Refusal might not even be an option. Ghislain could easily compel her, for what lay ahead otherwise was a descent into madness and eventual death. In the end, she gathered her courage and resolved to accept, if only for a chance to wield magic like a real mage. Anxious and uncertain, she positioned herself in front of Ghislain, seated with her back to him. With no hesitation, she loosened her collar and revealed her back, allowing him to begin the mana transfer. In his previous life, Ghislain had seen that same expression in her eyes, an endless hunger for magic mixed with regret, rage, and despair. She had sought power in desperation, turned to an unknown mana cultivation technique, and ultimately became a creature of destruction, ruled by instinct and pain. But now he stood before her in a different lifetime, meeting her before that spiral could begin. He made a silent vow to reach out before she fell into the abyss again. With that, he summoned his mana and placed a steady hand against her back. The process would be agonizing for her. If miscalculated, it could result in death. Nonetheless, he proceeded without hesitation. Mana surged from his hand and into her body, accompanied by a low hum. As the energy coursed through her, pain ripped through her nerves. A moan escaped her lips as the searing heat traveled through her mana pathways, eventually gathering just below her navel where Ghislain was guiding it. He sharply instructed her to remain silent, warning that the pathways were becoming tangled. He explained that the mana within her now belonged to him. She was told to focus on that foreign presence and not to lose track of it. She needed to feel it and follow its flow as best she could. Understanding the gravity of this moment, Vanessa closed her eyes and gave herself over to concentration. Every ounce of her attention was funneled into aligning herself with the mana inside her. Traditionally, she would be guided through the sensation first and only later create a mana core of her own. But that route carried no guarantee of success. Ghislain chose instead to prioritize sensation, helping her feel the full extent of mana flowing through her being. Her task now was to circulate the mana through her body's internal channels and condense it into a mana core. As Ghislain initiated the formation of a small, temporary core within her, Vanessa's eyes brightened. For the first time in her life, she truly felt mana, an experience she had once thought forever beyond her reach. Now, whether she could continue cultivation would depend entirely on her. The core, formed from Ghislain's mana, would eventually dissolve unless she built her own. Enraptured by the sensation, her mind drifted into the past. She remembered her origins as an orphan. Lonato, drawn by her intellect, had taken her in and lobbied for her future. Lonato had appealed to Hubert, claiming Vanessa's understanding of theory could uncover the fundamental regularity of mana particles and convert that knowledge into true spellcraft. Unconvinced, Hubert responded with a scoff. In his eyes, no amount of intelligence mattered if she could not cast even the simplest spell. He posed the question coldly. If a child could not use magic, could she be called a mage? From behind a cracked door, the young Vanessa had listened in silence as her teacher pleaded on her behalf. Hubert had delivered his verdict with finality. No matter how many resources were poured into her, he declared, nothing worthwhile would ever come out. Vanessa saw her younger self, struggling beneath a kind teacher's care, still unable to feel mana or form even a single magic circle. There had been a time when Vanessa wept openly, offering apologies to her master. Tears streamed down her face as she blamed herself, believing that if only she had possessed more talent, her master would never have been forced to leave the magic tower. Yet Lonato had left, driven by a single purpose, to search for a method that would allow Vanessa to wield magic. Before the departure, Lonato left her with parting words, urging her to lift her head and look toward the sky. Lonato spoke of a world where darkness did not last forever and promised that one day, even she would witness the arrival of light. And now, that light had come in the form of Ghislain, who extended his hand to her so she could finally glimpse the mana and magic she had long yearned for since first setting foot in a magic tower. Within her inner world, Vanessa realized that her master's words had been true. Even someone like her was not beyond the reach of light. Elsewhere, a warrior clashed with a group of soldiers. Chaos erupted as one of the soldiers cried out in alarm, exclaiming that the man had already taken down 4 of them and questioning what kind of monster he could possibly be. With taunting bravado, the wild warrior challenged them, daring the rest to come forward. He scoffed at their swords, mocking them as mere metal toys. Provoked, One of the soldiers lunged, blade poised for a precise thrust. The warrior dodged easily with a sidestep and seized the attacker in a firm grip. Using his full strength and the momentum of his body, he slammed the soldier hard onto the floor. Another assailant rushed in from behind, attempting to attack while the warrior was preoccupied. But the warrior noticed in time and, without missing a beat, swung the first soldier like a ragdoll, striking the newcomer with brutal efficiency. Both were hurled through the wall of their barracks with a crash. The warrior stood over them, unbothered, and remarked that he had not even begun to warm up. Inside the barack, Victor drank alone in silence, untouched by the uproar. One observing soldier murmured in awe, declaring the man is the greatest warriors of the era. With his meal finished, Victor set down his cup. Seeking quiet in the restless life of a night, he stretched out beside a riverbank, a fishing rod planted lazily nearby. Another man approached and asked if his training had gone well. Victor, unmoved, simply asked what news he brought. The man reported a dispatch order from Count Desmond. Victor rested in silence for a moment. As the Count soared, refusal was never an option. For the sake of honor, he retrieved his helmet and donned it once more. Returning to the barracks, he found his men bloodied from the brawl, but spared them no attention. Boredom had long eaten away at him. Now, at last, there was a mission. He intended to raise the target Count Desmond had set before him. Count Dygald had abruptly declared war on Perdium. The proclamation, delivered by a messenger, reached Swalter as Randolph stood beside his brother in his office. Swalter read through the declaration several times, his face darkening. The document laid out an elaborate list of reasons why the war was supposedly justified, asserting that Count Dygald had ample cause for such a drastic action. At its core, however, it simply stated that Dygald's heir, Gilmore Dygald, had been killed by Ghislain Perdium, and now vengeance was sought in the declaration. Without delay, Swalter ordered Randolph to summon the vassals to discuss the declaration of war. As the vassals gathered, Randolph expressed his disbelief at the absurd justification, remarking that the Dygalds must have lost their minds. There was no way the young lord had killed Gilmore. The vassals quickly voiced their own outrage. Furious, one of them stated that starting a war based on false pretenses was intolerable, and they needed to be put in their place. Another lamented the long-standing alliance within the northern regions, questioning how anyone could have expected Dygald to turn its back on them. A third raised the question of what Dygald hoped to achieve by fighting them. While the vassals continued to seethe with anger, denouncing Count Dygald at every turn, Swalter stood deep in thought. Known throughout the kingdom as a benevolent lord who had never enslaved his people, Swalter had always faithfully carried out his duties, serving as the northernmost defender against the barbarian raids that constantly threatened the northern villages. Suddenly, Swalter's attention snapped back to the room when Ghislain spoke to his father, mentioning the runestones. Ghislain reminded them that 2 of their retainers had been sent to Dygald as envoys while Ghislain had been at the magic tower. He suspected that these envoys might have leaked critical information about their territory. Once more, chaos erupted as one vassal questioned Ghislain's accusations, demanding to know what evidence he had to make such a dangerous claim. However, Ghislain remained unfazed, while Swalter fell silent, reflecting deeply on his son's words. The runestones, he realized, might have been the catalyst. Sometimes, actions intended to benefit a territory ended up becoming its undoing. Swalter looked at his son, now seeing the calm demeanor of someone who seemed to have known the war was coming. Despite his youth, Ghislain, who had once been known as the Mercenary King in his past life, remained composed. On the other hand, Randolph grew more impatient, stating that there was no need to overthink the situation. Their forces outnumbered Dygald's, and they had far more battle experience. They should make them pay for picking a fight. At that moment, a knight burst into the room. It was Scoven, bearing bad news from the gate. Breathing heavily, Scoven reported that Dygald's forces had arrived. Before the vassals could even process the news, the devastating blow to their morale was already clear. A high-level knight, on the cusp of becoming a superhuman-level master, was leading the charge. Dressed in shining silver armor, Victor, the Count Desmond's sword, had been trained from a young age and now carried the flag of Dygald to raise Perdium to the ground. Though Dygald was not a prosperous territory, much like all the estates in the harsh northern region, the exception was Desmond and Raymond's territories. Count Desmond, while feigning neutrality, had already aligned himself with the duchy's factions, and Amelia was stirring rebellion in Raymond with the support of the duchy. Now, the duchy's power was bearing down on the impoverished territory of Perdium under the pretext of a senseless justification. As all of this unfolded, Randolph seethed in fury, asking aloud how it was possible that they had declared war and arrived so quickly. Albert added, wondering when they had even prepared all of this. Meanwhile, as a seasoned commander, Swalter remained deep in thought. Moments later, Soldier reported that a confirmed force of about 6,000 armed soldiers, with a follow-up supply division of approximately 1,000. Numerous siege weapons had also been spotted, and deployment had already begun on Dygald's forces. The revelation left Homern in a panic. He turned to Randolph, his voice filled with alarm, as he questioned what was happening. The power gap seemed insurmountable. Equally stunned, Albert voiced his confusion. He pointed out that Dygald was just as poor as Perdium. So how could they have raised such a massive army? Still grappling with the situation, Randolph responded with frustration, reiterating that this was exactly why he had warned them before not to reduce their forces. Fed up with the constant bickering, Swalter screamed at the vassals to get a grip. He told them that arguing would only delay their response, and ordered that all soldiers be gathered at the walls. He commanded that every citizen be brought into the castle, and every gate should be shut tight. The soldiers were to hold their positions. With his gaze hardened by years of harsh northern battles, Swalter stated firmly that the war had begun. At the forefront of the Dygald army, Thamos Dygald hummed to himself as he gazed at the towering Perdium fortress. Confident that Count Desmond's support would ensure victory, he was certain the fortress would soon fall into his hands. Thamos grinned as he thought of Gilmore, his son. While Gilmore had been a lazy and useless heir, his death had given Thamos a valid reason to strike Perdium. Gilmore's death didn't trouble him much, because he could always have another son. But the chance to seize Perdium with overwhelming support was something that could only come once. Turning to Victor, Thamos asked that he accompany him, as he had something to discuss with Count Perdium. When they arrived before the wall, Swalter shouted out in defiance, demanding to know what kind of atrocity Thamos was committing. Thamos laughed to himself, responding that what he was doing wasn't an atrocity. His beloved son, Gilmore Dygald, had been killed on this land, and he was now here for revenge. With a menacing grin, he added that Swalter's son, Ghislain Perdium, had killed his son. What parent wouldn't be enraged by the death of their child? Thamos then offered Swalter a chance to end the conflict without further bloodshed, suggesting that if he surrendered now, it could all stop. Ghislain, who knew that Count Desmond was backing Dygald in this war, stood silently, observing the unfolding events. Filled with rage, Randolph shouted at Thamos, denouncing his lies. Equally disgusted, Homern agreed with Randolph, stating that any further conversation would be meaningless. However, Ghislain was lost in thought. While saving Elena had bought him time, he knew that with Gilmore's death, this war was inevitable. The fact that Dygald had brought siege weapons confirmed his worst fears that they were intent on crushing Perdium completely. At that moment, Swalter stepped forward, declaring that Ghislain had not killed Gilmore. With a gaze hardened by years of defending the northern fortress against barbarian raids, Swalter stated firmly that this was his only answer. He warned Thamos that if he valued his life, he should leave now. Thamos was visibly startled by the intensity of Swalter's gaze, but Victor remained silent, standing unwaveringly by his side. Victor observed Swalter, thinking to himself that the Northern Wolf had truly earned his reputation. Swalter Perdium embodied the spirit of a great general who had defended the North for so long. Sweating heavily, Thamos acknowledged Swalter's reputation, stating that as expected of the Northern Wolf, Swalter's choice was a foolish one. He warned Swalter not to regret his decision and turned back to his forces with a final threat. Meanwhile, Swalter knew that this would be a difficult battle. Perdium was a poor territory with barren land and few provisions, ill-prepared to withstand a prolonged siege. Feeling the weight of the situation, Randolph pleaded with Swalter, asking him to entrust all the troops to him. He was confident that, as a high-level knight, he could easily defeat the poorly trained rabble Dygald had assembled. Albert interjected, warning Randolph that no matter how strong he was, the sheer gap in numbers was simply too great to overcome. Homer shared the same sentiment, stating that with only one loss, Perdium would be finished. However, Randolph could not remain silent and retorted that they couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Swalter stood silently, his mind racing. The vassals began suggesting that they request aid from other territories and hold out until reinforcement arrived. As a last resort, they could abandon the castle and retreat to the northern fortress. Amidst the chaotic arguments between the vassals, Swalter struggled to think clearly. A sudden declaration of war, with the enemy already fully prepared, was overwhelming. The sheer number of Dygald's forces was unimaginable. There was no way they should have been able to muster such a large army. Swalter couldn't help but wonder who had supported them. As a lord, he knew he couldn't flee the castle, but as a father, he was certain that Ghislain had not killed Gilmore, and thus he could not surrender. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted when Ghislain suggested they prepare for a siege. Swalter turned to face his son. He hadn't noticed it before, but Ghislain's composure stood in stark contrast to the panic around them. Ghislain continued, explaining that Dygald's forces numbered nearly 7,000, while Perdium could barely gather just over 2,000. The gap was more than 3 to 1. Dygald's forces were fully prepared, and their morale was high. Within 15 days, once their siege weapons were ready, they would launch their full assault. The calmness in Ghislain's voice prompted Swalter to listen more closely. Ghislain added that, for now, requesting help and holding the castle was their best option. Still feeling the weight of the situation, Swalter agreed. Normally, this would be the course of action he would take, but something about the situation didn't sit right with him. Just then, a slight arc formed on Ghislain's lips. He moved closer to his father and whispered something into his ear. When Ghislain finished, Swalter was visibly surprised. The content of those words remained between them, excluded from the vassals of Perdium. The countdown to the inevitable clash between Dygald's forces, supported by Desmond's territory, and Perdium had begun. In 15 days, Ghislain had decided to put everything he had into turning the tables. Knowing Perdium could not stand on its own, he planned to play the game differently. Donning his dark-tinted armor, Ghislain gathered his future aides, Gillion, Kaor, and Belinda. Gillion, who would later be known as the White Lion of Fenris, was a former mercenary who, though not yet a knight, was on par with a middle-level knight. He was the first person to swear loyalty to Ghislain. Kaor, the Redhead, would become known throughout the Shadow Mountain as the King of Leather. He was an unruly mercenary who had fallen into obedience after Ghislain's rigorous training. Then there was Belinda, a mysterious figure whom Ghislain's mother had brought into Perdium. She hailed from a shadowy assassin organization and had been entrusted with the care of Ghislain and Elena after their mother's death. With them gathered, the war had truly begun. In his past life as the Mercenary King, Ghislain had been one of the 7 strongest on the continent. Though his individual strength wasn't ranked among the highest, his tactical brilliance in battle had earned him a place among the top 3. If time had allowed, Ghislain would have sought out one of the legendary figures he knew from his past life, Claude, Ghislain's #1 slave. Claude had flipped kingdoms upside down alongside the Mercenary King. But time was not on his side, and there was no opportunity to fetch him. With the resources he had at hand, and with the knowledge of a man who had rewound time, Ghislain began to elaborate his plan. He explained to his aides what needed to be done. Before Dygald's forces advanced, they would strike at their supply unit. If they cut off the supplies, continuing the war would become incredibly difficult for Dygald. Cautiously, Belinda posed a question, wondering how they could achieve such a feat because the area in front of the castle was already occupied by Dygald's troops, and there were too many eyes watching. Any attempt to act would be noticed immediately. Ghislain turned to Kaor and Gillion, asking if their preparations were complete. Kaor reported that, as ordered, they had stationed troops in advance at the Forest of Beast Outpost. If needed, the troops could hide in the forest, ensuring they wouldn't be discovered. Next, Gillion reported that the ponchos, made from Dirus Ent bark as Ghislain had requested, had been distributed to the soldiers. The dark material was perfect for night operations, making it easier for the soldiers to blend into the shadows. Pointing at the map, Ghislain explained that a large force would naturally be easily spotted, but a small, elite unit wearing camouflage wouldn't be as easy to detect, making an ambush a viable strategy. However, Belinda couldn't shake her concern for her young lord. Despite his calm demeanor, she couldn't help but worry about the risks he was taking. Ghislain turned to her, explaining that the one problem they still faced was not knowing where Dygald's supply unit was located. He ordered Belinda to find the location of Dygald's supply unit. Startled by the gravity of the mission, Belinda paused, thinking carefully. She knew she had to protect the young lord, but she also wondered how Ghislain could be so daring in devising such a risky plan. After a moment of hesitation, Belinda replied with a firm understanding that she would carry out the task. On the other hand, Ghislain thought to himself that this was a dangerous mission, sneaking into enemy lines, risking death, but he trusted Belinda. He knew she would handle it with ease. Now, there was only one thing left for him to do: play his ultimate trump card to end the war. In his past life, Ghislain had known Vanessa as the Red Nightmare, a figure who had gained legendary status after raising the Lithania kingdom following her breakthrough to 7th Circle mage status. Her talent and unconventional mana cultivation technique had turned her into a force to be reckoned with. In this war, Vanessa had become an indispensable force for Perdium. A few days later, at Dygald's supply unit camp, the darkness shrouded the area, with the moon hidden behind thick clouds. Unaware of the impending devastation, Baron Fabreau, a vassal of Dygald and the commander of the supply unit, cheerfully proclaimed that the war had finally begun. He eagerly anticipated the day he would be granted his own land. Perdium's former retainers, who had joined his camp, agreed, with one stating that joining Desmond's side had been the right decision. The support from their troops had earned him a cushy rear position. Another retainer raised his glass, praising the other's excellent decision-making. Drinking heartily, Fabreau continued to revel in the moment. He waved his glass, shouting that Perdium would soon be nothing but a distant memory, and part of the land would soon be his. In the darkness surrounding the camp, Ghislain's force lay in wait. Leading the charge, Ghislain had gathered his entire mercenary army. His plan was simple: wipe out the Dygald supply unit and cut off their resources, crippling the Dygald main force stationed in front of Perdium Castle. Despite the gravity of the war to come, Ghislain's future aides jested among themselves. Belinda sighed, commenting that the weather was particularly gloomy. Noticing the same, Kaor remarked that it was hard to see anything in the pitch-black darkness. Reaching for his helmet visor, Ghislain smirked, noting that it was perfect weather for a surprise attack. Everything was ready, so Ghislain pulled his visor down and reached for his sword. With determination in his eyes, he commanded his forces to take no prisoners and to kill them all. Leading the charge with unrestrained fury, Ghislain's eyes showed no mercy. The hatred he carried for Desmon County and the duchy drove him to bulldoze anything and anyone who dared to threaten what was his. Disguised as Dygald recruits and mercenaries, the sheer size of the force made it unmistakable that it was outside Lord, helping in the war dispute between Perdium and Dygald. Shrouded in the darkness of the night sky, no one in the camp realized an ambush was closing in until the opposing force was at their doorstep and Ghislain's force emerged from the shadows. With a savage grin, Kaor tore through the battlefield. With each swing of his sword, he struck down a soldier stationed at the supply unit of Dygald's force. To the left, Gillion wielded a long-handled battle axe. Every swing felled a few soldiers in his path, cleaving through their ranks without hesitation. His axe, cutting through the chaos of battle, sent soldiers flying in all directions. Mana surged through Ghislain's body, propelling him to sever the necks of every soldier in his path. His blade, empowered by the mana, cut through the soldiers effortlessly. He pushed through the fear, the uncertainty, and charged forward with all his might. Nearby, Belinda charged ready to cover his back. Though worried about her young lord's first battle against human opponents, she did not voice her concerns, staying vigilant as she prepared to protect him from any potential threats. The Dygald soldiers were in disarray. Unprepared for an ambush, they had underestimated the tactical capabilities of Perdium's forces. They thought that dividing their troops would be impossible, never considering such a well-coordinated attack. However, Ghislain and Gillion made quick work of them. They were no ordinary warriors. Ghislain, drawing from the experience of his past life, led his mercenaries with the precision of a high-level knight, and Gillion's battle-hardened skills only added to the might of the force. The soldiers on the outskirts were wiped out in an instant. Ghislain quickly reached the opposite end of the camp, spun his horse around, and issued orders to move according to plan. He instructed that not a single soldier of Dygald's would survive the night. Torches, struck by flying bodies, were scattered about, igniting nearby tents. Soon, flames began to spread across the camp. Chaos erupted as soldiers ran about in confusion. One of the high-ranking officials in Dygald's unit rushed toward his superior. The soldier breathlessly informed Baron Fabreau that they had been ambushed, urging him to take immediate action. Fabreau swiftly exited his tent, frustration boiling over as he took in the sight of his camp in chaos. He bellowed at the soldiers nearby, demanding to know where the guards had been. Panic surged in his mind, and Fabreau shouted orders for his forces to regroup. He insisted that they still outnumbered the enemy, urging them to form ranks and stop the attack. Despite his efforts to calm himself, the reality of the situation was beginning to set in. The soldier returned with grim news that over 70% of their forces had already been wiped out. The man, the myth, the legend, Gordon the Muscle followed closely behind Ghislain. Hardened from battles in the Forest of Beasts, the mercenary's charge was unstoppable. His immense strength and brutal efficiency tore through the enemy soldiers with terrifying speed. Gillion, noticing the need to conserve stamina, switched to a smaller weapon, sacrificing some of his destructive power but enabling him to move faster and continue his assault. Meanwhile, Kaor remained fierce, striking soldiers with precision, cutting through their ranks with reckless abandon. Ghislain stayed resolute, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. His blade, sharpened with mana, sliced through the soldiers with practiced ease, each strike landing with deadly accuracy. Though his strength was a fraction of what he had in his previous life, Ghislain was, in this skirmish, the harbinger of death. His mercenaries followed his every move. Noticing Ghislain charging at the front lines, Fabreau recognized him as an entirely different presence. His face drenched in sweat, Fabreau finally realized that his 1,000 soldiers had no chance against such a force. In a panic, Fabreau turned abruptly, ordering a retreat. His aide looked confused, but Fabreau was certain that if the battle continued, he would lose his head, not just his land. In that instant, his aide was struck in the neck with uncanny precision. Shock flashed across Fabreau's face as he watched in silent attack. The speed and accuracy of the attack left him paralyzed with fear. Though Fabreau himself was unharmed, he collapsed to the ground, following the sound of his aide's lifeless body hitting the earth. It was Belinda who had reached them. Sitting atop her horse, she coldly addressed him, her voice carrying a chilling calmness. She remarked on the unlikely meeting, calling him the vassal of Perdium. Fear surged through Fabreau's mind. His 1,000 soldiers had been obliterated, and he had relied too heavily on their sheer numbers, missing his opportunity to escape. His camp was burning, and the corpses of soldiers and knights lay scattered across the battlefield. In an effort to wage war against Perdium, Dygald's entire supply unit had been wiped out, leaving only Fabreau alive. Now, with his hands bound behind his back, Fabreau knelt in front of Ghislain and his mercenary army. Though he bore a noble title, Fabreau had no choice but to surrender. It was common in wartime for nobles to be taken as prisoners rather than executed. Just then, Belinda stepped on him, her boot pressing Fabreau's head into the dirt. Belinda informed the others that Fabreau was one of the vassals sent as an envoy to Dygald. Not only had he been selling information, but he had also been acting as Dygald's supply commander. Panic gripped Fabreau as he pleaded with Ghislain, desperately begging for mercy. He surrendered without hesitation, throwing himself at Ghislain's mercy, hoping to survive. He had never imagined that the young Lord of Perdium, despite his reputation as the northern scoundrel, could lead such a force in battle. However, Ghislain remained calm and asked to have bribed Fabreau, seizing what he believed to be a fleeting opportunity for survival. Fabreau quickly revealed that he had been bribed by Count Desmond. He also explained that he had been threatened and had no choice but to follow through with his actions. Ghislain didn't linger on the information. His mind quickly shifted to the demons from his past life. With Fabreau's admission, Ghislain knew for certain that Desmond County had provided troops to Dygald to wage war against Perdium. Feeling ignored, Fabreau became more desperate. He wailed loudly, insisting that, despite his actions, he had served Perdium for a long time. He argued that Count Dygald would surely pay a hefty ransom for his release, claiming that sparing him would be a profitable deal for Ghislain. Ghislain dismounted from his horse, his eyes unwavering, and told Fabreau to raise his head. The words caused a brief flicker of relief to wash over the captured noble. Fabreau thought he was being granted mercy. In his relief, Fabreau began to make grand promises. He thanked Ghislain for sparing his life and vowed that with the life he had been given, he would serve Perdium with everything he had. But before Fabreau could finish his words, Ghislain swung his sword, severing his neck in a single, smooth motion. The strike was immediate and without hesitation. Ghislain had no recollection of Fabreau from his past life's timeline, suggesting that Fabreau had never been significant. In that fleeting moment, Fabreau was left unable to understand why he had been executed. Ghislain sighed, finding the situation absurd. He stated that he would never show noble courtesy on the battlefield and that he would never make a deal with someone like Fabreau, whom he considered scum. With vengeance burning in his eyes, Ghislain vowed to hunt down every person who had turned their sword toward Perdium. He promised that death would come for them all. Once the deed was done, Ghislain led his mercenary army away from the remains of Dygald's supply camp. Despite the skirmish with 1,000 soldiers, Ghislain's forces had suffered little more than exhaustion, with no significant losses. Still concerned, Belinda watched Ghislain closely. This had been his first battle, and she couldn't help but wonder how he had killed so many soldiers with such apparent ease. He made it seem as natural as breathing, and yet the act of killing humans, as opposed to monsters, should have been far more difficult to bear. Kaor approached Ghislain and asked what their next course of action would be. Ghislain, with his usual focus, replied that they would head straight back to the castle. He suspected that the enemy would likely attack immediately. With siege weapons at their disposal, Dygald's forces had been hurling massive stones at Perdium's castle walls. This was possible only because Count Desmond County had provided them with the means to attack. As the catapults rained stones upon the walls, Dygald's infantry charged forward, attempting to overwhelm Perdium's smaller forces. Being a tactical strategist, Ghislain issued orders swiftly for Kaor and Belinda to provide support on the left wall once they arrived, while he himself would move to the right wall. Right after, Ghislain called out to Gillion, putting him in charge of attacking Dygald's base. He explained that the assault was a surprise attack, and that he expected Gillion to face off against thousands of soldiers with a much smaller force. With that, Ghislain turned to Gillion and asked if he could handle the task. A faint smile crossed Gillion's lips as his eyes gleamed with excitement. He answered affirmatively, assuring his young lord that it would be no problem and that he would follow his orders without hesitation. In response, Ghislain smiled, the thought of his loyal mercenary pleasing him. After all, Gillion was like a sleeping lion, waiting to be awakened when the time was right. On the other hand, Kaor scoffed, expressing his dissatisfaction that the old man always seemed to get the more exciting tasks. Meanwhile, Belinda raised a more pressing concern about who would defend the gate. Ghislain gave a definitive answer, ordering them to leave the gate alone. With the strategic mind of a seasoned commander, Ghislain did not explain further. With his experience as the Mercenary King, who had once razed an entire kingdom to the ground, Will always had a plan. This left Ghislain's aides slightly confused. After all, to them, Ghislain was still a young lord who had gained fame as the northern scoundrel and was commanding an army for the first time. They had expected him to be uncertain, but his calm demeanor and strategic orders led them to wonder what he had in mind. Ghislain did not provide further explanation. Instead, he simply stated that this war would mark the beginning of a new chapter in Perdium's history. Meanwhile, Swalter, a valiant high-level knight, stood firm against the overwhelming number of enemies. His voice rang out clearly, ordering his soldiers to prepare for the incoming assault. On the opposite side of the wall, Randolph, also a high-level knight, commanded the archers to fire at the advancing enemy. Though their numbers had been reduced by the rain of arrows, Dygald's soldiers were still too numerous to be easily stopped. With ladders in hand, they began scaling the walls, their numbers overwhelming Perdium's defenses. As the Dygald forces swarmed the wall, Swalter immediately ordered his soldiers to engage in close-quarter combat. His brother Randolph closely followed behind. With the two of them leading the charge, they hoped to hold off the advancing enemy. Seeing the wall begin to crumble and his forces overwhelm it, the commander of Dygald's forces laughed manically. His joy was palpable as he thought victory was finally within his reach. He clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming how exhilarating it was. Even without dispatching their strongest knight, he was sure the battle was won. However, Victor remained focused, keeping his eyes on the battlefield. As Dygald continued issuing orders for the catapults to prepare for a second volley, Victor thought inwardly that it was finally time for the Northern Wolf to meet his end. He had hoped to face Swalter, but now, seeing the way things were unfolding, he believed he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Inside the walls, Swalter, the Northern Wolf, faced a relentless swarm of mercenaries disguised as Dygald soldiers. With practiced ease, he blocked an incoming attack, sidestepping and swinging his sword to strike at the side of one of the mercenaries. But the enemy continued to pour in, and despite his strength and skill, Swalter, alongside Randolph, found themselves surrounded. Maintaining his composure, Randolph expressed his frustration. The walls were one thing, but at this rate, the gate would fall soon. Thus, he asked what the Lord's orders were. Deciding to trust in Ghislain's earlier instructions, Swalter ordered the soldiers to focus solely on holding the walls and to leave the gate alone. After giving the order, Swalter turned to Scoven, asking about reinforcements. Scoven reported that the messengers sent to the surrounding territories had all returned with refusal of support. The Zimbar and Rayfold territories both claimed internal issues and could not provide assistance. Furthermore, every messenger sent to Count Loges had lost contact, and no word had come back. For various reasons, not a single estate had offered any support. Frustrated, Randolph could only curse under his breath, wondering aloud how none of the territories had sent help. He could barely contain his anger at their unwillingness to support Perdium, calling them ungrateful bastards. Within the ranks of Dygald's forces, bad news also reached the command post, delivered by a soldier. Both Dygald and Victor were visibly surprised when a soldier reported the possibility that their supply unit had been ambushed. The soldier explained that the soldiers they had sent to request supplies still hadn't returned, which suggested something had gone wrong with the supply unit. However, Dygald refused to accept such a possibility. He could not fathom that their supply unit, consisting of 1,000 soldiers, could have been wiped out while Perdium's entire force was holed up in their castle. On the other hand, Victor considered the report carefully. He suspected the possibility might be true. Though the supply unit's location was supposed to be covert, Victor could already see smoke billowing up from the area. Inwardly, Victor thought to himself that there was still someone in Perdium bold enough to think strategically. It was common knowledge that the smaller an army's strength, the harder it was to risk such a bold strategy. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he realized how interesting the war was becoming. At this point, Dygald turned to Victor and asked what they should do. Without supplies, their siege would be cut short, especially considering that Perdium's entire army was holding up within their castle. Victor raised his hand, silencing Dygald's concerns. If they couldn't thin out Perdium's supplies, they would simply break through Perdium's walls with their sheer numbers. He was confident they did not need supplies, stating with certainty that they would take Perdium's castle by the end of the day. Dygald stammered in disbelief. If they charged relentlessly, they would undoubtedly overwhelm Perdium's forces, but the losses they would suffer would be catastrophic. At that moment, Victor considered killing Dygald right there and then. After all, Dygald was merely Desmond's pawn, while Victor, the real commander, striving to be known as the Northern finest sword. But for now, Victor chose to spare him, deciding to deal with him later when Perdium had fallen. Victor continued his assessment of the battle. The assault on the left and right walls had begun long ago, yet they hadn't broken through. He thought of how Perdium's elite forces, including the Northern Wolf, were likely holding the line. But as he surveyed the situation, he noticed that the front gate was left undefended. It seemed clear to him that the gate lacked any defenders. With that realization, he raised his sword and ordered the rest of his army to charge forward. His voice was filled with conviction as he proclaimed that, by the end of the day, they would smash through the gate. Behind him, Desmond's forces, disguised as Dygald soldiers, advanced with their siege towers. Their sheer number dwarfed anything that Perdium could muster. Victor observed the ranks of his forces charging toward Perdium's castle, the overwhelming numbers striking with brutal force. Though striving as the finest sword of the northern region, Victor still longed to achieve greater things as a commander of an army. He hoped that through these accomplishments, he could elevate his status and perhaps even earn a noble title, something to solidify his place among the greats. With this ambition in mind, he called upon one of his subordinates, Idun, before riding into battle himself. A loud thud resounded as Idun, riding his horse, drew nearer. Idun was the kind of man who took pleasure in fighting for sport, beating people for amusement to stave off boredom. But when it came to war, he was completely obedient and followed orders without hesitation. He wielded a massive, long-handled sword, a weapon so heavy that it was a clear indication of his immense physical strength. He approached Victor with military discipline, his usual chaotic demeanor vanishing entirely before his commanding officer. Victor outlined his plan to Idun. He would charge toward the castle gate himself, ordering Idun to stay at the rear and hold the formation. Though he knew that one man was enough for the task, Victor chose to err on the side of caution, knowing the Perdium army was barricaded within their castle. With Idun at the rear, Victor led the charge, his cavalry and siege weapons following closely behind, though the sheer number of the siege weapons might have seemed excessive for this siege war. Meanwhile, Dygald's infantry scaled the castle walls with ladders. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they faced great difficulty in overtaking the defenders and opening the gate. Yet their morale remained unshaken, and they pressed on, climbing despite the certain death that awaited them at the top. Swalter and Randolph held the line at the wall, standing firm against the onslaught. As knights nearing the upper levels of their order, they were a force to be reckoned with. With each swing of their swords, an enemy soldier fell. Though they could hold the line against the swarm of enemies with their strength, it was evident that Dygald's forces would eventually overwhelm the castle. In a moment of rising tension, Scoven, an experienced knight of Perdium, suddenly called out to his lord, panic evident in his voice. Swalter quickly turned his head to see what had unsettled the knight. The sight that greeted him nearly made his blood run cold. The enemy had brought forward siege towers, enough to completely take over the walls. The towering structures, coupled with ladders, suggested that they had been carefully prepared long before Count Dygald's son had met his death. Swalter cursed under his breath, his thoughts racing. He wondered aloud how the enemy had managed to calculate the height of the walls with such precision. Struggling to maintain control, Randolph pointed out that they were already overwhelmed by the sheer number of infantry climbing the walls. With the arrival of the siege towers, he had little confidence that the castle would hold on. Swalter turned back to his soldiers, his expression grim, and asked if the catapults were ready. A soldier quickly reported that one catapult had just been set up. Though constructed hastily, there was hope that the catapults could at least reduce the number of enemies charging to the walls. Within moments, The crew adjusted the catapult's aim and fired a stone toward one of the enemy's siege towers. One soldier from Dygald cursed at the sight, calling Perdium dogs, and wondered aloud when the enemy had found time to build catapults to counter their towers. The trajectory of the stone was unmistakable. It would hit the tower and destroy it. However, Victor, now nearing the front line, was not about to let that happen. He grabbed a spear, infused it with his mana, and hurled it at the incoming stone. The collision was deafening, and the stone shattered into dust, pulverized by the magical energy of the spear. The sight sent shockwaves through Dygald's forces, bolstering their morale. On the side of Perdium, however, disbelief set in. The idea that a projectile had been intercepted midair made it clear that a high-level knight was among Dygald's ranks, something they had not expected. Among the high-level knights known throughout the northern region, Swalter realized that Dygald had no such individual among his ranks. It was only now that he fully understood the scale of the war. This was a conflict orchestrated by one of the great lords of the north. As Victor led his cavalry forward, he boldly declared that no resistance from Perdium would change the outcome of the battle. No matter how fiercely they fought, Victor was certain that he would bring Perdium to its knees. Without hesitation, he commanded the battle ram to charge toward the castle gate. The battle ram surged forward, unstoppable in its momentum. Dygald's forces were overwhelmingly superior, their siege weapons carefully crafted for this very assault. The presence of a high-level knight within their ranks only further amplified the disparity in strength between the two sides. As the siege tower docked against the castle walls, heavy infantry emerged and swarmed over the defenders. The hope that Perdium might still hold out was rapidly fading. It seemed as though their downfall was now inevitable. The battle ram continued to pound against the gate, with no forces from Perdium positioned to intercept it. If left unchecked, the once impenetrable northern wall, Perdium would soon crumble. Lost in thought, Swalter wondered about his son, questioning whether his plan had succeeded. Given the current state of the war, he feared that Perdium would fall. He also doubted that the mercenary forces led by Ghislain could make a significant difference at this point. Outside the gate, only a few soldiers remained stationed, while the rest of Perdium's remaining forces were spread thin, holding the castle walls in a desperate defense. Meanwhile, deep within the castle grounds, the mages dispatched from the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower were bound and encircling a magic circle drawn on the floor. Alfoy was furious, seething with rage as he demanded to be released, directing curses toward the knights guarding the mages. Alfoy's anger boiled over, and he shouted insults with each breath, declaring that they were mages, not soldiers, and they should never have been caught up in such a trivial estate war. Ferguson stood firm, attempting to calm him, urging him to stay composed since it was the young lord's order that they remain in their current position. Alfoy snapped back, incredulous that Ferguson could not see his frustration. He continued to rant, refusing to stay calm under the dire circumstances. Though visibly nervous, Vanessa stood her ground, faithfully following Ghislain's orders. The battle ram continued its relentless assault on the castle gate. In a voice full of despair, Alfoy pointed out that allowing the ram to reach this close to the gate meant Perdium's defeat was inevitable. He was convinced that the castle's fall was imminent. Despite her belief in Ghislain's plan, Vanessa struggled to calm Alfoy's spiraling anger. The reason they had been tied up was precisely because they would have bolted out of the castle the moment they got the chance. Irritated beyond measure, Alfoy glared at Vanessa, still seething. But as he observed her, he couldn't ignore the fact that she, once merely a maid at the tower, had now grown into a fifth circle mage. Though her face was pale with nervous sweat, her voice held an unwavering optimism, as she assured Alfoy that the young lord's plan would succeed and everything would be set right. Alfoy scoffed, brushing off her words. He told her not to make him laugh, his voice thick with scorn. He cursed Ghislain, screaming for Vanessa not to mention his name again. It was because of Ghislain that Alfoy had been dragged through hell and now found himself on the brink of death in the midst of a war. However, Vanessa was steadfast in her belief. She tried to plead with him, insisting that her trust in the young lord was unshakable. Furious, Alfoy commanded her to be silent. He questioned if she was truly willing to follow the orders of man he considered a lunatic. Vanessa's face hardened with resolve. In the most serious tone, she retorted that Ghislain, the young lord of Perdium, was no lunatic. To her, Ghislain was brilliant in mana control. He had been the one to help her achieve her dream of becoming a mage. A few days earlier, after a harrowing experience where her mana path had been unlocked with Ghislain's help, Vanessa had been on the brink of death. She had pushed through the excruciating pain, overcoming the obstacle, and had finally succeeded in becoming a full-fledged mage. Despite being a fifth circle mage, Vanessa's attempt at conjuring magic, using the mana cultivation methods Ghislain had taught her, produced only a flicker of mana. It was hardly the display of power she had hoped for, and she felt a deep sense of embarrassment before Ghislain. Although she had finally learned how to use magic, she apologized, explaining that this was all she could manage. However, Ghislain was unfazed. He understood that mastery over magic would not come instantly and reassured her that it was fine. He emphasized that simply being able to use magic was enough for now, and that her mana would grow over time. For the upcoming war, Ghislain had buried a massive amount of runestones outside the castle. In a move that seemed unthinkable to many, he had made the prideful mages dig the earth and bury these precious runestones, objects of immense value to them, in the dirt. They had been reduced to labors, something they could hardly accept. As the two approached the site, they found the mages panting heavily from their work. These mages, once held in high regard for their power and status, now found themselves toiling as mere laborers in Perdium. Though aware of the practical necessity of the action, Vanessa could not help but feel a pang of sadness as she witnessed the mages in such a state. But it was the sight of the runestones being buried that truly tore at her heart. Suddenly, Alfoy's voice cut through the moment, filled with disdain and contempt as he called out to Ghislain. Vanessa was startled by his sudden outburst, realizing with a jolt that the man who had tormented her was now in such a disheveled state. Alfoy's face was flushed with anger as he demanded to know why Ghislain had ordered the mages to dig. Why not use soldiers for such a task, he asked. If the runestones needed to be hidden, why not move them outside the territory entirely? Before Ghislain could respond, the man, the myth, the legend, Gordon approached and reprimanded Alfoy for speaking out of turn, prompting him to spit curses in frustration. Vanessa found the situation both absurd and unsettling. Turning to Ghislain, Vanessa nervously asked about the purpose of it all. Unfazed by the question, Ghislain explained that it was all preparation for war. He had foreseen the war, which was why he had not sold the runestones to the Scarlet Flame Magic Tower entirely, but instead had stored them for this very purpose. He went on to explain that in warfare, the simplest and most effective tactic was to overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. He knew that no matter how hard the defenders of Perdium fought, the enemy would eventually break through the gates. However, that did not mean they were without hope. Turning to Vanessa, Ghislain told her that her role as a fifth circle mage would be crucial in their defense. With the runestones as a catalyst, and the mana of the other mages, she could unleash a devastating force that would wipe out large portions of the enemy's ranks. Vanessa understood what Ghislain was implying. She realized that this would mean taking many lives. She had always been grateful for Ghislain's help in realizing her dream of becoming a mage, but she had not yet developed the resolve to kill for the sake of the people of Perdium, people she barely knew. The weight of the realization hit her hard. She knew that if she refused to go through with it, there was a strong possibility that Ghislain would die in the war. The burden of his plan now rested on her shoulders, and she began to doubt whether she could really do it. When the time came, Vanessa activated the magic circle drawn on the ground, her resolve firming as she steeled herself for what was to come. With the estate on the brink of destruction, Vanessa, who had once unable to cast even a basic spell, was now performing the delicate and dangerous process of mana precision to absorb the mage's mana. The change in her was extraordinary. Alfoy's face contorted in disbelief as he realized what was happening. Vanessa had begun a mana transfer, a dangerous and complex spell that channeled the mana of multiple mages into one person. This spell had the potential to greatly amplify one's power, but it came at a tremendous risk. If the focal mage lost control, not only would all the participating mages lose their mana, but they could also lose their very life force. Without perfect control, immense mental resilience, and deep mastery over the spell, the risks were fatal. Yet, as Vanessa focused, Ghislain's words echoed in her mind, assuring her that he fully believed in her ability to succeed, and her eyes gleamed with brilliant blue light. As the mages were ensnared in the storm of mana, their energy being drained by the magic circle, Ghislain charged from the rear with his army of mercenaries. He placed his complete trust in Vanessa, confident that she could carry out her task to protect the estate. Meanwhile, the Perdium soldiers scrambled to block the gate with whatever they could find, stones, boxes, anything, while shooting arrows through the gaps in the gate. The situation seemed dire, but just then, Randolph called out to his brother, drawing his attention to the rear of the enemy lines. Swalter immediately turned his head, momentarily abandoning the fight with the enemy infantry. A thick cloud of dust rose from behind the lines as a black cavalry unit charged straight toward the enemy ranks. Though the unit's numbers were only in the 300s, their momentum was unstoppable. Swalter's eyes quickly identified the leader of the incoming unit. He had secretly hoped that Ghislain would take Elena and flee the estate. If Perdium were to fall, at least they could find shelter among the allied forces. But Ghislain was not one to abandon his estate, not after the despair he had experienced in his previous timeline. That was enough for a lifetime, and he would not turn his back on Perdium. The black cavalry unit moved forward with relentless momentum, and Ghislain led the charge. Their numbers were dwarfed by the enemies, but Ghislain did not hesitate. Common sense might have dictated that such a charge would be reckless, but Ghislain was not one to abandon his people. The weight of the despair from his previous life was something he could not carry again. Just then, Victor was startled as a soldier hurried to report the situation. Unknown to them, a cavalry unit had ambushed their rear from both sides. Under Kaor's lead, one side of the ambush was taken, with Belinda providing support, allowing him to rampage through the enemy ranks. The mercenaries followed closely behind, wearing ponchos made from the Dirus Ent bark, equally destructive in their charge. Meanwhile, Ghislain continued his lone charge toward the enemy's ranks. His eyes gleamed with a sharp, unyielding killing intent as he gathered his mana and released his mana cores. A perfect symphony of riding skill, swordsmanship, and mana control allowed Ghislain to tear through the battlefield. Each swing of his sword sent an enemy crashing to the ground. At first glance, he appeared to be fighting recklessly, but his movements were executed with such tactical precision that none of the enemies who charged at him could even graze his horse. Though Ghislain's current strength was far less than in his past life, the destruction he wreaked was still immense. Realizing that their rear was under attack, the bowmen panicked. Some even expressed disbelief that Perdium could possibly be receiving reinforcements. But then, Ghislain appeared, cutting through their ranks and heading straight for the bowmen. The bowmen attempted to halt Ghislain's charge, firing arrows at his horse in an attempt to stop him. But, in an unbelievable display of agility, Ghislain's horse leaped out of the arrow's path, avoiding them as if defying all expectations of what a lone cavalry unit could do. It was an absurd sight. Ghislain seemed to be flying with his horse. The bowmen could do nothing as their arrows missed, and Ghislain descended with devastating force. Every swing of his sword connected, tearing through flesh with ease. In moments, Ghislain had decimated an entire squad, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Even in his past life, this was how he fought, rampaging through the most dangerous places within the enemy's ranks. The infantry around him stopped in their tracks, stunned by the sight of a single cavalryman destroying so many soldiers so quickly. The fear in their eyes grew, and they began to believe that Ghislain was a monster. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Ghislain raised his sword high for his mercenaries to see. With their experience from the expedition in the Forest of Beasts, the mercenaries charged without hesitation, rallying behind their leader against the overwhelming enemy forces. Ghislain's voice rang out across the battlefield, carrying a message of defiance to both his mercenaries and Perdium soldiers. Despite their inferior numbers, he declared that from this moment on, they would begin their counterattack. Even though their numbers were greatly inferior, the Black Cavalry under Ghislain's leadership showed neither fear nor hesitation as they thundered toward one flank of the enemy's formation. Dygald's siege tower had already been festered on the Perdium's walls, leaving no space for the defenders to breathe or regroup. Yet, despite the unrelenting advance of the invading infantry, not a single soul on the walls wavered. While Victor focused his efforts on seizing control of the main gate, Ghislain led a third of the mercenary forces in a flanking maneuver against the right side of the enemy formation. Simultaneously, Kaor directed another detachment from a different direction, with Belinda providing key support. Meanwhile, Gillion led the final group of mercenaries on a daring ambush mission, targeting the heart of Dygald's rear encampment. Gillion's massive axe tore through enemy ranks with savage force. Each swing cleaved through multiple soldiers, leaving a trail of devastation. A handful of elite mercenaries followed close behind him, their movements sharp and disciplined, reinforcing his every step with lethal precision. As he pushed deeper into enemy lines, Gillion barked orders to Gordon and Torrent. He intended to be the decoy, pulling the enemy's gaze and fury upon himself. He told the others to disperse widely and disable vital facilities to sow chaos. Without hesitation, the two acknowledged the command and moved to execute it. Even in the thick of combat, the mercenaries exchanged breathless words. Torrent noted how unnerved the enemy appeared, shocked by how few stood against them. Gordon echoed the sentiment, jesting that by the time they returned to the castle, all that would remain of the enemy camp would be scorched rubble. The situation rapidly unraveled for Thamos, the incompetent commander of Dygald's forces. Stunned by the surprise assault, he struggled to comprehend how such a counteroffensive had emerged from a cornered opponent. His mind blank, he failed to rally his soldiers, even as his aides urged him to abandon the camp and escape. That window of opportunity never arrived. Gillion surged forward, cutting down soldiers in his path without mercy, his axe stained with the blood of those foolish enough to resist. He charged directly at the command center, declaring loudly his intent to capture Count Dygald alive as a prisoner of war. His axe pulsed with mana, glinting menacingly beneath the sunlight. Thamos knew in his gut that Gillion could not be stopped. The man charging toward him was an unstoppable force, driven by pure will and fury. Yet at the last possible moment, a glimmer of salvation flashed before him. A sword strike, fast and precise, arced toward Gillion. Instinctively, Gillion turned, catching the blow with a powerful swing of his own. The clash of weapons echoed through the battlefield as Gillion's mana-charged axe met the massive sword head-on. Sparks scattered with the force of the impact, the sound rising above the din of war. The two warriors pulled back slightly, locking eyes as they assessed one another. A knight of such caliber had not been seen in Dygald's camp until now. Morale had already been fragile with the presence of an elite warriors that can contend against Swalter and Randolph at Dygald's front line. The sudden appearance of another high-level knight at their rear only deepened the despair. This knight clearly hadn't been drawn from Dygald's own ranks. Count Dygald lacked the merit to rally such strength, being a selfish noble unfit to rule, much less lead a disciplined army. From just a single exchange of blows, Gillion realized the strength of his adversary. This was not an enemy to underestimate, not in the heart of hostile territory, where one wrong move could end everything. Seated tall upon his horse, the knight was Idun Fraso. He observed Gillion with a calm expression, commenting on the audacity of Perdium's forces to strike so deep into Dygald's camp with such a modest number. There was something almost admiring in his tone. Idun swung his sword again in a smooth, practiced motion. With a knight's honor, he asked his opponent to give his name in recognition of strength shared in combat. Gillion remained silent. His gaze never wavered. His eyes, burning with an eerie and focused killing intent, studied Idun from head to toe as he readied himself for the next clash. Gillion lifted his axe high, his entire frame pulsing with unrestrained mana. With a voice heavy with conviction, he declared himself nothing more than a nameless weapon in service to the young Lord of Perdium. His unwavering loyalty stemmed from a single, life-altering event that Ghislain had saved his daughter from the eternal punishment. From that day forward, Gillion's devotion had been absolute. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the left side of Perdium's castle wall. Enemy infantry swarmed like a mass of ants, climbing ladders in relentless waves. The defenders held the line only because they were no strangers to war. Hardened by long battles with the northern barbarians, they refused to yield. Belinda fought with grim determination, determined to provide the defenders with a sliver of relief. She knew that if left unchecked, the wall would soon fall to the enemy's hands. Spotting two enemy soldiers closing in, she lashed them together and hurled the bound pair toward Kaor, who rode nearby and was carving through the flank. Kaor accepted her help eagerly, his eyes flashing with excitement. As the bound enemies tumbled through the air, he stepped forward and brought his sword down in a single, fluid motion, slicing through both with brutal precision. Blood sprayed across the battlefield, a crimson arc against the sky. Caught in the exhilaration of battle, the insecurities that once haunted him faded, replaced by the unshakable spirit of a warrior. He surged forward, cutting through enemies with tireless energy. Despite the overwhelming numbers, some lightness remained among the chaos. Belinda called out to Kaor, scolding him for splashing blood in her direction again. Kaor laughed it off, referring to her dismissively as a mere lady and advising her to dodge if she had time to complain. Belinda flushed red with anger at the remark, clearly offended by the condescension. On the right wall, Ghislain led a third of the black cavalry unit from the front, rending through Dygald's flank with merciless efficiency. Each swing of his sword shattered the enemy's formation. Not even the heavy infantry could withstand a single blow. In the heart of battle, he revealed the essence of a warlord. The Mercenary King fought in the most perilous position, mastering the release of his second mana core with each breath to conserve stamina. The sight of Ghislain charging alone with monstrous force shattered the enemy's morale. Even with superior numbers, no one dared to meet him head-on. Once the mercenary army closed the gap and the opposition faltered in confusion, Ghislain issued a rallying cry. It was time to press forward and annihilate them. As the mercenaries broke through the enemy formation, Ghislain shifted his focus to the siege tower docked against the wall. He paused briefly, drawing a slow breath, and his eyes took on a glacial sharpness, a signal of the carnage to come. The mercenaries wasted no time. Their experience pioneering the forest of beasts had taught them that survival meant obeying their leaders' every command. Not one hesitated, not one fled. They charged together, reckless yet unyielding. A captain from Dygald's army could do nothing but curse beneath his breath. Watching his men abandon formation in fear, he saw discipline dissolve in the face of Perdium's terrifying black cavalry unit. Ghislain galloped toward the wall once more, a line of the spearmen held up. Even with the sight of blood, followed Ghislain's path in his solitary charge. Despite being human, Ghislain fought atop his steed with a fluidity and unity that matched any elven rider. As the enemy blockade came into view, he gave his horse a simple order, to dodge the blockade alone, and the beast obeyed with a sharp exhale. The spearmen launched their attack, spears thrusting in perfect unison. For the first time in the battle, they managed to reach Ghislain, only because he had chosen to barrel through them, unwavering in his charge toward the siege tower. Then, without warning, Ghislain vanished from the saddle. He had leapt. The horse slipped through the formation with comical ease, untouched by the flurry of spear tips. While the spearmen were still turning their heads in confusion, try and make sense of the vanished rider. Ghislain had already taken to the air. His sword was drawn high, poised to strike while the enemy below remained frozen in disarray. He came crashing down atop one of the spearmen, locking the man between his legs as he descended with punishing force. Using the spearman as leverage, Ghislain twisted his body and swung his sword in a wide arc, cleaving through the ranks of those who dared to bar his path. His movements were fluid and unhesitating. There was no room for doubt, for he understood with ruthless clarity, and hesitation would bring swift encirclement from all sides. Once the opposing spearman had been dispatched, Ghislain released the body he had used as a pivot, allowing the inertia of his spin to carry him into one final motion. With decisive precision, he brought his blade across the man's neck. Blood sprayed forth, sealing the act with finality. His sword now dripped with the blood of countless foes. None had been spared in his wake. The ground behind him lay desecrated, littered with limbs, broken bodies, and the carnage wrought by unrelenting force. No formation or resistance had managed to endure the overwhelming might unleashed by his fully activated second mana core. His eyes locked ahead. The siege tower loomed, tall and ominous, a grotesque structure feeding Dygald's heavy infantry onto the crumbling battlements. Below, a dense cluster of enemy soldiers formed a blockade between him and the towering structure. Yet, not a shred of hesitation clouded Ghislain's mind. A glint of sheer, razor-edged intent reflected in his eyes. No one standing there deserved mercy. Not a single soul among the enemy ranks would be spared. His verdict had already been rendered. Annihilation alone was acceptable. In one glance, he took in the situation. The wall's defense was in worse condition than he had anticipated. The collapse was imminent, likely to fail even before the gate could be breached. His black cavalry had pushed valiantly, breaking through where they could, but the disparity in numbers was severe. If they faltered even slightly, they would be enveloped. But surrendering momentum was not an option. Ghislain inhaled deeply, resolving himself once more. His eyes gleamed with renewed determination. He would keep pressing forward, no matter the cost. A corps captain from Dygald's forces issued an urgent command, rallying his soldiers to strike. The siege tower had reached its target. With the wall would soon fall, all that remained was to stop the black-armored knight who stood in their way. The soldiers surged toward him. Ghislain raised his sword over his shoulder, steadying his breathing. For a brief instant, he tapped into the volatile energy of his third mana core, enhanced by the strange power obtained after absorbing the venom of the blood python. Though not yet equal to the legendary state of transcendence, the refinement of his mana gave his blade the sharpness needed to cut through iron as if it were cloth. His sword flashed. The first soldier to challenge him stood no chance. The weapon passed through his iron helmet with no resistance, the man collapsing without a sound, a mere offering to Ghislain's relentless advance. Another stepped forward to take his place. Armed with a crude sword and a wooden shield, the man roared a curse and lunged. But before his attack could even form, his neck had already been severed by a clean, efficient stroke. Still more poured in. A heavily armored soldier jabbed forward with precision. Ghislain tilted his body and dodged with finesse, then countered with a savage slice into the man's side. Another enemy appeared immediately, blade raised and aimed for his head. Ghislain parried the strike, halting its momentum. Without slowing, he pushed forward. The explosive nature of his mana surged through his limbs, powering the motion as he spun and drove his blade across the attacker's back. Drawing closer to the siege tower, he came under a new threat. Arrows began raining down. The archers had taken position. Recognizing Ghislain's true target, the captain shouted furiously for every archer to focus their fire. The archer's captain ordered that the man was not to be allowed near the tower. But Ghislain was already past their sights. His body blurred into motion, streaking through the hail of arrows. None found their mark. Only the faint, gleaming trace of his killing intent remained in the space he left behind. Ghislain's next target stood above the fray. A corps captain mounted atop a trembling horse. The captain met Ghislain's gaze, his eyes wide with dread and throat tightening with fear. Whatever resolve had brought him to war now withered before the monstrous presence of the black-armored warrior. Without pause, Ghislain launched forward. His sword pierced cleanly into the captain's body before the man could lift his weapon. The captain offered no resistance. His fear had paralyzed him, and the terrifying aura of his attacker proved too overwhelming to confront. As though hoisting a carcass on a spit, Ghislain lifted the man's body into the air, twirled it with brutal elegance, and hurled both sword and corpse together toward the siege tower's thick central beam. The line of resistance that had dared block Ghislain's advance was now obliterated. The tower's archers, still fumbling to reload, bore witness to a horrific spectacle. One of their commanding officers slain and strung through the air like a display of vengeance. The sword embedded itself deep in the siege tower's wood. Blood spattered across the surrounding platform, painting the battlefield in fresh crimson. A stunned silence followed. Without delay, Ghislain tugged on a thread of mana, an ethereal link he had tied to the hilt of his sword. In one seamless motion, he leapt, drawn upward through the air by the arcane tether. The motion defied logic. None among the enemy could comprehend what was unfolding. All they saw was that the black-armored warrior had taken flight, soaring unrestrained toward the siege tower's highest platform. As Ghislain reached the top, his hand caught the hilt of the embedded sword. The blade, still soaked with blood, landed firmly in his grip. In that same instant, he swung. Terror surged through the defenders above, their minds filled with unspeakable dread, paralyzed as they recalled the massacres he had already wrought. Every line of defense that had previously tried to stop him now lay in ruin, replaced only by blood and severed limbs. Activating his third mana core once more, Ghislain allowed raw fury to flood his senses. His eyes flashed with cold judgment as he brought the sword down in an explosive arc. The entire top section of the tower split under the weight of the blow. No one could challenge him. Not here, not now. This siege tower, a key element of Victor's siege strategy and aligned perfectly with textbook military doctrine, was left almost undefended. The defenders had been stretched too thin along the walls, unable to secure every breach. Ghislain's timely assault now offered a vital reprieve to those still fighting on the ramparts. The shock spread rapidly through Dygald's ranks. The destruction of a siege tower by a lone knight in black armor had shaken even the most hardened soldiers. Yet some believed this act of defiance to be a foolish gamble. They reasoned that once the tower collapsed, its would-be invaders would swarm the lone attacker. Observing the collapse from afar, Victor remained outwardly calm. He pondered whether the warrior who destroyed the tower was the same black cavalry commander responsible for the devastating flank assault. As a plume of dust rose from the crumbling tower, Ghislain stepped away from the wreckage with steady resolve. The move he had made was bold, driven less by calculation and more by instinct. He had exploited the narrowest of weaknesses in Victor's formation. In the chaos of war, he had discerned the enemy's intent, gauged the battlefield's rhythm, and seized the fleeting moment. Victor turned to one of his soldiers and asked if the gate had finally been breached. The soldier faltered, stammering an explanation. The gate proved more fortified than they had initially assumed. Internal interference had delayed their progress, but he estimated success within 10 minutes. Victor remained silent for a breath. That delay could allow the black-armored warrior to rampage freely within their ranks. Deciding to act, Victor prepared to enter the battlefield himself. He walked forward, instructing his troops to break through the gate within 5 minutes. In the meantime, he would deal with the enemy commander personally. Before turning away, Victor shot a glare back at the soldier, his cold gaze heavy with killing intent. The message was unmistakable. Failure would be met with death at his own hand. Terror surged into the soldier's expression as he quickly confirmed the order with his trembling voice. At that very moment, a mounted mercenary emerged from the cloud of dust, hurling taunts at Victor and referring to him mockingly as a winged tin can. Cloaked in grit and ash, The rider announced that he would be going nowhere. Victor's gaze shifted slightly as he asked the newcomer's identity. The rider revealed himself as Kaor, the commander of the Cerberus mercenary, his sword pointed directly at Victor in a bold challenge. A wide grin spread across his face, fueled by the thrill of confrontation. Having broken through the enemy's flank, Kaor had reached the heart of Dygald's assault. Upon spotting the strongest opponent in their ranks, he could not resist the urge to call him. With ferocious vigor, Kaor charged forward on his horse. Despite knowing that Victor was stronger than him, there was no fear on Kaor's face, only reckless excitement. His opponent remained calm and collected, observing the redhead charging at him with his sword poised for attack, seemingly unfazed by the mercenary's intense approach. Victor shifted his horse slightly, scoffing at Kaor, who charged at him at full speed. As a high-level knight, Victor had mastered the art of fighting atop a horse. His movements were fluid, calculated, and precise. His horse responded to each of his commands with a seamless rhythm, making him appear untouchable. As Kaor drew near, Victor's horse kicked Kaor's. A mercenary driven by sheer instinct, Kaor had missed his first attempt to land a blow as Victor rotated his horse after delivering the swift kick. Despite Kaor's years of combat experience, the simple maneuver had thrown him off balance, but his instincts were sharp, and he quickly regained his footing. Victor immediately followed up with a sword strike aimed at Kaor's neck. Kaor noticed the sword coming. The speed of Victor's attack left no room for Kaor to defend, and the mercenary realized just how outmatched he was in this duel. With no way to defend, Kaor leapt from his horse, letting the sword strike sever the horse's neck. The steed collapsed, but Kaor's focus remained entirely on his opponent. Though he had been outplayed fighting atop a horse, his resolve remained strong, and he refused to retreat. As he descended, Kaor pulled his sword back and prepared to strike down with all his might. Meanwhile, Victor stood his ground, still atop his steed, ready to face whatever attack the redhead might throw his way with his unnerving focus. In quick succession, Kaor delivered 2 sword strikes imbued with his mana, each more powerful than the last, toward his opponent. Victor easily parried both with practiced ease, his sword moving with minimal effort, as if the redhead's attacks were no more than a nuisance. But Kaor wasn't finished. Gritting his teeth, he brought his sword down once more, this time with more powerful strike, carrying his momentum and mana. The attack was swift and filled with raw strength, but Victor raised his sword, prepared to block it casually. His demeanor was one of complete confidence, showing how little he regarded Kaor as a worthy opponent. Kaor cursed inwardly. He knew that fighting atop a horse made it harder for a knight to move, but despite his speed, his attacks were easily blocked by Victor. Kaor's strikes had no effect, and his momentum faltered with every failed attempt. Victor deflected Kaor's sword strike with ease, spinning his sword to dissipate the attack's momentum. Victor anticipated Kaor's next move, reading the mercenary's body language and movements. He swiftly pulled back his sword, preparing for a counterattack. He had seen enough of Kaor's kind to know what was coming. Pathetic mercenaries who thought they were strong, but they only swung their swords wildly, thinking that instinct alone could win them the battle. Now it was Victor's turn. With a smooth arc, he brought his sword down, swift and deadly, intending to finish the battle with a decisive blow. Before Kaor could even land on his feet, he raised his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself. He had been briefed on his opponent's strength, but nothing could have prepared him for the overwhelming power of the high-level knight. The moment their swords collided, Kaor felt the full weight of Victor's strength behind the strike. When their swords clashed, their mana collided as well. Kaor's blade met Victor's, but it was no match for the sharpness and power of Victor's swordsmanship. The shock of the collision ran through Kaor's arm, down to his whole body, as he still not yet regained his footing. Victor's mana-imbued sword cut clean through Kaor's with uncanny sharpness. The impact left Kaor reeling, his sword strikes losing momentum the moment they were blocked. It was clear to him now that he had no way of winning this fight. A sharp, Searing pain surged through Kaor's body as Victor's sword sliced through his shoulder. The redhead's ferocity, once fierce and unrelenting, was subdued by Victor's precision and surgical movements. His body trembled as he realized that he was no match for Victor. Still atop his horse, Victor looked down at Kaor with mockery in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority as he saw the redhead's resolve crumble. There was nothing easier to handle than a beast swinging wildly on instinct, and despite all his ferocity, Kaor had proven no different from the others. Kaor screeched on the ground after Victor struck and mocked him. Victor stood silently, appearing as if he were a noble knight, radiating confidence and composure, the very image of authority. Through labored breath, Kaor cursed inside his mind. After the few exchanges of sword strikes earlier, he now fully realized how real Victor's strength was. It was exactly as Ghislain had explained to him before the charge on the flank. Ghislain had revealed that there was a high-level knight among Dygald's ranks, a knight named Victor, who was Desmond's hidden trump card. One among many, Desmon County stayed behind the shadows, targeting Perdium, had sent Victor to ensure their defeat. Kaor had asked if Victor was stronger than the Perdium young lord. Ghislain had responded curtly, stating that Victor would be the strongest opponent Kaor had ever faced, aside from Ghislain himself, who had once beaten him senseless in the Moriana recognition. Ghislain had elaborated that Victor was using Dygald's sheer numbers to force Perdium's focus onto defending the walls. Once their attention was diverted, Victor would break through the gates and launch a full assault. Ghislain had read the situation perfectly, preparing thoroughly by placing Vanessa at the castle to initiate their plan. However, Ghislain had also warned that if Victor entered the castle through the gate, the entire plan could fall apart. He had entrusted Kaor with the responsibility to hold Victor off until Vanessa was ready to unleash a secret concoction of destruction upon Dygald's forces. With a broken sword tightly clutched in his right hand, Kaor held his wound to prevent it from bleeding. He had accepted the responsibility to hold Victor off until the timid mage of Perdium estate was ready. Despite the hopeless battle they faced, Kaor had remained, fighting for Perdium. Even though Kaor was a mercenary fighting in a losing battle, his eyes glinted with lethal intent as he steeled himself, recalling Ghislain's words, urging him to hold the strongest knight in Dygald's ranks. Victor loomed above him, taller and more menacing now that Kaor had knelt, clutching his wound like a wounded beast being hunted. For a moment, Kaor felt as if nothing in the world seemed more dangerous than the man before him. Yet Kaor shifted his grip on his broken sword. Just as the blade gleamed with mana, a laugh escaped Kaor's lips. His expression lit up with excitement, defiance burning in his eyes. He hurled an insult toward Victor, telling him to at least be beatable. Despite his current predicament, he jested, trying to suppress the blood flowing from his wound, unwilling to let it slow him down. Meanwhile, the battle on the wall raged on. Dygald's forces seemed to remain unyielding, despite the Perdium young lord and his army of mercenaries joining the fray. At the rear of Dygald's camp, Gillion was locked in battle with the mysterious second in command. Repeatedly, Gillion swung his massive, bloodied, long-handled axe toward his opponent, yet he still failed to break through the knight's defense. His opponent, Idun, raised his shield to block every attack, swinging his sword only when an opportunity presented itself. Count Dygald, standing behind the battle, exclaimed Idun's name in praise, his admiration for the knight evident. One of his retainers quickly intervened, urging the Count to get back, warning him that he would be caught in the battle if he didn't move. Meanwhile, the mercenaries continued to tear through Dygald's support line. Much like Kaor and Gillion, their loyalty to Ghislain had grown. They fought with seemingly unrestrained fury for Perdium, determined to hold their ground against the enemy's superior numbers. Trading blows with Idun, the sound of their weapons clashing rang out clearly across the battlefield. Gillion cursed under his breath. Time was not on his side, yet despite his best efforts, he could not break through his opponent's defense. Idun seemed to effortlessly move his massive, heavy shield to block Gillion's barrage of attacks. It was as though Idun was an impenetrable fortress, and Gillion had not fought such a sturdy opponent in years. Yet he did not falter, though doubts lingered in his mind, questioning whether he was worthy to serve a noble-born young lord of Perdium, whose purpose was noble. Gillion's loyalty remained absolute in the face of the young lord's enemies. With a wide swing of his axe, Gillion landed another blow against Idun's shield. He screamed that he did not have time to waste on him, but Idun stood firm, his defense unbreakable. Calmly, Idun spoke, his voice filled with the assurance of one who believed the fight was already won. He said it was no use, that Gillion's hit was solid, but that he would never get through his shield. Just then, Idun shifted his body to deflect the force of Gillion's strike, causing Gillion's momentum to lose traction and sending him stumbling forward. Meanwhile, Idun was already preparing his massive, long-handled sword behind his shield. Taking advantage of the opening, Idun thrust his sword. Fortunately, Gillion was just as fast, pulling his body back and raising his left hand to block the incoming blade with his axe. Even after his sword failed to find its mark, Idun didn't stop. From his left side, he swung his sword in a wide arc. In its path was the neck of Gillion's mount, which Idun severed cleanly with a single stroke. Fighting a high-level knight atop a horse was known to be difficult, but Idun's skill with both a massive shield and sword made him a perfect match for such battles. Gillion cursed under his breath as he saw the inevitable outcome. Idun lifted his shield high, along with his horse. The sheer momentum of their combined weight would be devastating to Gillion, who had fallen without proper footing. Yet Gillion still raised his axe, attempting to defend. Idun's eyes glinted with a chilling, killing intent. He knew this would be the moment to break Gillion's defense. He brought his shield down with crushing force. The collision was inevitable. The combined physical weight of Idun and his horse slammed into Gillion, sending him crashing to the ground. The shock tore through his body, ripping apart his senses. But Gillion held on. He knew that if he fell here, a tremendous danger would befall the Perdium estate, a place that sheltered his daughter Rachel, who had found comfort befriending Elena, the young lady of Perdium. Meanwhile, on the front lines, Kaor was bloodied with wounds covering his body. Though his purpose differed from Gillion's, Kaor remained steadfast, faithful to the order from the Perdium young lord to hold the line. With minimal defense, the gate began to give way under the relentless force of the battering ram. With a final hit, the gate flew off its hinges, leaving it wide open for Dygald's soldiers to charge. Compared to the incoming forces that would soon swarm the castle, the Perdium defense seemed pathetic. A wave of terror washed over those inside. Swalter, Randolph, and Scoven were already at their limit, defending the walls. No one had the strength to hold against the new line of attack that was sure to come. Victor turned his gaze and saw that the time had come for him to finish the war. Ghislain stood silently, having done everything he could. Kaor was on the front lines holding off Victor, while Gillion rampaged through Dygald's rear, spreading chaos. Lastly, Vanessa, the newly realized 5th Circle mage with a meager mana reserve comparable to that of a 1st Circle novice mage, was tasked with using her talent to destroy Dygald's forces with a massive explosion of power. Despite the seemingly impossible tasks at hand, Ghislain had placed his complete trust in these individuals. Inside the castle, Vanessa had absorbed the mana from the other mages who acted as mana reserves for her, concentrating her entire being on controlling the raging mana that wasn't her own. When the gate was breached, Alpoi, barely holding on to any energy, screamed toward Vanessa, urging her to act. He shouted, telling her that the gate had been breached and that she was draining their mana. She needed to do something already. A shimmering light glimmered in Vanessa's eyes as she responded, telling him that she only needed just a little more. There was no trace of doubt in her voice as she reassured him that she could do what was asked of her. Outside the gate, Victor raised his sword high, barking orders for all units to begin the full assault now that the gate had been opened. With a new breach in Perdium's defense, Dygald's heavy infantry were the first to surge forward, rushing toward the gate like a swarm of ants. Before departing, Victor called to one of his aides, instructing him to bring Count Dygald to the front line. He explained that he would deal with Perdium's commander. However, Victor did not yet know that Ghislain was the black-armored knight who had been running rampant within Dygald's ranks. He still believed that the knight was Swalter. Meanwhile, breathing heavily from their previous clash, Kaor stood defiant. His body was covered in blood, both fresh and still pouring from his wounds. He raised his broken sword, channeling every bit of mana he could muster into it. Frustration began to cloud his movements, making them more sloppy, but his gaze remained sharp like that of a beast. Victor asked if he was Kaor, confirming his identity. He then continued, saying that at Kaor's level, he should know where it was worth dying and where it wasn't. He questioned why Kaor kept charging toward an opponent he couldn't defeat. Meanwhile, Idun, who was dealing with Gillion in the rear, shared the same sentiment. He remarked that Perdium's gate had already been breached and that the side Gillion had chosen had already lost. Victor spoke to Kaor about the bold surprise attack Kaor had launched. He acknowledged that while it had been unexpected, the outcome would remain the same because of the sheer difference in numbers. Speaking to Gillion, Idun expressed that filling his elite strike team with worthless mercenaries was the mistake that doomed Perdium estate. He emphasized that their discipline couldn't compare to Dygald's. Victor added that a mercenary should know when to retreat if the odds turn against them. Idun echoed the sentiment, stating that no matter how skilled someone was, they could never defeat a well-trained soldier or knight. The two warriors shared similar words, each telling Kaor and Gillion that they had nothing worth dying for in this war. Standing firm, Kaor chuckled, asking what it mattered if that were true. He declared that his life was his own, and none of them would have a say in it. Kaor and Gillion had different purposes in this war. Kaor hated losing more than anyone else, while Gillion was determined to lay down his life for his young lord. Their eyes gleamed with the lethal ferocity of beasts, both knowing that on the battlefield, there was only victory or defeat. Mercenary or knight, it didn't matter. Despite the great distance between them, Kaor and Gillion charged toward their respective opponents. Each of their steps felt heavy, yet neither yielded to the pain that tore at their minds. Victor and Idun steadied themselves atop their horses, ready for anything that might come their way. Idun pulled back his sword, preparing to swing it wide. He spoke, his voice cold and unwavering, stating that a loser's excuses were not worth hearing. Idun's sword and Gillion's massive long-handled axe collided once more. This time, however, Gillion adjusted his angle ever so slightly, so that only their handles would meet, ducking low to avoid the sword's blade. With the remaining momentum from his axe's rotation, Gillion used the force to pull Idun's sword toward the ground, making Idun lose his balance. Idun realized too late that Gillion had used the inside of his axe to deflect the sword's momentum toward the ground. In that brief lapse, Gillion quickly brought his axe upward, the sound of their weapons' handles screeching in the air. The massive axe swung in a wide arc, unrelenting in its force. Unfortunately, Idun had already abandoned his sword and raised a shield to defend himself. Still, Gillion's strike severed the neck of Idun's horse. With a loud thud, Idun fell from his horse, his towering figure crashing to the ground. He cursed loudly, calling Gillion a lowly mercenary, his voice filled with fury and disbelief. Idun had always been the one delivering violence, but never had he found himself on the receiving end. Now, Gillion's figure loomed before him, the axe poised for a vertical swing. Gillion's eyes gleamed with unrelenting fury. He was ready to break anything that dared to harm his young lord. Gillion's axe collided with Idun's shield. Despite Idun's embarrassing state, his defense remained as solid as ever, testament to his status as a high-level knight. But Gillion knew better. He spoke calmly, asserting that no matter how solid the defense was, there was always a gap. He pulled a sword from the sheath at his back and proclaimed that he had given his life as a weapon for Perdium's young lord. His sole existence was to bring him victory. Gillion raised his sword high, pulling it back before thrusting it toward Idun, who had been unable to move after falling from his horse. Through the slit in Idun's helmet, Idun could see the unrelenting force that had driven Gillion to attempt such a daring ambush in the midst of Dygald's camp, refusing to back down even in the face of a high-level knight. And through the same slit in Idun's helmet, Gillion's sword found its mark. Blood sprayed as if Idun's head were a ripe tomato being burst with a sharp bite. Meanwhile, in front of the gate, Kaor charged toward Victor. Despite his battered state, he showed no hesitation in his movements. Inwardly, Kaor knew that Victor was far stronger than him, and he knew well that even attempting to stand against such an opponent might cost him his life. But Ghislain's order echoed clearly in his mind, for him to tie down Victor until Vanessa was ready. Even in the face of such a formidable opponent, the gleam in Kaor's eyes never faded. The reckless abandon in his bearing seemed never to cease. His mind focused on only one thing: to land a single strike on Victor. A sudden flash of memory resurfaced in Kaor's mind, recalling the time he had asked Ghislain to demonstrate particular moves. Despite Kaor's usual antics, Ghislain had listened intently to the question. Although awkward and embarrassed about asking for instructions, Kaor had inquired about how Ghislain managed to dodge a strike during their fight at Moriana's recognition. He was especially curious about one slick move where Ghislain had dodged and then quickly cut through the distance between them. Embarrassment showed clearly on Kaor's face, but he still managed to express his points and ask Ghislain to teach him. Glancing back slightly, Ghislain smiled at Kaor's growth in character. Before, Kaor would have defiantly spoken toward Ghislain rather than humbly asking. Turning back away, Ghislain explained that the specific movements themselves were not what mattered. He said that the first time someone fights him, they'll probably think he is just a beast who charges straight in. Because of this, they tend to underestimate him. Now on the battlefield, Kaor charged at Victor with Ghislain's word in mind. His body was bloodied, and his sword was broken, yet his spirit to land a hit never wavered. That determination drove him, an ambition to land a single strike against an opponent he could not defeat. Of course, Victor behaved exactly as Ghislain had explained. He swung his sword toward the incoming enemy while muttering about how simple the redhead was, a beast who only knew how to charge straight in. Within moments, Kaor reached Victor and launched a flurry of consecutive sword strikes. Unfortunately, Victor had seen every single one of Kaor's sword swings, deflecting, blocking, and launching his own counterattack. Right after, as if pulling every bit of strength he could muster, Kaor stepped back and spun. Using his hand like a bowstring, Kaor hurled his sword. With mana lingering on the throne blade, it tore through the air, aiming for his opponent's neck. Victor simply scoffed, thinking it was only the last desperate attempt of what a wounded beast could muster. With an upward swing of his sword, Victor deflected the sword strike with ease. Yet again, Kaor failed to land even a single hit on him. Kaor had only accumulated wounds on his body, lost his sword, and now faced total defeat. Victor spoke condescendingly, saying fools always make rash decisions when they think they have nothing to lose, without realizing it will be their last choice in life. It was just how simple it appeared to Victor. He had not yet solidified his own realm to reach the superhuman level, failing to notice his opponent's intent. The moment Victor finished speaking, he spun his blade through his side. In a single motion, he swiftly thrust it forward, intending to deliver his final blow to end the fight with the redhead. Ghislain's voice rang out in Kaor's mind, reminding him that if he could hide his true intent within his ferocity, and with it he could open a path for opportunity. The blade came straight for his head, but Kaor showed not a shred of fear on his face. His eyes remained focused, facing what his opponent thought was the last blow. At the last possible moment, Kaor shifted his head just enough, causing the sword strike to completely miss its mark by mere inches. Within that split second, Kaor grabbed hold of Victor's hand to control his own movements. Only after the sword had passed did blood spray from Kaor's temple, grazed lightly by the blade. Using Victor's own sword stance against him, Kaor moved unnaturally fast to seize his broken sword still flying through the air. Being held off by Kaor's sudden grip, Victor lost all momentum to pull back his sword, leaving no obstacle to Kaor's swift, precise movements. At that instant, Kaor brought his broken sword crashing down toward Victor. There was no time for Victor to maneuver his horse to dodge, and he knew it. That was the moment Victor realized Kaor could definitely land at least one solid hit. The broken blade tore down toward Victor's chest. Without a chance to imbue mana into it, Kaor's broken sword only grazed Victor's silver, pristine armor. Though Kaor seemed to have no intention to strike Victor directly, he was aiming for something else, which was Victor's steed. The broken sword landed perfectly on the horse's spine, blood spraying vividly from strike. Victor had no chance to block the attack since he trusted his sword completely. He could only watch in disbelief as the erratic movements of the redhead had claimed his horse. Quite literally, Kaor had knocked Victor off his high horse as it fell lifelessly to the ground, leaving Victor no choice but to leap off. Meanwhile, Kaor tumbled face first onto the earth in a comical, almost pitiful way. His breathing became labored and heavy. His body refused to move any further. After that brief but explosive strike he had launched, Kaor's strength had finally given out. Victor thought briefly about that irregular move to catch a sword midair after he had deflected it. Even in a losing battle, Kaor had laid the groundwork to turn the tide, a state only those prepared to die could reach. Victor did not immediately finish Kaor off. Instead, he praised the redhead, admitting that he wasn't just a brainless beast after all. Kaor's body still refused to stand. If Victor had wished, he could have ended Kaor's life then and there. Somehow, Victor chose to entertain the wounded beast, Kaor the redhead. Victor strode closer, raising his sword as he spoke calmly about how people sometimes surpass their limits on the edge of life and death. Unfortunately, Kaor's strike had missed its mark. Throughout the fight, Kaor's sword had broken but remained clean of Victor's blood until he stabbed the horse. Meanwhile, Victor's sword was stained crimson with Kaor's own blood. Pointing his sword, Victor asked the redhead, slumped on the ground and unable to move, if he had any last words. Kaor muttered something under his breath, barely audible to his opponent. A flicker of surprise dawned on Victor's face, even beneath his iron helmet, as Kaor clearly noticed that he had just flinched. The defiant smile on Kaor's face never faded. He felt exhilarated as he loudly declared that he had finally landed a solid hit. It was true. If only Victor had not been wearing his heavy armor, the broken sword Kaor had brought down could have embedded itself deeply into his chest. Just then, a series of throwing knives tore swiftly through the air, aimed straight toward Victor, who stood ready. Fortunately, Victor noticed them immediately as he lifted his head. It wasn't particularly threatening to him. Victor took a quick step back, skillfully dodging all the throwing knives. They landed right in front of Kaor. Had they missed, they might have struck Kaor's head instead. It was Belinda who appeared, swinging a hooked line as she maneuvered expertly above the two men on the ground. It was a rare sight, a woman clad in a maid uniform in the middle of a brutal war between two estates. Despite her fluttering clothes, her movements displayed the precision and discipline of a trained assassin. With uncanny accuracy, Belinda threw the hook, which landed squarely on Kaor's clothes. She scoffed at Victor as she moved gracefully through the air. Given the chance, she would have faced the hidden blade of Desmon County without hesitation, but saving Kaor was her immediate priority. Belinda landed firmly on her horse, darting swiftly away from the battle as she pulled Kaor toward her. Trained in deadly assassin techniques and possessing mana cultivation skills that Ghislain deemed perfect, Kaor's weight posed no challenge for her, leaving Victor alone on the field. All Victor could think about were Kaor's last words. He pondered deeply how significant it was for the redhead to land a hit on him. Kaor's last blow had stunned him, and if not for the woman's timely intervention, he might deliver the final blow. Kaor was being carried away by Belinda atop the horse. He muttered that his enemy had almost died. Despite his inability to move, Kaor still dared to utter such bold words, which prompted Belinda to threaten to put him down again if he didn't behave. On the other hand, realization dawned on Victor's mind. He knew that the single hit the redhead had landed on him wasn't worth trading his life for. On the surface, it wasn't. This was Victor's understanding, but he knew that for the redhead, it was something worth risking his life for. Victor turned his gaze around, trying to understand the overall state of the war beyond the immediate situation. Around him, the castle walls burned fiercely. Perdium's forces were swarmed by the sheer numbers that Dygald possessed. As things stood, nothing seemed certain to Victor. The fall of Perdium appeared inevitable. Turning his gaze toward the gate, he finally saw it. The redhead's valiant effort to land a single hit on him had been merely to buy time. Now, Dygald's forces were packed tightly in front of the gate. Only a squadron of heavy infantry could pass through at a time. Far beyond the line, centered perfectly from Victor's vantage point, a mana concentration gathered in the middle of the opening. He focused intently to discern what it was. A few tied-up, passed-out mages circled a woman wearing an unassuming white robe. An old staff was held firmly in both of her hands. It was Vanessa. Her timid demeanor had vanished, replaced by a fierce and determined expression. She had yet to develop any longing for Perdium. The idea of killing thousands was far from her life's purpose. This was her own inner fight, one she was resolved to see through for the sake of her young lord. Victor's spine shuddered as the realization struck him like a crashing wave. A wild redhead had appeared solely to hold him off, buying precious time for whoever was inside the broken gate to prepare a devastating spell. Everything leading up to this moment had been a carefully laid trap for Dygald's forces. A gleam of brilliant light flickered in Vanessa's eyes as the voice of her young lord, Ghislain, echoed in her mind. He had told her that when the gate was breached and the enemy stood at the doorstep, she could turn the tide in an instant with her magic. She recalled the time when they had both overseen the burial of a massive number of runestones in front of the gate. She had asked Ghislain if she could truly bear such responsibility. Ghislain had turned toward her with unwavering confidence and assured her she could definitely accomplish it with her abilities. His trust in her was absolute, a pivotal wedge in the plan that, if it failed, would spell ruin for the entire estate. The same crushing weight of responsibility that Kaor bore to hold Victor off. Vanessa's lips moved softly, as if whispering a delicate incantation. With it came a tremendous explosion of mana, precise and exquisitely controlled by a single, once timid mage. She summoned a power far beyond human limits, defying the boundaries of the mage's circle. The immense mana swirled into glowing symbols orbiting Vanessa. In that suspended moment, every person present, ally and enemy alike, froze in place. In their eyes, the same vision unfolded. It began right at Vanessa's feet, the very place where the runestones had been buried. Between the lone mage and the advancing swarm of Dygald's forces, a crimson barrier rose, rippling like water reflecting the dying sun. Then, an overwhelming explosion of flame strike erupted. The unassuming, timid mage had unleashed the devastating spell Ghislain had concocted that only her talent could trigger. The sheer intensity of the flames engulfed every Dygald soldier daring to step within the gate's bounds. The earth trembled beneath the roaring inferno, the eruption of flame relentless and ever-growing. No one in Perdium's forces was harmed, as everything was perfectly aligned and timed for the spell to succeed. The shockwave pulsed outward first, crashing through the gate and spreading into Dygald's troops beyond. The blaze continued unabated. The runestones didn't trigger an instant combustion, but radiated power steadily after activation. The towering pillar of fire consumed siege towers and ladder carts alike, swelling larger with each passing second. Swalter stood silent. Randolph's jaw dropped in awe. Belinda steadied her steed, while Kaor summoned every ounce of strength to witness the towering flames. Gillion strode confidently toward the gate, drawing closer to observe the destruction firsthand. Ghislain gazed ahead with quiet contentment, as if awaiting this very day. Vanessa had surpassed all her limits, wielding a massive destructive spell possible only for an 8th circle mage, the cusp of human existence, a true transcendence. Dygald's forces fell into utter chaos. Those at the front could neither retreat nor advance to finish the war, despite the gate having been smashed open. Those further back fled frantically, unable to withstand the agony of being burned alive. The black cavalry unit commanded by Ghislain charged fiercely from the flank, striking straight at the broken formation of Dygald's forces. No one dared to stand and fight. The soldiers scattered, running frantically to retreat. Ghislain swung his sword relentlessly through the chaos, and the remaining Dygald forces offered no resistance. Those who survived the raging flames were swiftly cut down by Ghislain's black cavalry unit. Without pause, Ghislain barked out sharp commands to his mercenaries to encircle Dygald's forces. They were already in full retreat. The tide of the war had decisively shifted. Yet Ghislain showed no mercy, as if no one deserved any. From this moment onward, the only things daring enough to challenge Ghislain and come out unscathed were a cat and its owner. Dygald soldiers emerging from the engulfing flames had no moment to catch their breath before being met by the long, relentless line of black cavalry unit charging toward their necks. Every one of them had entered hoping to earn recognition for their service, only to now run desperately for their lives. Victor's breath came in ragged gasps. The oppressive heat was nearly unbearable. Fortunately for him, his bearing as a high-level knight allowed him to shield himself somewhat from the flames. Within moments, he understood that if they fell back immediately, his forces might manage to retreat through the battlefield's edges. Just then, a soldier approached him. With labored breaths and unsteady steps, the man drew near to deliver urgent news. The soldier grimly reported that the situation was dire. Most of the troops had been burned alive. As soon as he finished, the soldier implored Victor to issue the order for a full retreat. Victor muttered under his breath in irritation. It was understandable. Nothing about this war seemed to go in his favor. His 6,000-strong army was being consumed by fire, leaving barely 1,000 able to retreat. On the other hand, though Perdium's forces were exhausted, they remained intact. From Desmond's perspective, this war had been meticulously planned over years of silent preparation. Victor had blocked every path to ensure Perdium's downfall. Yet one after another, unseen variables emerged to thwart his plans. There was Perdium's black cavalry unit, the formidable leader of the Cerberus mercenary mad dog. There was even a high-tier mage who had burned thousands with a single devastating spell. Victor let out a defeated sigh, realizing that these factors were perfectly aligned, not mere coincidence, to block his victory. It was as if he had walked blindly into a carefully laid trap. Supporting himself on his sword, Victor resolved on his next course of action. He strode off purposefully, ordering all soldiers to fall back and retreat for the time being. He explained that this area was not near the forest. Once they escaped the flames, they could regroup safely at the base. Victor expressed his deep frustration with the situation. He knew the conquest of Perdium would take far longer than he had planned, but given the current circumstances, it was unavoidable. With that, he ordered his soldiers to contact Idun immediately. Then he finally noticed someone approaching. Turning to see who it was, his eyes widened in disbelief, visible through the narrow slit of his helmet. Someone had come from Dygald's camp at the very rear of the formation, carrying Idun's severed head in hand. The gruesome sight of Idun's helmet, drenched in blood, added a further layer of devastation to Dygald's forces. It was Gillion. He strode steadily toward Victor, his long-handled massive axe slumped over his shoulder, just as bloodied as the helmet that bore the fallen Valiant knight's severed head. With steady resolve, Gillion stood firmly before the high-level knight and calmly asked whether he was the commander of Dygald's army. Victor's breath caught in his throat, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on Idun's severed head. The fact that someone capable of slaying a knight as strong and loyal as Idun had appeared weighed heavily on him. Perdium's hidden forces, previously unreported and unknown, were deeply bewildering. Without hesitation, Gillion released Idun's head, letting it drop to the ground with a final thud. Then he raised his massive axe and pointed it directly at Victor, issuing a cold challenge. His army and main camp were utterly destroyed, and he should surrender immediately. Whether this was another trap was unclear to Victor. The undeniable truth was that his forces continued to dwindle by the second. It was equally baffling how a mage could sustain such a massive, raging fire for so long, yet the barrier of flame still burned fiercely without faltering. For Victor, the war was over, at least in his role as commander. He let out a bitter, maniacal laugh, the sound echoing across the battlefield. In the next moment, he unleashed his mana outward, fully shielding himself from the scorching heat of the flames as he prepared to stand his ground on the battlefield as a true warrior. Gillion remained unfazed, standing fearless and unyielding. The presence of a high-level knight before him held no tangible meaning for the old man who was prepared to die. Victor steadied his breathing and took his stance, proclaiming loudly that Gillion should not make him laugh. Through his defiant words, Victor conveyed that the war might not end as expected. He declared with fierce conviction that he would slit the throats of all in Perdium himself and be done with it. With his breathing now steady and controlled, Victor proclaimed that his war was only just beginning. As a commander, it was his sacred duty to lead and command his forces. This was what was demanded of him to gain the experience required of a commanding officer. Now that his army was gone, only one choice remained: to stand alone as a lone knight in this brutal war. He was prepared to give everything he had, either to die at Perdium's hands or to push beyond his limits, manifesting his realm and transcending the boundaries of humanity to become a true transcendence. With Dygald's forces consumed in a wall of flames, Swalter capitalized on the surge in Perdium's momentum. Amid the chaos, his voice cut through the air, commanding all units to fire their bolts at the fleeing enemy with no mercy. Protected beneath the reinforced inner hides of the Dirus Ent, the black cavalry units surged forward. They rampaged with brutal precision, cutting down any soldier who dared to raise a blade against Perdium. Their advance was unstoppable, fueled by righteous fury and armored resilience. From deep within the battlefield, Ghislain issued the same ruthless command. His voice echoed across the war-torn ground as he declared that not a single Dygald soldier was to be left breathing. His words carried the same lethal resolve that defined his charge. An awe-inspiring phenomenon unfolded as the battlefield was completely engulfed by flames. No one had ever seen such a spectacle. The inferno blocked any attempt at retreat or regrouping. Within its fiery boundaries, Dygald's forces were helpless. They crumbled before the unrelenting assault of the black cavalry, who moved with disciplined ferocity and full protection from the intense heat. As the battle raged, Belinda emerged from the haze of war, bringing Kaor. His body barely held together, Kaor laid as if lifelessly. She called out to her young lord as she approached. Ghislain halted his charge, both to steady his breath and to hear what Belinda had to report. To his surprise, there was no tactical update or urgent warning. Belinda was simply checking on him. Her concern centered entirely on whether Ghislain had been injured. He assured her with calm composure that not even a scratch had touched him. In turn, he inquired about their well-being. Being irreverent even in the thick of battle, Belinda found humor in the carnage. She directed a sarcastic glance at Kaor, nudging him with her eyes to respond. Kaor, drenched in blood and barely able to sit upright, he raised a trembling thumbs up. It was a modest gesture, signaling that he was still alive, though only just barely. Ghislain looked at him briefly and chuckled. The sharpness in his eyes remained, but his expression softened slightly. The ridiculous resilience of his subordinates brought him a momentary sense of peace. Belinda kept up her sarcastic tone, remarking that had their plan been delayed even a little, the outcome would have been a catastrophe. She remembered how crazy Ghislain's strategy had seemed when he first explained it. He responded with quiet assurance, simply glad that the plan had succeeded. She quickly added that she never wanted to do anything like that again. The expense had been astronomical. The cost of burning through such a vast stockpile of runestones still weighed heavily on her conscience. Nevertheless, she conceded that the strategy had turned the tide of battle. With a half-hearted grin, she suggested Ghislain give some credit to Vanessa for devising the plan. Ghislain didn't dwell on it any longer, as he already planning to do so. Instead, his thoughts shifted. He asked about Gillion, curious why he had not returned. Gillion had been tasked with raising Dygald's main camp, and there had been no indication that he had failed. Logically, Ghislain assumed Gillion had found another target to engage after fulfilling his initial orders. Belinda looked alarmed. She had no answer, but ultimately reached the same conclusion. Ghislain didn't wait for confirmation. Trusting his instincts, he turned his steed sharply, lowered his helmet visor, and rode off toward the gate. Since Kaor was with Belinda and no one had eyes on Victor, it was clear who might still be out there. He left Kaor in her care without hesitation. Meanwhile, at the gate, Victor charged like a man possessed. His eyes gleamed with lethal intent, unshakable in his resolve. He had vowed to cut down every last foe himself, and in Gillion, he had found a worthy adversary. As he closed in, Victor spun his sword in a broad arc. Still standing tall despite having slain Idun in the rear lines, Gillion braced himself. He raised his axe's long handle just in time to intercept the powerful swing. But Victor was not finished. His footwork turned into a graceful but deadly rotation. He spun again, momentum surging through his entire frame, and brought the sword crashing down once more. The follow-up was flawless, each movement flowing with practice speed. Gillion had no time to retaliate. He could only raise his axe again, absorbing the devastating force that rattled through his limbs. Shock registered in Gillion's eyes. Victor's strength was far greater than he initially expected. Every blow carried the weight of accumulated force, each one striking with increasing pressure. It wasn't merely strength, it was a lethal rhythm. Victor didn't pause. He unleashed a storm of attacks, forcing Gillion into a retreat. Though both were seasoned warriors, Victor's precision was surgical. He moved like a weapon designed for facing swordmasters, forged through countless battles. By contrast, Gillion stood his ground like a weathered lion. His strength came from years of surviving the harsh life of a mercenary. While his steps were slower, each stance radiated determination. His body endured, bruised and beaten, but his spirit remained unbroken, for now. Despite Victor's tactical prowess, the old lion refused to fall easily. In the midst of the clash, Gillion managed a brief moment to rally. With renewed resolve, he unleashed a powerful counterattack, swinging his massive axe from behind as Victor charged into its range. The strike was aimed directly at the neck of the oncoming enemy. However, Victor reacted with inhuman reflexes. Launching himself into the air, he evaded the deadly swing completely. As he soared, his body spun in tandem with his sword, building momentum in perfect harmony between man and blade. Even before touching the ground, Victor had already positioned his blade for a decisive upward slash. His eyes burned with lethal intent, betraying no hesitation or fear. Upon landing, the swing came with deadly force. Battered but vigilant, Gillion managed to twist his body just enough. The blade grazed his shoulder, sending blood splattering and knocking off the iron guard strapped to his arm. A pained hum escaped Gillion's throat, a guttural sound of both agony and grit. Deep within, he assessed Victor's capabilities. His opponent, the Desmon County Hidden Sword, possessed absurd strength and speed, leaving no opportunities to exploit. Victor gave him no respite. Another charge followed immediately, forcing Gillion into a defensive stance. At their level of mastery, a single misstep could result in instant death. The margin for error was non-existent. With unrelenting fury, Victor unleashed a barrage of strikes. His reputation as a field commander may have crumbled, but on the battlefield as a high-level knight, he proved unmatched. Each step forward from Victor pushed Gillion 2 steps back, forcing the mercenary to brace and defend. Inwardly, Victor recognized the resistance. For a while, he had toyed with Gillion, but the old lion's resilience began to irritate him. Furious that Gillion had dared to push back so valiantly, Victor let loose a mental barrage of contempt, branding his foe a filthy mercenary rat. But Gillion cared little for insults. He had already swung his axe with practiced determination. Their weapons met again, Victor's sword rising to deflect the crashing force of Gillion's axe. He utilized the notch in the weapon to channel the energy and twist its path. With skilled precision, Victor hooked the axe with his blade, manipulating the leverage to his advantage. Gillion instantly knew something was wrong. His grip weakened. The axe spun in the air, torn from his hands with stunning mastery. A loud crash echoed as the weapon landed far from reach. Behind them, the wall of fire still raged, casting violent shadows over their duel. Victor saw an opening and seized it. Now that Gillion stood disarmed, He raised his blade once more for the final strike. Derision filled his thoughts as he prepared to kill a man he viewed as lowly and unworthy of facing him. Yet Gillion's eyes remained sharp. He scanned every movement, calculating Victor's intent, searching for a thread of survival. Then came the thrust. Victor drove his sword straight into Gillion's abdomen. Blood sprayed as the blade exited through his back. But Gillion had not frozen. His vast combat experience had warned him just in time. Though unable to dodge completely, he twisted slightly, guiding the sword away from vital organs. The pain was intense, and a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, but he lived. Victor noticed it as well. Gillion's movement had blunted what should have been a fatal strike. Now, the mercenary clung to the embedded blade, gripping it with everything he had. For the first time, Victor reevaluated. He understood then that Gillion's defeat of Idun had not been mere luck. Idun had been formidable, yet this man endured both that battle and the current one. It was reckless, perhaps even foolish, but it earned Victor's respect. In his final assessment, Victor acknowledged that Idun, of all people, would not have regretted falling to someone like Gillion. With the decision made, Victor chose not to retract the blade, but to drive it deeper. He poured mana into the sword, intending to end the fight definitively. The command in his mind was absolute. He would make the old lion die here and now. But before the act could be completed, his instincts screamed in warning. Something was hurtling toward him with overwhelming force. A sword, imbued with a dense concentration of mana, tore through the air. Its trajectory was precise. It was aimed straight at Victor's head. Victor immediately abandoned his intention to finish off Gillion. Instead, he gathered every ounce of physical strength, kicked Gillion away from him, and propelled himself backward, tearing his sword free from Gillion's desperate grip in the same motion. As his feet touched solid ground, Victor's head jerked toward the direction the sudden attack had come from. His thoughts raced. The very notion that someone within Perdium's ranks possessed the power of a high-level knight felt utterly impossible, completely outside any intelligence he had received. Measured and unwavering, Ghislain advanced across the battlefield, heading toward the two warriors locked in their fading duel. Gillion now lay sprawled across the ground, drained of all strength, unable to mount any further resistance. Ghislain's arrival had, in that instant, spared the old mercenary from certain death. Victor drew in a sharp breath, shocked beyond words. He could not, for the life of him, identify the man who approached. This figure, commanding, armored, and confident, had never once appeared in the countless reports passed down from spies embedded within Perdium's forces. On the other hand, Gillion exhaled in relief. Recognition settled over him as he saw the young master arrive to confront the hidden sword of Desmon County directly. As Ghislain closed the distance, he stooped to pick up the massive long-handled axe that once belonged to Gillion. He twirled it playfully in his grasp, then let its weight rest naturally on his shoulder. Each step he took radiated authority. His breathing remained calm, his eyes unwavering. The wall of flames behind him roared, yet to him, the chaos felt like home. This was where he belonged, on the battlefield, where destruction reigned and resolve was tested. To those who had faced him, he was nothing short of a calamity. It was only then that Victor's realization hit. The black-armored figure before him was the same presence that had torn through Dygald's ranks with the black cavalry units. This was the unknown force, the devastating factor that had turned the tides of battle. With that understanding, Ghislain's third mana, Kaor, surged to life. Power rippled through his body, flowing along a unique mana path refined through years of mastery. His eyes gleamed with lethal intent, a promise of retribution directed at the blade wielder who dared challenge Perdium's future. Ghislain moved. In the blink of an eye, or at least a blink to ordinary men, he covered the 30 paces that separated him from Victor. For martial masters like these two, time stretched, and every fraction of a moment held entire movements. The axe radiated a fierce, chilling edge as Ghislain charged, adding to its crimson hue, still stained with the blood of the foes Gillion had slain. Rising into the air with a fluid leap, Ghislain pulled back the axe, drawing on momentum greater than what Gillion had ever summoned with the same weapon. Satisfaction flickered in his expression. The regression had strengthened him. With it, he could deliver death to Perdium's enemies 2 times over. Victor responded instinctively, sword raised to meet the incoming strike. As their blades met, a thunderous explosion shattered the surrounding air. Though both used mana to shield themselves from the scorching wall of flames that hemmed them in, the raw force behind their weapons remained monstrous. Despite the impact, Victor held his ground. He understood now that he was facing Perdium's strongest protector. As the last real threat to Perdium, he knew the responsibility lay on him to end this. Yet, in the moment of collision, he also recognized that his opponent's strength matched his own. With a burst of force and the flawless application of mana reinforcement, Victor pushed back against the pressure, forcing Ghislain to flew back a few paces away. Without hesitation, both men resumed the clash. Their weapons moved in harmony, Ghislain's axe and Victor's sword, both primed for follow-up strikes. Blades collided again, ringing out in sharp clarity across the chaotic field. The duel was evenly matched, Ghislain's unpredictable, almost feral motion against Victor's composed, precise sword technique. They spun in tandem, each circling their weapons in arcs that carried significant weight and intent. Their blades met midair once more, sending another metallic crack echoing across the field. But this time, Ghislain pressed harder. Letting the axe's weight and momentum flow naturally, he infused a fresh surge of mana into it, preparing for a more devastating blow to follow. Victor did not meet the blow head-on and instead resorted to evasive maneuvers, launching himself high into the air to dodge the oncoming strike. As he descended, he raised his sword overhead, aiming to channel the force of gravity into a crushing downward attack. Calm and unwavering, Ghislain required little effort to neutralize such a move. He simply raised the handle of his axe, bracing it like a reinforced pole. The oppressive heat radiating from the surrounding flames became background noise, insignificant compared to the metallic thunder of their weapons clashing once more. Despite the power behind Victor's blow, Ghislain held firm, unfazed by the strength of his formidable opponent. With the axe handle positioned like a staff, Victor's sword locked against Ghislain's right flank. Seizing the opportunity, Ghislain leapt sideways, leaving Victor no room to retrieve his blade. Then, using precise timing and athletic finesse, Ghislain drove his knee upward to hook around Victor's neck. The maneuver caught Victor off guard. As Ghislain rotated his body midair, Victor's head trapped between his legs. The momentum carried them into a spiraling descent. This unorthodox move left Victor helpless, unable to counter the unfamiliar technique. With a resounding crash, Ghislain slammed his opponent into the ground. Victor cried out in pain as the impact reverberated through his body. There was no escaping the blow. He had been forced to absorb it entirely. Gritting his teeth, he staggered upright, landing several paces from the black-armored knight, now gripping a blood-streaked axe. His mind raced with a question. Since when had someone of such power been hidden within Perdium's forces? He tried to analyze Ghislain's unpredictable movements, realizing any lapse in concentration could mean his death. Staying composed, Ghislain finally addressed him. He asserted that he knew exactly who Victor was. He spoke of the Dygald forces and their strategies, indicating a deeper awareness that extended even to Desmon County's secret hand in the military buildup. Having already made the decision to kill Victor, Ghislain saw no reason to hold back and elaborated further. He knew that Victor was Desmon County's hidden sword, and he also acknowledging the duchy's manipulation from the shadows. Now fully aware of the trap closing in around him, Victor's mind reeled. Could Perdium have uncovered such a classified operation? The possibility left him unsettled. Nevertheless, he tightened his grip on his sword and prepared to stand once more. Without hesitation, he charged Ghislain again, shouting out a defiant rejection of what he deemed nonsense. He believed there was no possible way Perdium had unearthed details of this top-secret mission. Their blades clashed again. As the skirmish resumed, Victor's thoughts swirled with disbelief. He was supposed to be a shadow, a covert weapon known to only a select few within Desmon County. His anonymity had been his greatest asset. Ghislain remained collected. He pulled his axe back behind him, rotated his stance, and delivered a crushing downward blow. Victor reacted swiftly, raising his sword and bracing himself for the attack. Their weapons met with another explosive burst of energy. Victor dismissed the idea that Ghislain truly knew his identity. He chalked the claim up to battlefield provocation, a psychological ploy meant to shake his focus. Refusing to waver, Victor renewed his concentration. The two continued their duel in close quarters, exchanging blows as equals. The blistering flames surrounding them became a forgotten backdrop. With sudden intensity, Victor unleashed a wide sword arc and roared that he would not be fooled by cheap tricks. At nearly the same instant, Ghislain launched himself into the air, bracing his axe like a pole to block the diagonal strike. Victor anticipated another unconventional assault. As Ghislain spun midair, he brought his axe down in a punishing arc fueled by momentum. Victor narrowly escaped the blow, stepping aside and pulling his sword back in one motion. Capitalizing on the opening, Victor brought his weapon down in a decisive swing. Yet Ghislain was resourceful as he pivoted around the axe's embedded handle, now lodged in the earth. Like a gymnast using a horizontal bar, he rotated his body and slipped just out of range. Using that rotational energy and putting mana into his leg, Ghislain unleashed a crushing kick aimed at Victor's head. The force of it sent Victor flying backward, another devastating exchange in a duel that refused to relent. The force of the kick left Victor's head ringing, the impact denting his helmet with a painful crunch. Ghislain, however, showed no signs of letting up. Using the remaining momentum, he swept the axe into position for another devastating strike. It was a direct embodiment of his brutal technique, a manifestation of controlled rage forged to bury his enemies beneath unrelenting power. Victor raised his sword just in time. The clash of steel rang out, deafening and fierce, as Ghislain's crushing power forced him down to one knee. Every fiber of Victor's being strained against the impact, and yet the pressure did not ease. Ghislain's assault continued with terrifying weight, as though the axe had a will of its own to crush and conquer. Victor's resistance collapsed, the weapon hammering downward until a burst of mana exploded outward. With a final blow, the axe struck directly atop Victor's helmet. The force was so great that the helmet tore free, blood splashing across the scorched ground. Still on one knee, Victor gasped for breath, his fingers clenched tightly around his sword. This war had already cost him dearly. Thousands of soldiers were lost to a force of only 1,000, and now in single combat, he was being overpowered by a knight whose name he didn't even know. Ahead, Ghislain walked with deliberate calm toward the sword he had thrown earlier to protect Gillion. He moved as if unbothered by the smoke and flames. The black armor he wore gleamed with menace in stark contrast to Victor's silver plating, now marred by soot and blood. With a smooth motion, Ghislain picked up his greatsword and twirled it with ease, testing the balance. Though the long-handled axe had served its purpose, the greatsword felt more natural in his grip. Crimson light reflected off its blood-stained blade, and in that moment, he was no longer a knight. He was the executioner. Even Desmon County's hidden sword failed to challenge him. Victor's breath hitched as he asked aloud the identity of the Black Knight. Ghislain knew that Victor planned to retreat with whatever forces remained. Yet no such escape would be permitted. The plan already set in motion would see the Daigald's army annihilated to the last man. So he chose to indulge Victor's question. Removing his helmet, Ghislain cast it to the scorched ground. Beneath it was the face of a young man, handsome, youthful, and unblemished. Not a single mark of fatigue clung to him, not even the scent of blood. His sharp gaze pierced through the chaos as he revealed himself to be the young Lord of Perdium, the one whispered across the northern region as the scoundrel of the north. Victor stood stunned, unable to accept what he had just heard. Long known by whispers as the northern scoundrel, Ghislain now stood before him, exuding the might of a high-level knight. If not for the presence of that master, the true northern finest sword, Victor himself would have claimed the title, though in his mind he already had. His gaze fell as a hollow laugh escaped him, reacting to the unexpected admission. He assumed Ghislain's identity was hidden, just as his own had been. The laugh grew louder, breath becoming rapid, pushed by disbelief. Ghislain had never once crossed Victor's mind. His name had never surfaced on any threat reports. To have fallen at the hands of someone so unrecognized, so dismissed, it wrapped him in a suffocating wave of humiliation. Heat surged through his head, his vision tilting with dizziness. He staggered, then regained his footing and stance. He murmured to himself, bitterly acknowledging that the greatest knight in the north had been struck down by none other than the northern scoundrel. With eyes gleaming with lethal promise, Ghislain affirmed the notion without words. This place, this moment, here Ghislain would see it end. He intended not only to end Victor, but to claim the title of the North's true greatest for himself. He also made clear that he knew Victor's name. A dry chuckle slipped from Victor's lips as he reflected on Ghislain's arrogance. Yet something about hearing his name spoken aloud forced his focus to snap back into place, as though doused in frigid water. He admitted to himself that he had no understanding of how Ghislain had planned such a trap. Still, in war, the fundamental rule remained unchanged. Use whatever means necessary to achieve victory. He lifted his sword and reminded himself of a soldier's truth. In the end, the one left standing claims the triumph, no matter how the path unfolds. Mana exploded from within him as he assumed his stance. Pain etched itself across his face, his limbs, his chest. His armor radiated blistering heat, more curse than shield, and his sword seemed ready to buckle under the next strain. His eyes now shone with a sharp, deadly clarity. Though he suppressed the heat with the remnants of his mana, he recognized the truth. There was little strength left. After defeating both the Mad Dog and the White Lion, there was no more room for delay. This fight needed to end, and fast. Across from him, Ghislain appeared to agree. He moved with calm grace, his hands bringing his sword into position. His third mana, Kaor, surged fully open, an unchecked power coursed through every fiber of his body. It was a presence as dominating as Victor's. Yet unlike the cool hue of Victor's mana, Ghislain's pulsed with a purplish-crimson gleam, mirrored by the glow of his blade. Ghislain's piercing gaze locked on his opponent. Though he carried the fury of a lifetime, his demeanor remained composed, almost detached. With practiced restraint, he issued a silent invitation to battle. Elsewhere, atop the castle's chaotic walls, Swalter's voice rang with unwavering command. Randolph and Scoven flanked him, driving their blades into enemy lines with grim purpose. Belinda and Kaor cut paths through the battlefield, dismantling what remained. The Dygald forces, already in disarray, fell before them like discarded remnants. Blood-streaked and faltering, Gillion managed to mount a horse, withdrawing in retreat. Inside the gate, Vanessa had succumbed to unconsciousness after casting a spell that no Fifth Circle mage should have endured. The sheer mental strain had overwhelmed her completely. Now, only Victor remained, a final wall of resistance in this war. After decimating the battlefield and scattering Dygald's ranks, Ghislain had chosen to confront this last stronghold personally. Without warning, both figures blurred into motion, the distance between them vanishing in an instant as the final clash began. Their swords met with a force that sent waves of distortion rippling through the surrounding flames. Against all odds, Victor withstood the torrent of Ghislain's mana, unleashed in full through all three cores. Though scorched and battered by the inferno, his mana reserves remained deep and formidable. Following the initial clash, both warriors moved in seamless arcs, blades sweeping through the air before meeting again in a balanced collision. Ghislain suffered from a disadvantage. His mana reserve was inferior. However, clothed in linen crafted from the Dirus Ent, he had no need to defend against the surrounding fire. Their exchange showed no signs of stopping. Ghislain began to consider that Victor might indeed deserve his title as the North's greatest knight. While Ghislain acknowledged the man's strength, Victor remained perplexed. The emergence of such a powerful figure from a secluded land like Perdium defied all expectations. It seemed an impossibility to cultivate such a warrior in secrecy. Another clash sent Ghislain off the ground, the force sliding him backward. A sharp tingle coursed through his arm, the recoil rattling his hand from the impact. Victor's attacks then grew faster, sharper. His sword moved with precise grace, each cut a testament to noble training. Yet despite the gulf in mana, Ghislain's raw power continued to withstand the onslaught. With poise regained, Ghislain brought his sword behind him and subtly shifted his stance. The slight turn deflected Victor's advancing blade. Redirecting his strength, Ghislain twisted and brought his sword down in a sweeping arc aimed at Victor's head. Victor met the strike with defiant resistance, showcasing that his defense was no less powerful than his offense. This time, the lower block was his to make. In a counter, Victor funneled more mana into his blade, pressing back against Ghislain's weapon. Though the strength behind the blows was overwhelming, Victor was Harold's trusted protege. His foundation remained unshaken. Spotting a chance, Victor stepped forward into Ghislain's zone, angling for a horizontal slash. With Ghislain's blade momentarily raised, an opening revealed itself. Yet, Ghislain reacted with calculated efficiency. He lifted a leg and halted Victor's hands. Years of combat experience had sculpted him into a fighter of exceptional pedigree, one who operated at the peak of human potential. Using Victor's hands as leverage, Ghislain stepped upward. The tide shifted. Victor now stood exposed, his blade suspended and vulnerable. With a fluid motion, Ghislain spun, his other leg sweeping wide. The momentum carried into Victor's face, and blood sprayed from his nose upon contact. Even so, Victor endured. Though unable to land a decisive strike, he pressed his senses to their limits, tracking every nuance of Ghislain's movement. Seizing momentum, Ghislain spun back and drove his sword upward with powerful grace. Victor barely had time to react, raising his sword in desperation to intercept. This time, it was Ghislain who pressed forward, unleashing a merciless flurry. Each collision threw them apart. The force behind each blow defied containment. Between exchanges, Victor growled out curses at his foe, his voice sharpened by frustration and fatigue. Then, as if in a final bid, Victor summoned the last of his strength. He channeled every remaining drop of mana into his sword, abandoning any thought of conservation. A feral scream accompanied his next surge. Power burst from him as he deflected Ghislain's sword, the force sending the other warrior flying. Ghislain landed several paces away, boots screeching against the ground as he steadied his stance. The wound on his arm pulsed with pain, a reminder that the duel was far from over. He understood the urgency. This had to end soon, but clarity and calm would remain his weapon. Though the injury was no more than a superficial cut, Victor felt a rush of exhilaration from having landed a blow. The reality of how Ghislain fought at such a formidable level still eluded him, but there was no denying the man's worth as a formidable rival. For a brief moment, both combatants paused, drawing breath while their eyes locked amidst the oppressive heat and towering flames. In silence, they acknowledged the unspoken truth: this battle demanded their all. Despite their urgency, it was Victor who moved first. In a blink, he closed the distance, form blurring as his sword lifted in preparation for a decisive strike. His mana flared, deepening in hue to a saturated blue. He brought his sword in an upward spin from behind, meeting the incoming force head-on. Ghislain matched his ferocity, bringing his own weapon down in tandem. Yet Ghislain's motion did not cease. He rotated his sword once more and brought it down again, compelling Victor to lift his blade to defend the second blow. In the narrow window that followed, Victor spun outward, drawing his cape across to obscure the motion of his sword, forcing Ghislain's focus entirely upon him. The deception might have worked had Ghislain not responded in time. Launching himself upward, he narrowly evaded Victor's sweeping horizontal strike, the blade slicing through empty space. From above, Ghislain channeled mana into his weapon, tinting it with a deeper, bloodier glow. He spun midair and delivered a forceful strike downward. Using the rising momentum from his previous motion, Victor brought his sword up in response. Their blades collided once again with equal intensity. Ghislain landed several paces away, but paused only to raise his sword once more and launch another heavy downward slash. Victor lifted his weapon to intercept it, their energies clashing again in a chorus of force. They both knew this could not continue for long. Each strike no longer echoed with the sound of metal, but with the raw pulse of mana colliding. Victor's refined knightly technique stood against Ghislain's erratic, brutal style forged in unrelenting survival. Victor then aimed a thrust at Ghislain's head, but the move was intercepted by a counterswing that diverted its path. For a heartbeat, their swords locked. Each man strained to overpower the other with pure strength, unmoved by pain or fear. Their focus had narrowed to the kill alone. Ghislain's eyes glinted with the purplish hue of his mana. Victor's eyes shone blue in stark contrast. With a surge, Victor gained leverage and forced Ghislain's blade downward, locking it under pressure. Using the narrow opportunity, Victor slid his sword up the trapped weapon, angling it toward Ghislain's neck. But Ghislain made no effort to resist the locking pressure. Instead, he bent his body beneath the sword's path, letting the blade pass harmlessly above him. That evasion left Victor exposed in return. Ghislain acted instantly. He grabbed Victor's collar and used the momentum of a leg sweep to throw him to the ground. Without pause, Ghislain leapt high into the air, sword held overhead, ready to strike. Victor's speed and strength may have been superior, but Ghislain's mastery of technique, honed through countless mortal duels, gave him an edge in execution. Victor rolled to the side just in time, narrowly escaping the descending blade. Any thought of uncovering Ghislain's origins had long vanished from his mind. Now, there was only the will to kill. Landing solidly on one foot, Victor dragged his blade across the earth in an upward arc. The motion kicked a wave of dirt toward Ghislain's face, a desperate bid to disrupt his vision. Though the maneuver was unorthodox, it was not enough to deceive someone like Ghislain. In that instant, Victor's mana surged violently into his blade as he drove it forward in a straight, unrelenting thrust aimed at Ghislain's head, but the attack, though powerful, was far too direct. Seasoned by battles without number, Ghislain saw through it with ease. A move like that would not be enough. In that fleeting instant, Ghislain conceded that Victor possessed extraordinary strength. There is little distinction between them now, a parity magnified by the full release of Ghislain's third mana core. An old memory surged forward, back to the beginning of the war, when Ghislain had launched an assault on Desmon County. Even then, Victor had stood in opposition, barring the path. The contrast was stark. Victor had already been celebrated across the region as the Northern finest sword, a title acknowledged by noble and soldier alike. In contrast, Ghislain had been stripped of nobility, forced to earn renown by uniting mercenaries under a single cause. Despite the length and ferocity of that battle, Ghislain had eventually prevailed. He had slain the Northern finest sword. But that victory came only after wrestling with the weight of his personal vendetta to the bitter end. Yet that fight had proven to be only a small chapter. The forces of Desmond County had seemed inexhaustible, just one fraction of the overwhelming foes threatening the north. By the time he had lost everything, his father, his sister, and the ruins of his estate, Ghislain had made a vow. From a moment he had knelt before the remnants of what Perdium had become, he had resolved to destroy anyone who threatened it. Men like Victor, even the mysterious regression, a fate bestowed by powers beyond comprehension, had not dulled the flame of rage. That fire, lit by devastation, continued to blaze within him. Though the strength he wielded now was only a portion of what he once possessed, his resolve had not diminished. Ghislain had sworn that those who aimed to crush Perdium would receive only death in return. Victor drew on his final reserves of power. With a roar that echoed like thunder, he drove his sword forward with unrelenting force. The toll of maintaining all three mana cores began to manifest, but Ghislain made no effort to evade. He steadied himself, preparing to strike. They advanced toward one another in an arc of mutual destruction, their blades slicing the air with singular intent, each aimed at the other's heart. A burst of mana ruptured the space between them. When they collided, only one crimson spray marked the result. Blood burst from Victor's back as Ghislain's sword pierced through his abdomen with ruthless precision. Though Ghislain's muscles tore and his bones groaned beneath the pressure of swirling mana, he twisted just enough to avoid the path of Victor's blade. Victor's eyes widened in disbelief. This was not a misstep. Desmond County's forces, herald strategies, even their spies, none had accounted for this unforeseen variable. A force equal to the North's most legendary knight, Ghislain Perdium. With a faltering breath, Victor whispered the name of his master, Count Desmond. The reason was unclear, but it mattered little. Ghislain had already committed every enemy of Perdium to memory. A moment later, he retracted his blade and flung Victor's body across the scorched battlefield. The fallen knight lay motionless, unable to comprehend how the one before him had unraveled all their carefully laid plans. Amongst the blazing inferno and blistering heat, Ghislain alone remained upright, while Victor collapsed into defeat. A quiet chuckle slipped from his lips as the finality of it settled in. The ambition that once fueled Victor now seemed laughable. He would perish, not as a legendary noble knight, but as a nameless commander among Daigald's ranks. Though his body howled in torment, the ecstasy of triumph overshadowed every wound. This was the threat posed by one granted the curse and gift of regression, the power to kill his enemies not once, but twice. But there was no satisfaction in dwelling on one death. Ghislain's purpose remained. More adversaries awaited. With nothing more to say, he turned and walked away. At that moment, Victor's voice broke the stillness, calling out and prompting Ghislain to turn his head slightly. The small gesture granted the fallen knight one final chance to speak. With breath slipping from his lungs, Victor asked who his opponent truly was. Even now, he could not reconcile the fact that he had been slain by Ghislain. He mumbled faintly, recalling what he once believed, that Ghislain was merely Perdium's disgrace, the northern scoundrel, the reclusive young master thought to have vanished into obscurity. Ghislain offered nothing in return. No words, no affirmation. It was as if he silently allowed his defeated adversary to draw his own conclusions. A faint smile emerged on Victor's lips. With his final breath, he muttered that it no longer mattered. He admitted, almost whimsically, that the fight had been enjoyable. At last, he recognized the man who stood above him, Ghislain Perdium. Beyond the battlefield, the sun rose slowly above the jagged mountain range, signaling the end of Desmon County's failed campaign to conquer Perdium. The flames that had once roared now faded, and on the scorched earth lay the lifeless body of Victor. Ghislain turned, slipping his sword back into the sling across his back. There would be no rest for him. The path ahead held more battles, more monstrous figures like Victor, and his journey was far from over. As the sun climbed over the ravaged horizon, its light exposed the brutal conclusion of the conflict for all to witness. Scattered across the blood-stained field were the lifeless bodies of Daigald's fallen soldiers. The aftermath was a chilling sight. Yet, thanks to strict orders from their commander, the mercenaries of the Black Cavalry unit refrained from desecrating the dead. Moving with measured steps, Ghislain approached the gates of Perdium Castle, supporting the wounded form of Gillion. The old warrior had endured the unforgiving blade of Desmond's secret weapon, Victor, and barely clung to consciousness. The forces of Perdium surged out to receive their returning young lord. Despite the overwhelming odds, the smaller army of Perdium had emerged with barely any losses, their lines unbroken. Each soldier, bearing the mark of loyalty to their homeland, now bore the scars and exhaustion of a harrowing triumph. Ghislain's breath came shallow, and his posture revealed the strain of battle, yet he held his head high. It was the convergence of precise strategy, the unwavering commitment of his allies, and the strength of Perdium's foundation that granted him this first decisive victory in his new life. As his eyes swept the field, they met the gazes of his father, his uncle, and the enduring warriors who had guarded the wall. Their appearances reflected the trials they endured, worn, wounded, but not broken. They too struggled to accept the reality of their survival. The derisive title of Northern Scoundrel had dissolved from their hearts. Ghislain's eyes shifted to the right. Belinda stood uninjured. Though battered, Kaor now stood unaided, defiant against his injuries. Behind them, the mercenaries held their expressions in a blend of disbelief and admiration. Each had been terrified when Ghislain had charged into the enemy lines alone. Now, seeing him standing, alive, victorious, they could finally breathe. He offered a tired smile, relief flooding his expression as he saw their faces unmarred by loss. Many had thought Ghislain mad for hurling himself into battle without restraint. Yet here he was, grinning as though the chaos had been nothing more than an exhilarating pastime. A whisper left his lips, a quiet question to no one in particular, wondering if everyone had truly made it out alive. At once, his silent reverie shattered. Belinda, Kaor, and the rest of the mercenary company rushed toward him, cheering in euphoric unison. Their shouts echoed with praise for the young Lord of Perdium. Each had watched him unleash devastation upon Dygald's forces and now swarmed him with victorious energy, and their spirits were uncontainable. Their voices interwove with disbelief and awe. One among them remarked that never before had he seen such a battle in all his years as a hired blade. Another gasped in amazement, recalling the towering inferno that consumed thousands of Dygald's troops in mere moments, an act that had seared itself into their memories. Seeing the blazing morale of his comrades, Ghislain understood the magnitude of what they had achieved. In response, he offered them heartfelt thanks for standing by his side during a conflict of such magnitude. Their loyalty and valor had played no small part in securing the victory, and he acknowledged their efforts without reservation. Never missing a moment for jest, Kaor teased the grizzled Gillion for letting himself get wounded by Victor. The old man waved off the concern with a smirk, claiming it was nothing worth worrying about. Belinda was flustered, chastised him for brushing off injuries that had bled so profusely. She urged him to stop pretending he was invincible and allow her to tend to his wounds properly. Refocusing, Ghislain inquired about Vanessa and the other mages, especially given the immense toll such magic must have taken. Belinda informed him that Vanessa had collapsed from exhaustion shortly after the spellcasting ended. Fortunately, old Fergus had ensured she and the other mages were taken into the safety of the castle. Though drained, they were all safe and being cared for. A new voice broke through the atmosphere, loud and emotional. It was Randolph, Ghislain's uncle. Overwhelmed with pride and relief, he called out to his nephew, unable to contain his emotions. Without a second thought, he embraced Ghislain tightly, praising his actions in the war with elation. He proclaimed that Ghislain had fulfilled every expectation of an heir to Perdium. Though taken aback by the sudden gesture, Ghislain let out an awkward laugh. He returned the compliment, acknowledging the dedication and efforts of the captain of knights who had fought with equal valor in holding the line. Ghislain extended his gaze and gesture toward another approaching figure. For a moment, Swalter remained still, his eyes fixed on the figure of his son. In that stillness, thoughts of the past swept through him, and within his heart, a quiet longing echoed, how he wished his late wife could have seen their son at this very moment. Taking one resolute step forward, Swalter approached his son. Now, seeing him up close, he could barely reconcile this figure with the reckless noble youth he once knew. This was a man who had outwitted the enemy by severing their supplies, torn through siege towers with his own hands, and ultimately turned the tide of war with an ingenious and ruthless trap. With hands that trembled slightly, whether from age, battle weariness, or sheer emotion, Swalter embraced his son. The gesture, simple but uncharacteristically tender, startled Ghislain. His eyes widened, a glimmer of vulnerability surfacing at his father's rare display of affection. Swalter's voice, hoarse but resolute, acknowledged the truth of the moment. He offered praise without restraint, admitting that what Ghislain had accomplished was extraordinary. He recalled the moment when Ghislain first presented his battle plan. At the time, it had seemed beyond reason, reckless even. But now, in the aftermath of victory, Swalter found himself marveling that his son had not only believed in such a gambit, but had executed it with precision. With a chuckle full of disbelief and admiration, he voiced his all aloud. In return, Ghislain expressed that none of it would have been possible without his father's trust and his unwavering defense of the wall. He recognized that his own success had relied on the steadfast courage of those who held the line behind him. Yet, Swalter waved off the credit with a firm smile, placing the glory squarely where he believed it belonged, on Ghislain's shoulders. Overcome with emotion, Swalter grabbed Ghislain's hand and raised it high. His voice broke across the battlefield in a triumphant shout, a declaration of their victory and his son's central role in achieving it. With that act, he made it known to all that the greatest merit in this battle belonged to Perdium's young lord. The cheer rippled outward. Against an army 7 times their size, the defenders of Perdium had prevailed. From 1,000 against 7,000, they had emerged not merely intact, but victorious, crushing nearly every invader who had dared to set foot upon their soil. At the center of that whirlwind, Ghislain stood, no longer mocked or doubted. Now, he was their champion. The roar of celebration grew louder. Laughter, disbelief, and relief washed over the gathered troops. Swalter's booming laughter echoed across the field, followed by joyous shouts from every corner of the army. Kaor, Belinda, and Gillion joined the chant, their faces lit up full of life. The mercenaries of the Black Cavalry unit, once strangers, now bonded by blood and victory, lifted their weapons skyward in honor of the one who had led them. Even the man, the myth, and the legend, Gordon, could not hold back. He let loose a cheer of his own, swept up in the collective euphoria. Ghislain took it all in, the faces around him, radiant with triumph and relief. For so long, he had trained in solitude, driven by the need to change the course of fate. The path he had walked had been steeped in sacrifice. But now, watching those he cared for laugh and celebrate, he knew that the struggle had meaning. In his previous life, vengeance had fueled his rise, dragging him through a brutal ascent among the strongest warriors on the continent. But this time, something had changed. Though the reasons behind his return to this point in time remained a mystery, his vow had been clear, to safeguard Perdium at all costs. And for now, Perdium still stood. A flicker of emotion surged through him as his hand tightened into a trembling fist. This was only the beginning, just the first of many battles that would shape the fate of the northern lands. The looming threat of Count Desmond had not vanished. That cunning strategist would undoubtedly prepare further schemes in his bid to conquer the region. Behind him, the ambition of Duke Delphine lurked like a shadow, hungry for the forest of demonic beasts and the lands that stood between. And with the king stricken by illness, the throne had become but a hollow seat of power, leaving the realm ripe for the taking. As the triumphant chants and cheers gradually faded, Randolph remarked that it was time to pull the soldiers back and begin attending to the injured. At his side, Swalter nodded in agreement and turned his attention to his son. He instructed Ghislain to call back the mercenaries and rest while he had the chance. However, Ghislain did not yield. His reply came swiftly and without a hint of compromise, causing Swalter to snap back abruptly before falling silent to listen. Ghislain firmly asserted there was no time, emphasizing the urgent need to formally secure Count Dygald's surrender immediately. Swalter dismissed the urgency, reassuring Ghislain that the matter could be addressed the following day. However, Ghislain countered sharply, insisting that waiting until tomorrow would be too late. He proposed setting off immediately for Dygald's territory with the mercenaries, requesting Swalter grant him the authority of the Lord's proxy. Randolph recognized the gravity of invoking the Lord's proxy, but chose to remain silent. Swalter, perplexed by Ghislain's insistence on haste, reminded Ghislain that the war had just concluded. He recommended Ghislain and his unit rest, acknowledging their evident fatigue. Typically, during territorial conflicts, each faction would carefully prepare to negotiate advantageous terms. However, only Ghislain fully understood the critical necessity for immediate action, so he firmly asserted that the war would not truly conclude until Count Dygald formally surrendered. Recognizing the gravity in Ghislain's tone, Swalter ceased arguing and began carefully attending to his son's explanation. Ghislain added that Count Dygald had initiated hostilities explicitly to shatter their alliance and seize their territory. He emphasized that providing Dygald any respite or opportunity for reflection could prove perilous, as it might encourage a sudden renewal of aggression at any moment. This urgency compelled Ghislain to request the authority of the Lord's proxy, enabling an immediate strike and placing Perdium in a position to demand stringent compensatory conditions. Ghislain intended these terms to be severe enough that Count Dygald would never again risk aggression against Perdium. Meanwhile, Swalter studied his son with quiet astonishment. This wasn't the brash noble he once doubted. Ghislain was thinking several moves ahead, far beyond celebration or sentiment. He was ensuring a victory that would last. At last, Swalter gave his approval. He handed over the authority of the Lord's proxy, entrusting Ghislain to act in his stead and complete the campaign on Perdium's behalf. Ghislain responded with a subtle bow. Swalter added one final instruction. Treat Count Dygald with the courtesy due a nobleman who once stood as an ally. Whatever had transpired, Dygald was still a peer of the realm, and appearances mattered in the eyes of the kingdom. Ghislain had no intention of inciting his father's ire, and told him not to worry. Just like when he ventured into the forest of demonic beasts, Ghislain would only do something questionable and ask for forgiveness afterward. Turning then to his comrades, Ghislain asked whether they were still able to move. Kaor clapped a hand to his side and confirmed with a grin that his injuries were nothing but shallow scratches. Belinda also nodded, ready to march again. Gillion tried to join the vanguard, but Ghislain cut him off firmly, instructing him to rest and recover instead. With their orders in hand, Ghislain and his mercenaries mounted their steeds. The clatter of hooves on stone and earth rang out as the black cavalry unit formed up behind him. Ghislain gave a single command, and they moved out at full speed toward Dygald's territory. This was not just the end of skirmish. It was the sealing of a victory, and Ghislain intended to conclude this war properly, leaving no thread unraveled and no enemy doubt left to fester. At Dygald Castle, the atmosphere inside the Lord's chambers was suffocating. Count Thamos had already ordered the raising of the white flag, a visible sign of surrender fluttering over the walls. Yet his fury showed no signs of calming. Rage boiled just beneath the surface of his skin. He had poured the entire financial lifeblood of his estate into this war, convinced that it would be a swift and glorious victory. Now, all of it had gone up in smoke, and the shame that clung to him was unbearable. His chest tightened, his vision blurred, as though the entire world had been swallowed by a thick, choking fog. He had once scoffed at Perdium, deriding it as little more than a rustic borderland ruled by a relic of honor and outdated tradition. He could scarcely believe it. How in all the realms could Count Desmon, the one known as the Northern Beast, the strongest in the region, fail to face those Perdium bastards? One of his most loyal officials, Lowell pleaded with his lord to compose himself, to see reason and preserve what dignity and structure remained. But Thamos, lost to his anger, barked back that nothing about the current situation warranted calm. What good was composure when everything around him was collapsing? His voice boomed again through the chamber as he barked an order for Lowell to stop wasting time and begin preparations for the surrender negotiations. When the confused official hesitated, asking what he meant, Thamos snapped. They would offer reparations. Surely Count Perdium, with his obsession for honor and formalities, would accept terms and retreat. After all, Perdium was not flush with wealth. Thamos assumed that with the right offers on the table, Swalter would take the bait. It was simple. Cast Desmon as the real villain, absolve himself, and salvage what he could of his house. But Lowell's face paled further as he hesitantly revealed that his treasury was empty. Every coin had been poured into the campaign. Even the idea of offering a few neighboring baronies or a percentage of tax revenues over several years might fall short. In a flash, Thamos leapt forward and seized Lowell by the neck. The official, never trained for violence, gasped and choked under the weight of his lord's fury. Thamos raged at him, asking what he had been doing all this time. Wasn't squeezing the commoners for coin always his solution before? Why not now? He spat accusations, insinuating that Lowell's concern for the people stemmed from his own peasant origins. Did the lives of those swine mean more to him than loyalty to his lord? Lowell could barely croak out a plea for mercy, his legs kicking weakly as he struggled in vain. At last, Thamos threw him to the stone floor. Still seething, he ordered Lowell to get moving and do his job. Lowell had long kept the Dygald estate together through sheer force of will, pushing against the strain of reckless command. But now, he could see it clearly, this tyranny would push the people too far. If things continued as they were, rebellion might not just be possible. It might be inevitable. The tension shattered when a soldier burst into the room, out of breath and eyes wide with urgency. He reported that Perdium's forces had already arrived. Outside, the black cavalry unit had arrived, their horses pushed to their limit from the relentless pace. Yet they stood firm. Ghislain had led his force from the battlefield straight to the heart of enemy territory. Soon, the mercenaries entered the grand audience hall, forming into precise ranks along each wall, two straight lines of warriors clad in grit and blood. Not a single soul within the castle dared to lift a hand against them. No steward, no knight, not even a guard. None had the courage to stop them. At the far end of the hall, Count Thamos sat stiffly upon his seat, his posture forced, his pride barely holding together. Despite the surrender, he still clung to his title, to his station, trying to exude the air of a lord unfazed by loss. But beneath that veneer his mind raced. How had Perdium arrived so quickly? How had they crossed the miles in time to beat even his surrender preparations? He began to rationalize, hoping perhaps that it was Swalter who had come personally, bringing the remnants of his elite troops for the negotiations. That would explain the presence of the Black Cavalry. That would at least restore a sense of predictability. But those thoughts shattered the moment he saw who entered the hall. It was not the seasoned count. It was Ghislain, clad entirely in pitch-black armor, and only his helmet was absent, revealing a blood-streaked face that bore no signs of fatigue, only grim determination. Flanked closely by two figures, Kaor on his left, Belinda on his right. The young man moved with confident, unflinching strides. He called out to Count Thamos Dygald, formally asking whether he was prepared to begin surrender negotiations. Though his tone remained within the bounds of diplomatic courtesy, his eyes told another story entirely. Ice-cold disdain radiated from his gaze. He asked why Swalter himself had not come to conduct the negotiations, and why, instead, he had sent his son in his place. Ghislain explained that his father was presently occupied with restoring order and tending to the wounded within Perdium's borders. Therefore, as the appointed proxy of the Lord of Perdium, Ghislain had come to finalize the negotiations in his stead. Ghislain had long been known throughout the north as a troublemaker, enough to rival the late Gilmore, Count Dygald's own son. Now, the very same scoundrel had appeared as Perdium's official envoy, leading the feared Black Cavalry unit. Thamos' disbelief had barely settled when Ghislain ordered his mercenaries to drag Dygald down. Several hours earlier, Ghislain and his mercenaries rode hard toward the Dygald estate, the journey proving uneventful and dull. Not a single obstacle stood in their way, and the lack of resistance quickly sapped the excitement from their advance. Feeling bored, Kaor voiced his disdain over Count Dygald's hasty retreat. He found it disgraceful that a noble would flee so quickly, abandoning his men without resistance. His voice carried contempt as he questioned how someone so cowardly could hold a lord's title at all. Gordon offered an apology for failing to intercept the Count during the pursuit. However, Kaor waved off the blame with a grin, redirecting it toward Gillion. According to Kaor, the rest of the mercenaries had done their part, and Gillion's failure served to stroke his ego. In that moment of banter, even the aches in his body seemed to fade. Watching Kaor revel in Gillion's slip, Ghislain considered silently whether it might be time to include Gillion in the next bet. Kaor soon turned his attention to Ghislain, raising a point of concern. If their approach to the Dygald estate was truly for negotiating surrender terms, that meant Count Dygald would be spared. Kaor found the idea troubling, unable to believe they would simply let that particular lord continue living. Ghislain reflected on the situation. Everyone involved already knew the sort of man Count Dygald was, a scoundrel who had attempted to seize Perdium. On the surface, the Count's campaign appeared to be driven by vengeance over his son's fate. Because of that, pushing too hard in negotiations might backfire. Kaor scowled as Ghislain explained that, in all likelihood, Thamos would settle for haggling over reparations and leave the rest untouched. The way nobles resolved wars felt entirely detached from the grim, blood-stained reality that mercenaries faced. In his mind, they should have just stormed the castle and ended it all. Nearby, Belinda asked whether he truly believed matters between nobles could be resolved so simply. Kaor responded that, in the end, whether noble or mercenary, they were all just people. He questioned whether nobles thought themselves gods, entitled to act however they pleased, especially since they had initiated the war. From ahead, Ghislain urged Kaor not to dwell on it. He noted that this course of action aligned with what his father would have done. With that statement, he brought the discussion to a close. Yet Belinda's eyes lingered on Ghislain with unease. His father might have left Count Dygald alive in the name of diplomacy or noble conduct. But the question that troubled her was not what the Lord would have done. It was what the son might choose instead. A smile touched Ghislain's lips as if in answer to that silent worry. He saw himself as different from his father. Nothing, not even a warning from Swalter himself, would deter him from enacting his will. That was precisely why he had requested the authority of the Lord's proxy, to come to Dygald estate personally, under his father's name, but with his own purpose. Upon arriving at the gates, he resolved that Dygald would be claimed as his own. The task was clear: execute its disgraced lord without causing complications for Perdium. Such was the intent when he entered the estate. Thamos, the count in question, had not expected Ghislain. He anticipated the presence of Swalter and was visibly unsettled to find the son in his place. Ghislain did not arrive with the pomp of a victorious noble. There was no arrogance in his bearing, only a firm, unshakable determination. Contrary to his father's likely approach, Ghislain wasted no time. After exchanging only a few formal words, he issued a clear command. His mercenaries were to bring Count Dygald to his knees. Kaor and another mercenary obeyed immediately. They seized Thamos and dragged him from his ornate chair. Despite the setting being Dygald's own hall, not a single soul dared to object. None of the retainers, guards, or servants moved to protect their lord. Whether from fear or disillusionment, none wished to defy Ghislain. Thamos screamed in outrage, demanding to know what they thought they were doing. He hurled insults, calling the mercenaries filthy commoners who had no right to touch a noble like him. His words were laced with desperation, but they held no power. The mercenaries ignored him. They forced the count to kneel before Ghislain, his cries falling flat against the silent atmosphere. As Perdium's young heir, Ghislain had no obligation to lower himself to such displays. Yet he chose this course intentionally for his own amusement. Not everyone in the hall shared the silent approval of Ghislain's bold actions. Belinda whispered, asking whether he was truly certain about this. With a half-nervous chuckle, she added that if Lord Swalter ever decided to reprimand her over this, she would be sure to swear it hadn't been her idea. But Ghislain remained resolute. Still on his knees, Thamos clung to a sliver of hope. He cried out that he had sworn loyalty to the kingdom, proclaiming that, as a subject, only the king held the authority to judge or punish him. He pleaded for restraint, demanded respect, and warned Ghislain that this overreach would not go unnoticed. His desperation, however, met only the cold gleam of Ghislain's sword, now pointed mere inches from his face. The young lord did not waver. With unflinching composure, he pronounced his judgment. Thamos Dygald was a traitor, he declared, a man who had broken the alliance and sought to seize Perdium, seduced by the promises whispered by the enemies. He framed the count's actions as a quiet defection, not a war of vengeance, but one of opportunism. In that moment, Ghislain's killing intent surged. The pressure it radiated was crushing, far too heavy for someone like Thamos to withstand. That overwhelming presence delivered the message clearly. Those who turned against Perdium had only one fate awaiting them: death. Stunned, Thamos stared at the outstretched blade, struggling to process what was happening. With disbelief in his voice, he asked if Ghislain truly intended to kill him. Ghislain did not hesitate. After dragging countless others into this conflict, he stated it was only right that Thamos put his own life on the line or pay the price that befitted his actions. Tears welled in the corner of the count's eyes. The realization struck like a blow. This was the scoundrel of the north, the unpredictable firebrand, whose reputation as a madman. Thamos understood now that Ghislain might indeed face punishment from the kingdom, but none of that would matter to a man already dead. Ghislain raised his sword high, the movement fluid and final. The killing intent behind the motion left no room for doubt. This was no bluff. As the blade descended, Thamos snapped. Panic took hold of his voice, and he shouted for the young lord to wait. The blade halted mid-swing, still trembling in the air. Ghislain had anticipated this, and a reaction confirmed it. Thamos had walked straight into the trap laid before him. Breathing hard, face drenched with fear, Thamos asked whether compensation would be enough. This was no formal negotiation, but it was an agreement all the same, made under the shadow of a drawn blade. And so, Thamos offered what he still held: his land, a few baronies of Dygald, as reparations to Perdium. Belinda flinched at the declaration. Even Lowell, who had remained still and alert behind them, stiffened. The offer was unprecedented. A noble without land was no noble at all. Ghislain's expression shifted, though only slightly. A faint smile threatened to surface, but he suppressed it. Internally, he had known the Count would make such an offer, but he also understood the importance of closing the deal properly. Until the terms were sealed, there could be no celebration. He pointed out the issue without missing a beat. Inheritance laws forbade the casual transfer of territory. Only family or rightful heirs could inherit a domain. Accounts such as Tomos should understand that better than anyone. It cannot simply be traded like market goods. Tomos's voice now laced with urgency. He insisted he would handle the technicalities. In his desperation, he proposed recognizing Ghislain as a distant blood relative. His vassals, he claimed, could fabricate the necessary documents. All that Ghislain needed to do was accept them. Without waiting for consent, he barked at Lowell, ordering him to bring paper and pen immediately. Still, Ghislain hesitated aloud, suggesting that land alone might not be enough. The implication was clear. He expected more. Tomos caught the meaning instantly. In a hurried tone, he promised restitution funds on top of the land. Though the gold wasn't presently available, he swore he would extract it through taxes. He only needed a little time to squeeze the funds from his people through any means necessary. For Tomos, the only remaining thought was simple. A poor lord was still better than a dead one. Desperation seized him entirely. He offered and promised everything he could think of, now reduced to begging for Ghislain's mercy in hopes of being spared. Ghislain regarded the broken noble with quiet disdain. Inwardly, he questioned whether this man's life was truly worth clinging to so desperately. A lord reduced to this was hardly a lord at all. Then, to Tomos's astonishment, Ghislain declared that he would give him a chance. Elation surged through the Count, who in his mind already began forming a plan. He could take refuge with a loyal ally, send word to the capital, and perhaps, in time, reclaim his lost territory. But before those thoughts could fully form, Ghislain abruptly grabbed him by the front of his armor and hauled him up with brute force. Without a word, he dragged the disgraced noble from the estate's halls out into the open. Outside the manor, in the heart of the estate square, Ghislain flung Tomos to the ground, casting him before the eyes of the common folk. The people of Dygald stood in stunned silence. This act, throwing a noble before his own people, was not just dramatic. It was humiliation of the highest order. Murmurs broke out among the crowd. These citizens had watched their lord depart for war, heads held high under his banners. And now, he returned not as a hero or conqueror, but as a wretch, dragged like a defeated criminal by a single young man. Tomos turned to Ghislain with desperation and disbelief. He pleaded for whatever was planned here to be stopped, insisting that this public display was unnecessary. But Ghislain coldly dismissed his objections, warning him to keep quiet and reminding him that he now stood before those who truly held his life in their hands, the people he once ruled. Confusion flickered in Tomos's eyes, but the answer came swiftly. Ghislain stepped forward and addressed the gathering. His voice was sharp, clear, and carried with it the tone of command. He introduced himself to the citizens as Ghislain Perdium, heir to the domain of Perdium. He declared that Count Dygald had launched an unprovoked war for the sake of vengeance, and had lost. As a result of that defeat, Ghislain announced war reparations would now be collected from the people of Dygald. With that, he asked if anyone among them would step forward to volunteer for payment. Instantly, the tension in the air broke. Panic swept through the crowd. Protests rang out. One man shouted that their homes and livelihoods had already been bled dry during the war effort. Others cried out that they had nothing left, accusing the nobility of waging wars and expecting the common folk to pay the price. From the front, Ghislain raised his voice once more. As the Lord's proxy of Perdium, he claimed he would offer mercy. With it, he gave out two choices for them. The terms were brutal in their simplicity. The people could pay a heavy price to preserve Count Dygald's life, or they could kill him and be accepted into the protection of Perdium, free of further burden for the war. A stunned silence fell over the crowd. Commoners, trained from birth to fear the authority of nobility, had never imagined such a scenario. To lift a hand against a lord was unthinkable. To even raise a voice could result in imprisonment or worse. And now, they were offered not only the chance but to choose between continued servitude or release. Thomos's face red with rage and disbelief. He turned toward Ghislain and demanded that the humiliation end at once. But the words had barely left his mouth when a stone cut through the silence. It struck his temple with a thud, drawing a line of blood as he reeled from the impact. More followed. Another rock smashed against his head. Rage had taken root, and what began with hesitation quickly turned into a storm. One hurled an insult, his voice shaking with fury. Another screamed, recounting how Thomos's tax collectors had taken even the bread from his children's mouths. One woman's voice cracked as she shouted that her mother's keepsake had been confiscated for the war. They had been stripped bare, and now they were bearing their pain in return. Each person moved with purpose, driven not by fury alone, but by years of quiet anguish. They struck with their feet, their fists, and whatever crude implements they could find. Their target, the man once elevated above them by blood and title, now lay broken at their feet. Though Thomos's body writhed beneath the weight of their collective justice, no scream escaped his throat. He raised a feeble arm in a futile attempt to shield himself, yet the blows continued. The vengeance of the people knew no mercy. At a distance, Ghislain turned his back on the scene. He walked toward his assembled mercenaries without looking back, granting the people full authority to deliver their judgment. This, after all, was his chosen path, an execution by the hands of the people, unburdening Perdium from any technical liability. It was not a question of whether he could deliver the final blow himself. He had simply decided that he didn't need to. A calm, almost serene smile settled on Ghislain's face. As he reached his soldiers, he informed them that their work was complete. With finality in his voice, he declared that the war with Dygald had truly come to an end. Turning to Belinda, he made a quiet remark about his father's earlier warning. Belinda, half nervous and half resigned, could only smile awkwardly in response. She admitted that she was never truly worried. Ghislain would always choose his own way. Before long, the company returned to Perdium. The moment Ghislain delivered the details of the campaign's conclusion, the entire hall fell into stunned silence. A cold sweat trickled down the backs of Perdium's gathered vassals. Even Lord Swalter himself showed unease. Ghislain spared no details. He reported exactly what had occurred, including how brazenly he had mocked the kingdom's laws and how he had driven Count Thomos to his end. There were no omissions, no gentle phrasing. He merely repeated the fact. Count Dygald was dead. Swalter was visibly disturbed, and he reminded his son of the advice he had given earlier, about affording respect to fellow nobles. But before the elder lord could continue, Ghislain interrupted. He assured his father that he had not forgotten that counsel. However, he explained, having seen things for himself, he made a judgment he believed was better. He justified the decision by pointing out that, had Thomos been offered a peaceful surrender, he would have simply bided his time and struck again. The reasons Ghislain spoke aloud were straightforward, but he withheld other motives, ones he had weighed more privately. Still, the explanation sufficed to defend the outcome. Albert struggled to accept what he had heard. With Dygald's forces obliterated, it seemed irrational to believe the territory could rise again. Homer voiced a similar sentiment. Neither man understood the deeper game at play, the forces that had silently backed Dygald in the war. Ghislain laid the facts bare. He reminded them that Dygald had attacked Perdium with a force of 7,000 soldiers, a number well beyond what the territory could muster alone. That discrepancy could no longer be ignored. He then revealed the greater truth. The Desmon County had supported Dygald, providing both troops and resources. Even more troubling was Rayfold's hidden involvement, its nobles working behind the scenes to intercept and silence every envoy Perdium had sent for reinforcements. Silence followed. These were two of the most powerful territories in the northern region. Until now, Desmond had always appeared neutral. Yet Ghislain alone had seen through the illusion. In reality, Desmond was but a loyal servant of the duchy, its neutrality a farce. Ghislain understood exactly who had acted within Rayfold. Acting independently of her house, Amelia had orchestrated the blockade. He He knew her well enough to guess that she may have even executed the messengers. It was a tactic she favored, one designed to isolate her targets completely. Now, with Dygald under his control, the entire landscape had shifted. The territory shared borders with both Desmond and Rayfold. This geographical advantage meant that, should either of those powers move against Perdium again, any incursion Ghislain could be answered swiftly. The full weight of the situation had yet to settle in Swalter's mind when another issue arose, the matter of rightful ownership. With the Lord of Dygald deceased, the territory could not simply be claimed by force. Lands such as these, by kingdom law, were passed to those within the bloodline or designated heirs. Swalter voiced his concern plainly. Even with Thamos gone, the domain did not automatically fall to Perdium. Without a legitimate claim, the land remained untouchable. At that moment, Ghislain reached into his coat and produced a rolled parchment bound with an official seal. With deliberate motion, he placed it on the table before his father and urged him to take a look at it. Swalter scanned its contents. His eyes widened slightly as he realized the nature of the document. It declared that Ghislain was a distant blood relative of Thamos Dygald and, more importantly, named him as first in line for inheritance of the Dygald estate. Calmly, Ghislain explained that the document had come directly from Thamos himself. With this, he declared, most of the potential disputes surrounding succession were now null. The document resolved them neatly. The chamber fell into silence yet again. The implications were staggering. Though the document was forged, the fact that it had come from Thamos' own hand gave it undeniable weight. Legitimacy, after all, was as much about perception as law, and the lands in question were what Ghislain had claimed as his reward for ending a war no one else dared resolve with such finality. Swalter eventually broke the stillness with a word of caution. Ruling a territory, he reminded his son, was no easy feat. It required infrastructure, personnel, and constant management. Did Ghislain truly have enough people to oversee such a large tract of land? Ghislain met the question with a confident smile. Assuring his father, he replied that there was someone perfectly suited for the job. The scene shifted then, far from Perdium to a territory within the Syrian kingdom. Austin, a city known less for nobility and more for chance. Within its borders lived a legendary figure Ghislain remembered well from a life before this one. A bustling tavern set the stage, its interior thick with the scent of smoke and sweat. The room was alive with noise, gamblers laughing, shouting, cursing, cheering. Austin was a haven for those who trusted in luck, and tonight, all eyes were fixed on a particular table. At its center sat a man named Claude. Claude faced a figure who led one of the local thug crews, a bald, muscular man flanked by grim-looking subordinates. The tension hung heavy in the air, yet Claude remained entirely unbothered. There was no fear in his posture, no hesitation in his gaze. A true gambler at heart, he sat as if he owned the place. With practiced ease, Claude swept 4 dice into a cup in one smooth motion, his fingers precise. Then, with flair, he spun the cup high into the air, the dice trapped inside. When the cup came down, he slammed it against the table, upside down, keeping the contents sealed. The bald man warned him darkly, reminding him of the consequences of cheating. But Claude, still grinning, gave no sign of intimidation. To him, this was sport, entertainment, an elaborate dance he had danced 1,000 times before. He mused that his opponent should smile too. After all, they were here for amusement. With a flick of his wrist, Claude lifted the cup to reveal the dice, stacked perfectly atop one another in a vertical column. Within Austin, he was known as the dumb genius of the gambling Denver. The sworn brother of the Mercenary King, Claude the legendary strategist, Ghislain's #1 slave.